The phoenix bloodline, once coveted by countless individuals, had now fallen to an annoying mosquito. But when I bound it as my beast companion, everyone thought I was a complete idiot. This was only because I possessed the divine grade pupil, the Eye of Evolution, which not only allowed me to view hidden evolution information about beast companions but also perfectly revealed the conditions required for evolution. The moment I first laid eyes on this mosquito, I discovered that it surprisingly harbored the legendary phoenix bloodline. Ding! Eye of Evolution activated, please check, host. Just like other transmigrators, my golden finger arrived, filling me with excitement. I secretly thought, it seems this is the opportunity heaven has given me. But I also knew that the primary problem was where to find a beast companion. This golden finger might not be able to help with that. I couldn't help but frown, a little worried. Fortunately, though, the previous owner of this body had already bound a beast companion before I arrived, saving me the trouble of searching. I smiled and said, "You weren't entirely useless after all." Immediately, I channeled my spiritual energy to open the beast companion space and released my first beast companion. But when I saw the beast companion in my hand, the corner of my mouth twitched instantly, and my good mood vanished in an instant. I couldn't help but curse, what a ripoff! Then, I angrily threw the beast companion to the ground, only to find that it buzzed and flew up again, circling constantly in front of me, as if mocking me. I looked at the mosquito in front of me, which was smaller than a fingernail, with a black line on my face, and complained inwardly, "What the hell did you bind? A mosquito? Binding a cat or a dog would be better than this." I was on the verge of tears, but once a contract was made, it couldn't be changed, otherwise it would cause significant harm to oneself, especially the first beast companion. If the contract was forcefully broken, it would cause irreparable damage, and one might never be able to pursue the profession of a beast master again. I thought helplessly, are you trying to make up for the lack of mosquitoes in winter? I scrutinized the mosquito in front of me for a long time, still unable to understand what the previous owner was thinking, why he would bind such a useless mosquito. This reminded me of a ridiculous news story from my previous life. After years of dedicated research, experts finally developed cold-resistant mosquitoes, filling the void of no mosquitoes in winter. The expert has since been gunned down. I felt that my previous owner might have thought the same, no wonder he let me transmigrate to replace him. Forget it, let's check out the golden finger. I sighed helplessly. There was no hope for the beast companion, so I could only see what special features my own golden finger had that could compensate for my current disadvantage. I immediately activated the Eye of Evolution and looked at the mosquito in front of me, and detailed information instantly appeared before my eyes. Common beast blood mosquito. Juvenile form first order. Attribute, fire. Evolutionary path, blood mosquito, great blood mosquito, super great blood mosquito. Hidden evolution path, explosive blood mosquito. Hidden bloodline, phoenix bloodline. I immediately froze, a thought instantly striking me. Whoa! I can see my beast's evolution path? And a hidden evolution path? I instantly understood the value of the Eye of Evolution. And this blood mosquito isn't just any ordinary blood mosquito, it actually has a hidden bloodline? Is it a coincidence, or did my predecessor already know that blood mosquitoes had a hidden bloodline? But none of that matters. What matters is that my first beast isn't a waste. Even if it's a waste now, under my care, it can become a divine beast. There's definitely no need to look at the normal evolution paths, those names alone tell me they're no good. Let's check out the hidden evolution path instead. I immediately opened the hidden evolution path to check the required conditions. Explosive blood mosquito evolution condition, immerse in a lava pool containing low-grade dark magic crystals. Seeing this evolution condition, my brain immediately short-circuited. Looking at this unremarkable mosquito, immerse it in lava? It would probably melt the moment it went in, right? But that's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is, where am I going to find dark magic crystals? I looked utterly distraught. Magic crystals are important materials found within exotic beasts. Almost every exotic beast or magic beast has them. Depending on their attributes, the magic crystals produced also vary. Dark magic beasts are already rare, and similarly, dark magic crystals are also scarce. It looks like I'll have to try my luck at the market. I rummaged through my pockets. All my worldly possessions combined amounted to only a few hundred yuan. How could that possibly be enough to buy dark magic crystals? My only chance was to find a bargain, to wander through the black market and try my luck. That evening, I arrived at a rather famous local black market. Calling it a black market was a bit of an exaggeration. It was just a night market that operated after dark. They sold everything here, from street food to antiques and jade, all sorts of things. How much of it was genuine, however, was anyone's guess. Anyway, the snacks smelled delicious. Holding a grilled starch sausage in my hand, I scanned the street stalls. Don't ask why I wasn't eating meat, it just didn't have that flavor. Come on, come all. Guaranteed 100% authentic. Just discovered at a museum site outside, these items are absolutely ancient. Ranging from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods to the late Qing Dynasty and early Republic of China, absolutely excellent value for money. The stall owner on the roadside was enthusiastically hawking his wares. In this world, while cultural relics are still important, their value isn't as high as it once was. They're merely a way for the wealthy to cultivate their sentiments. Compared to them, various natural treasures are much more valuable things that can help beasts evolve. Those are the real good stuff. Big brother, what's the oldest thing you have here? I asked with interest from the side. This one, from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, absolutely old enough. Little brother, you must be an expert. You immediately recognized the quality of my goods. Seeing a potential customer, the owner immediately greeted me warmly. To be honest, these are all things we brought back from outside the city. We discovered a museum ruin, and it's full of treasures. You know, everything in that place is absolutely genuine, but we can't publicize it, otherwise. You understand. The boss then whispered in my ear, looking wary. I was speechless. You weren't that careful when you were shouting just now, were you? Trying to fool me? I swept my gaze across the stall. My eye of evolution could see detailed information about various items. The oldest thing on the entire stall was the boss himself. But soon my gaze settled on an unremarkable black stone. My eyes widened instantly, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on my face. On the red carpet, a pigeon egg-sized black stone lay tightly at the foot of a bronze ding. Compared to the exquisitely crafted bronze ding, this black stone was really insignificant. Boss, how much for this? I reached out and pointed at the black stone, asking. Young man, you have good taste. This is a Warring States bronze ding, a treasure thousands of years old. If you're serious about buying, the asking price is 5 million. The boss directly held up 5 fingers. I looked at the other party as if he were an idiot, not understanding if he was an idiot, or if he thought I was one. You rest easy, I'm asking about the stone next to it, I quickly corrected. Stone? The boss was startled, then glanced uncertainly at the items on his stall. When he saw the stone at the foot of the bronze ding, he immediately reacted. Oh, this is an unpolished jade stone. If you want it, 200. The boss suddenly understood, then quoted me a price. He had picked up this stone by the roadside. It looked a bit like an unpolished stone, so he just casually put it on his stall, never expecting it to sell. Now that a sucker had taken a liking to it, he might as well make some money. 50. I immediately extended my hand to bargain, directly cutting the price in half twice. It wasn't that I didn't have 200 yuan, it was mainly that if I agreed too readily, I was afraid the other party would get suspicious. If he then decided not to sell it, that would be a huge loss. Deal. The boss nodded in agreement immediately. He'd sell it for 50 yuan after all, he'd just picked it up, and even 1 yuan would be a profit. I was also taken aback, somewhat disbelieving, even suspecting if I had been scammed. After repeatedly looking at the black stone on the stall and confirming I hadn't seen wrong, I awkwardly pulled out 50 yuan and bought the black stone from him. Even though I got a good deal, why do I feel like I lost out? I walked along, scratching my head and muttering to myself while holding the black stone. However, looking at the black stone in my hand, this slight negativity was quickly swept away by joy. Beginner Dark Elemental Crystal. This was exactly the beginner Dark Elemental Crystal I was looking for, and I didn't expect to obtain it so smoothly. Now, it's time to evolve, I said, holding the magic crystal and heading to a beast-taming cultivation facility in the city center. I paid to rent a fire element cultivation room, which had a magma pool specifically designed to change the environment for fire element beast tamers, exactly what I needed. It was quite expensive here, costing 4,000 yuan for a full day. Hourly rates were a bit cheaper, at 200 yuan per hour. I didn't know how long I'd need it, but I figured I'd save where I could, so I rented it by the hour first and would settle up later. I walked into the cultivation room, immediately hit by a wave of heat. Flames burned everywhere, and the indoor temperature was at least 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. The air I breathed was stuffy, like being in a sauna. In the center was a 1-meter square magma pool, filled with continuously churning red magma. Around it were torches, used to increase the fire element within the room. Staying here for too long would probably cause heatstroke. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and immediately summoned the blood mosquito. The inconspicuous blood mosquito hovered in my hand, much more active than before. I guessed it was due to the rich fire element environment, as fire element beast tamers are very content in such surroundings. Little guy, I'm about to throw you into the magma pool. Whether you can successfully evolve now depends on you, I said, looking seriously at the blood mosquito in my hand. The blood mosquito seemed to understand my meaning and immediately lay still in my hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But soon, the blood mosquito flew up again, circled me once, and then actively flew above the magma pool, as if it was already prepared. I hadn't expected the blood mosquito to be so proactive. I thought I'd have to force it in. Although the blood mosquito was very weak, it also had a desire to become stronger. I could understand its thoughts. This was its only chance to change itself, and even if there was danger, it was willing to try. Good. As expected of my beast, what courage! I immediately said with a smile. A beast's personality determines its future achievements. If the blood mosquito had hesitated, its future growth would definitely be limited. But now, the blood mosquito possessed a courage that feared no death, indicating its strong inner spirit and limitless potential for the future. Don't worry, your master wouldn't dare put you in if I couldn't absolutely guarantee your safety. Following me will only make you stronger. Even if you're just an insignificant mosquito, I'll turn you into the king of insects, I said confidently to the blood mosquito. Then I took out the dark magic crystal and threw it directly into the magma pool. After the dark magic crystal entered the magma pool, the magma inside instantly changed. A touch of black was added to the red magma, and the violently churning magma quickly calmed down, as if gradually cooling. All right, go in, I said to the blood mosquito upon seeing this. Hearing my command, the blood mosquito immediately plunged in without hesitation. Its tiny body entered the magma without even a sound, simply because it was so small. A touch of concern appeared on my calm face. Although I trusted my eye of evolution, this was my first time using it, and if anything went wrong, I would be completely finished. The death of the first beast would cause irreparable trauma to a beast master, perhaps even making them ineligible for the beast master profession for life. I watched the blood mosquito enter the lava pool and received no feedback indicating injury to my beast, which made me somewhat relieved. I sat on a nearby chair, staring intently at the lava pool. Although the temperature here was unbearable, I persisted in staying. I wanted to evolve with my blood mosquito. As time passed, my face was covered in sweat, the chair beneath me was soaked, and I felt as if I had been doused with water. Bang! A soft sound came from the lava pool, followed by a powerful aura emanating from within. My eyes immediately lit up, understanding that the blood mosquito was about to evolve. Oh, whoa! Outside the breeding room, around my room, other beasts suddenly became agitated. They tucked their tails between their legs, whimpering with lowered heads, as if they had seen something terrifying. What's going on? What's wrong with all these beasts? The staff of the beast breeding institution looked puzzled, finding these beasts somewhat inexplicable. Who knows? Quickly send these beasts to Dr. Lee's. We don't want anything to happen, otherwise, it will be hard to explain to their owners. The staff didn't understand either, but they immediately sent these beasts to the vet for examination. After these beasts were sent away, the area suddenly quieted down. They didn't notice that, in this area, all the surrounding breeding rooms were empty, except for mine. I walked out of the beast breeding institution with a pained expression. 4 hours, costing me 1,000 yuan, completely emptied my savings. Now my pockets were cleaner than my face. Sigh. A penny can stump a hero. Being a beastmaster really burns money. This is just the beginning, and it's already thousands of yuan at every turn. How am I going to manage later? My family wasn't wealthy, we were just lower middle class. We didn't worry about food and drink, but I couldn't keep spending like this. The next day, I arrived at school, Xiaocheng No. 1 middle school. Upon closer observation, one could see that every student arriving at school had a look of apprehension on their face. Because today was the most important day for third-year high school students. The grand exam. Similar to the college entrance exam in my previous life, the difference was that the grand exam was a selection for beastmasters. Only students with a beast could participate, but contracting a beast wasn't that easy. Ordinary cats and dogs naturally wouldn't do, they weren't called beasts, but merely pets. Beasts were divided into 4 categories: mortal beasts, exotic beasts, soul beasts, and phantom beasts. Among them, mortal beasts were the most common and ordinary. Compared to the other 3 categories, mortal beasts had very limited growth potential. Reaching their mature form was already a huge blessing. Exotic beasts were stronger than mortal beasts, with the hope of reaching their ultimate form. What's even more powerful are soul beasts and illusion beasts. These two have already transcended the category of ordinary imperial beasts, with extremely high growth potential. Legend has it that there have been instances of soul beasts reaching divine beast forms, making their future prospects limitless. And the content of the grand examination is related to these. It's roughly divided into 2 types of tests. One is the imperial beast test, which assesses the type of imperial beast to see its future potential. The minimum standard, of course, is a common beast. The second type tests the imperial beast master, assessing their spiritual power to see their talent and how great their future achievements might be. As long as both these tests are passed, one can successfully become an imperial beast master and enter an imperial beast academy. Those who don't pass the grand examination can only honestly attend a regular university, and after graduation, find a stable ordinary job, having no further connection with imperial beast masters. Therefore, this is the only chance for all senior high school students. Once missed, there will be no possibility of becoming an imperial beast master again. There's no such thing as retaking the exam here. Imperial beast masters cannot retake it. If you fail, and there's no second chance. Yo! Isn't this Chen Ji? As I was walking on the road, a snarky voice suddenly came from behind me. I turned my head and saw a pale-faced, sweat-drenched young man approaching with a small dog whose body was ablaze with flames. Memories of this person immediately flashed through my mind. This person is Su Chen, a rich second-generation kid, my classmate, and we don't get along well. He often bothers me. If the school hadn't strictly forbidden fighting, threatening expulsion, we probably would have come to blows long ago. After understanding my relationship with this person, a smile immediately curled at the corner of my mouth. Is young Master Su walking his dog? The fire's so strong, be careful not to burn its bird. It's not big to begin with. If it gets burned, you won't even be able to use it, I said with a light chuckle. As soon as these words came out, Su Chen's face immediately turned even paler. He was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because Su Chen had a nickname at school, 3 seconds. As for the origin of this nickname, it was an even bigger thorn in his side. As a rich and handsome second-generation heir, Su Chen naturally had no shortage of women. In his first year of high school, he hooked up with the school queen, an enviable combination of handsome boy and beautiful girl. That is, until 2 years later, when the school queen was exposed for dating 3 men, and Su Chen was just one of them. This infuriated Su Chen, leading to a huge scene. Finally, the school queen, unable to bear it anymore, publicly revealed that Su Chen couldn't satisfy her, which was why she sought other men. She said Su Chen was always 3 seconds, finishing before he even took off his pants. That's how Su Chen got his nickname 3 seconds. You damned bastard, don't get ahead of yourself. It's the grand examination today, and without an imperial beast, let's see what you'll do. Su Chen pointed at me furiously and said, You don't need to worry about me. I'm aiming for Longting Academy, unlike you, who just contracts any stray cat or dog. I said with a sneer. What? Longting Academy? Su Chen was momentarily stunned after hearing my words clearly. Ha 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 ha. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. You? Dragon Ascent Academy? You're killing me, that's the funniest joke I've heard all year, funnier than any Spring Festival gala sketch, haha. Su Chen dramatically clutched his stomach, laughing at me incessantly. Hey, everyone, come look. Chen Ji here says he's going to apply to Dragon Ascent Academy. Don't laugh, he's serious. Su Chen, finally seizing an opportunity to mock me, eagerly pulled over passing classmates to publicize the boast I'd made. The students, who were originally tense around us, immediately shook their heads in ridicule when they heard Su Chen's words. Dragon Ascent Academy, that's one of the 4 great Beastmaster Academies, a top-tier institution for Beastmasters. Its students are 1 in a million geniuses, and they speak so nicely. Anyway, it's not somewhere ordinary people can get into. If even one person from a city manages to get in, it's a huge deal. He's still talking about applying to Dragon Ascent Academy. Who does he think he is? Sun Linger? What a joke! The surrounding classmates couldn't help but mock my arrogance. And Sun Linger, whom they mentioned, was the rising genius girl from Chaochang-no. One high school, the most promising candidate to enter one of the 4 great academies this year. My name is Chen Ji, and I know all these people. They said that let alone getting into Dragon Ascent Academy, they'd laugh their heads off if I even got into Muchuan Academy. They also said I hadn't even contracted a beast yet, so what would I use to apply? One person, who knew a bit about me, immediately scoffed disdainfully, exposing all my secrets. After all, there had been no news of me contracting a beast before, and even if I had successfully contracted one in the past 2 days, it wouldn't be a powerful beast, at most an ordinary one. And I wasn't any genius. My last spiritual power test was average at best, very ordinary, with nothing outstanding. How could I have made such significant progress in just a few days? I looked at the faces of these people around me, but my heart remained calm. You don't believe me? I asked Su Chen indifferently. Su Chen laughed for a while before finally composing himself. Only a fool would believe you. It'd be good enough if you could get into any university, let alone Dragon Ascent Academy. You'd struggle to even get into sweet potato farming, Su Chen said with a sneer. What if I do get in, then what? I asked Su Chen earnestly. Su Chen frowned, then his eyes lit up. He saw I wasn't joking and immediately realized this was an opportunity to humiliate me. With the big exam approaching, and having been at odds with me for so long, if he missed today, there wouldn't be many more chances to humiliate me once we went our separate ways. If you can get in, I'll kneel down and call you Grandpa. And what if you don't get in? Su Chen retorted with a sneer. I'll kneel down and call you Grandpa, I replied. Triggered quest, make a name for yourself, overwhelm the crowd with absolute strength and get into Dragon Ascent Academy reward, Dark Attribute Skill Stone Spiritual Power plus 100. The sudden voice startled me slightly, then I realized it was the prompt from the Eye of Evolution. There are still quests? I asked, full of curiosity. I thought the Eye of Evolution only allowed me to see information others couldn't. I never expected it could issue quests. Everyone heard that, right? We have a bet. If he can't get into Dragon's Ascent Academy, he'll publicly kneel down and call me Grandpa. Su Chen wasn't about to miss this chance to humiliate me. Seeing this, he immediately shouted loudly, as if wanting to spread the news throughout the entire school. And the effect of doing so was excellent. The news of their bet quickly spread. If not everyone knew, at least 80% of the examinees were aware of it. All examinees please gather on the playground, all examinees please gather on the playground. The school's broadcast suddenly announced, instructing examinees to proceed to the playground. At this time, the playground had been cordoned off, leaving only one entrance and exit. It had been set up as a testing site, with many security personnel on guard. Only students with their admission tickets were allowed to enter. After hearing the broadcast, everyone then proceeded to the playground in an orderly fashion. After half an hour, all the students had gathered in the center of the playground. Those who hear their names called below, please come up for the test in sequence. The director of studies stood on the stage, speaking softly, but his voice clearly reached every student's ears. The director of studies was also a beast tamer, and his strength was considerable, allowing him to use spiritual energy to project his voice to everyone. Zhang San. The director of studies then glanced at the list and slowly spoke. Upon hearing his name, Zhang San immediately walked out of the crowd and stepped onto the testing platform. First, summon your spirit beast, the testing teacher said to Zhang San. Zhang San immediately extended his right hand, using spiritual energy to summon his spirit beast from its spirit beast space. A green toad appeared in Zhang San's hand, resembling a bullfrog. The teacher took out a device similar to a barcode scanner used in supermarkets and scanned the toad. Immediately, the toad's information was displayed on the screen above. Green water frog, common beast, qualified. The teacher publicly announced Zhang San's spirit beast information. In this world, countless strange creatures exist. Over hundreds of years, while not all creature information has been catalogued, at least 80% of creatures can be queried. Therefore, spirit beast testing is very simple. A quick scan with an instrument reveals all the spirit beast's information. Next is the spiritual energy test. Zhang San then went to another teacher. This was the place for spirit beast tamers to test their spiritual energy. There was also an instrument here, but it was much larger than the one used to test spirit beasts. It resembled a giant old-fashioned mobile phone, standing 2 meters tall. The upper half was a screen, the lower half was empty, and there was a spherical orb below the screen. Place your hand on the orb and release your spiritual energy with all your might, the teacher said calmly to Zhang San, instructing him on how to operate it. With a nervous heart, Zhang San placed his hand on the orb, then desperately released the spiritual energy within his body, injecting it into the orb through his right hand. After infusing spiritual energy, the spirit energy tester's screen immediately lit up. Numbers began to appear, starting from 0 and gradually increasing. It quickly surpassed 100 points and continued to rise. Zhang San stared at the screen, sweating profusely, until the number reached 333 points. No matter how much spiritual energy he injected, the number stopped growing, firmly fixed at that position. Alright, Zhang San, 333 points of spiritual energy. The teacher saw this and immediately signaled Zhang San to stop, knowing he had reached his limit and further persistence wouldn't change the result. Zhang San looked disappointed. Although 333 points qualified him, the score wasn't particularly good. This score would at best get him into the most ordinary beast taming academy. Next, Su Dong. While Zhang San was testing, the other side wasn't idle. One after another, students went up to test. Watching from below, I understood the testing method. Though it seemed rough, it was simple and direct. Testing for tamed beasts first was to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Without a tamed beast, even the spiritual energy test was skipped, and disqualification meant immediate elimination. The true score required a combination of both. I also noticed several unfamiliar teachers sitting behind the testing platform, definitely not from Xiaochang No. 1 middle school. I guess these people might be representatives from beast taming academies, scouting for talent. More precisely, they were here to snatch talent. Geniuses are sought after everywhere. I glanced at a girl with a ponytail in front. This girl was Sun Linger, the genius of Xiaochang No. 1 middle school. These people might have come specifically for her. Next, Sun Linger. Soon, Sun Linger's name was called. This instantly energized everyone, and gazes converged on Sun Linger. Even those sitting behind the testing platform were no exception.
Sun Linger slowly walked onto the stage, approaching the teacher with a calm expression. Please summon.
The teacher hadn't finished speaking when Sun Linger simply waved her hand, and a massive bird appeared above her head. The teacher's mouth instantly dropped open as he looked up in surprise. He had been in charge of testing for so many years, seen all sorts of tamed beasts, and even spirit beasts were not uncommon, but this was the first time he'd seen a tamed beast with such a large physique in its juvenile form. This bird, including its tail, was nearly 10 meters long. Even without the tail, it was 30 meters in size, a living behemoth. The teacher picked up an instrument and scanned the large bird. Seeing the information on the screen, his mouth opened even wider. Sky-rending bird, spirit beast, qualified. The teacher slowly announced the information of Sun Linger's tamed beast. The scene immediately erupted in an uproar. A sky-splitting bird. I can't believe it's a sky-splitting bird. That's an extremely rare existence even among soul beasts, a dual-attribute beast with both lightning and physical properties, so powerful. All the students present were hopeful to become beast tamers, so they naturally had some understanding of soul beasts, let alone such a rare and famous one. It could only be Sun Linger. For anyone else, those with ability lack money, and those with money lack ability. Only a genius like Sun Linger, who was both rich and talented, could contract such a rare beast on her first try. I'm so envious. Sigh. Why isn't my dad named Sun? Then I could at least hope for a dragon husband. The students below the stage looked enviously at Sun Linger on stage. Sun Linger, however, showed no change in expression. After the test was completed, she put away her beast, showing no intention to flaunt it. Soon, she came to the spiritual power tester. Without needing a reminder from the teacher, Sun Linger directly placed her hand on the instrument and began to slowly release her spiritual power. The numbers on the screen also began to change, skyrocketing. Compared to Zhang San earlier, if we were to use vehicle speed as an analogy, if Zhang San was going 60 miles per second, then it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Sun Linger's speed was 300 miles per second. Almost instantly, Sun Linger's spiritual power broke into triple digits. While others' changes were observed by the last two digits, Sun Linger's soaring speed was determined by the first digit, directly calculated in hundreds. Soon, it broke 500. 6, 7, 8. When the number reached 9, the few individuals behind the testing stand could no longer sit still and all stood up. 900 and still not stopping, it's almost a record, muttered the representative from Longting Academy. My name is Chen Ji. The current global limit for initial spiritual power is 1,000 points, and no one has ever broken through it. Yet now, Sun Linger's spiritual power is almost 900, and it's still growing, showing no signs of stopping. I calmly watched the numbers on the screen, my own expression completely unfazed. It wasn't until the number reached 999 points that it suddenly slowed down. The representative from Dragon Ascent Academy breathed a sigh of relief when the number stopped. Although he was a bit disappointed not to witness a new world record, Sun Linger was indeed a genius among geniuses, and this didn't stop him from extending an invitation to her. Just as everyone was about to relax, Sun Linger on stage frowned, and the number on the screen flickered again. Holy shit! 1,000. This sudden change made the students below gasp in astonishment. The representatives from the 4 major academies also cursed inwardly. They had all rushed here specifically to see how talented Sun Linger was, and if she was worth inviting. Now it seemed there was no need for evaluation, they should have just offered her direct admission. Now they'd have to compete with other academies for her. Sun Linger looked at the number in front of her and finally nodded in satisfaction. Teacher, I'm done. Seeing that the test teacher hadn't reacted for a long time, Sun Linger had to remind him. But at this moment, the test teacher was stunned. In all his years, he had never seen anyone break 1,000 points in spiritual power, to be precise. He hadn't even seen anyone reach 900. After all, we were in a small city, it wasn't easy to produce geniuses here. Oh, Sun Linger, 1,000 spiritual points. The teacher snapped back to reality and hastily announced the result. Sun Linger then turned and walked off the stage. I kept my gaze on Sun Linger's figure, genuinely admiring this genius girl. She could confidently get into Dragon Ascent Academy relying on her Eye of Evolution, whereas I needed my Eye of Evolution just to feel confident, but she was directly being fought over by the 4 major academies. This was no ordinary genius, she was absolutely a prodigy. Sunlinger also noticed my gaze. We exchanged a glance, and she quickly looked away, not paying me any mind. Although we were classmates, we didn't have much interaction, no communication in 3 years, and weren't even familiar with each other. Sunlinger looked at me today because of my bet with Su Chen, a bet she was aware of. Next up, Su Chen. As soon as Sunlinger came down, it was Su Chen's turn. Su Chen excitedly walked onto the stage, and as he passed me, he gave me a provocative look. "What are you looking at? Got crap in your eyes?" I wasn't about to tolerate him, so I casually retorted with a sarcastic remark. Anyway, he was going on stage now, so he wouldn't dare to argue, otherwise, if he missed the test, he'd be the one losing out. Sure enough, Su Chen's face turned pale with anger, but he didn't retort. He hurried past me and got onto the stage. "Summon your beast," the teacher instructed indifferently. Su Chen, with resentment, summoned his beast. Flamehound, mythical beasts, qualified. The test teacher glanced at the dog and announced. Woof, the fiery hound suddenly barked furiously at the teacher, simply because it sensed its owner's emotions. Su Chen's feelings had affected it, making it quite irritable at that moment. The testing teacher frowned. Fiery hound's emotions are unstable. Beast control ability, weak. He then added this comment to the score sheet. Although seemingly insignificant, this comment would greatly impact the overall score later, potentially lowering Su Chen's grade by several tens of points. Su Chen's expression immediately changed. He knew what this meant. "Teacher, it's not like that, please let me explain." It's because Su Chen tried hard to explain. Next, Su Jian. However, the teacher didn't care at all and directly announced the next person. Su Chen looked resentfully and indignantly at me from the audience. I shrugged indifferently. Humph. Su Chen snorted and had no choice but to continue walking towards the spiritual power tester. Su Chen, 580 spiritual power points. Su Chen walked down from the stage with a proud expression. 580 points might not seem like much, but it was actually quite respectable. After all, not everyone was as powerful as Sunlinger. Overall, Su Chen's performance was considered above average. Although he wouldn't get into the 4 major academies, there was still a chance for him to get into a top-tier beast taming academy, provided his score wasn't deducted. 580 points, what about you? Can you even reach 500 points? Su Chen was in a great mood. He came down to the audience and asked me with a mocking expression. I glanced at him indifferently, remaining silent. The louder he boasted now, the more painful it would be when he got slapped in the face later. Next, Chen Ji. Just as I was thinking, it was my turn to go on stage. Su Chen saw that I was about to go on stage for testing and, remembering how I had affected him earlier, wanted to return the favor. Useless, don't forget to call me Grandpa if you lose. Su Chen said to me with a sneer. 3 seconds. I didn't say much, just those 2 simple words. This immediately made Su Chen's face turn pale, looking as if his mother had just died. I walked onto the stage, and without waiting for the teacher to speak, I extended my hand. Summon your beast. The teacher glanced at my palm indifferently, reminding me. I didn't react, still holding out my hand. I told you to summon your beast. The teacher, seeing my lack of reaction, thought I hadn't heard and repeated himself. I've already summoned it, I said helplessly. Huh? Now it was the testing teacher's turn to be confused. He looked up at the ceiling, thinking I had summoned a flying beast that was soaring in the sky. However, the sky above was filled with white clouds, and the clear blue sky was unobstructed. There was no sign of any beast. Are you playing tricks on me? The testing teacher said, looking into my eyes with a dark expression. If I couldn't give him a good explanation, he would definitely give me a disrespectful evaluation on the score sheet. Teacher, it's in my palm, please look closely. I had no choice but to explain.
The blood mosquito was simply too small. It was indeed difficult for ordinary people to notice. Ah? The teacher looked puzzled and carefully peered into my palm. Sure enough, he saw a red dot in the center of my palm. The red dot buzzed up, and only then did the testing teacher see clearly. A mosquito? The testing teacher never imagined that someone would actually contract a mosquito. Student, an ordinary mosquito cannot be considered a beast companion, the teacher had to remind me. Just test it, I said to the teacher, too lazy to explain and feeling helpless. The teacher stopped talking nonsense, picked up the tester, and scanned it over the blood mosquito. The information immediately popped up. Seeing the information appear, the teacher was surprised. This proved that the mosquito in my hand was indeed a beast companion. When he saw the information displayed on the instrument, his eyes widened instantly. This. Impossible. He suddenly couldn't believe his eyes. Ah, Shinji, that guy, using a mosquito as a beast companion, you're killing me. Contracting a dog would be stronger than a mosquito, ha ha ha. The teacher's voice just now was naturally overheard by Su Chen, who was specifically paying attention to me. When he heard that my beast companion was a mosquito, he immediately burst into loud laughter. A mosquito? A mosquito can be a beast companion? Never heard of it. This Shinji is really slacking off. Is he planning to give up on being a beast tamer? Sigh. Isn't this a good thing? One less competitor means one more chance for us, and we get to watch an exciting show, don't you think? Some mocked me, while others were just watching the show. In any case, no one was optimistic about me. A mosquito as a beast companion, there's no historical precedent for this. Even those rare, exotic beast-level mosquitoes have little destructive power and are practically useless as beast companions. While everyone was mocking me, only the testing teacher had a look of astonishment. Teacher, announce it, I said, having to prompt him after he stood there stunned for a long time. Oh, the teacher snapped back to reality. His previous disdain for me vanished instantly, replaced only by surprise and confusion. Explosive blood mosquito, soul beast, qualified, the teacher said slowly. As soon as his voice fell, the scene instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop, terrifyingly silent. Wah! What the hell? Mosquito? Soul beast? Someone suspected they misheard and asked uncertainly. What is an explosive blood mosquito? Let alone others, even the well-informed student representatives were a bit bewildered. They had never heard of such a beast companion. But since it was displayed on the instrument, it proved that this beast companion truly existed and was recorded in the database. It was real. I seem to have heard that this is a creature that survives in extremely hot and dark environments, where the living conditions are extremely harsh. Let alone contracting it as a beast companion, even seeing one is incredibly difficult. The female teacher from Fengxiang Academy frowned slightly, recalling a book she had read that seemed to have recorded this creature. Then where did this kid get it from? Does his family have a master? The representative from Longting Academy looked at me, full of questions. He had never heard of any descendant of a prominent figure here, let alone another genius besides Sun Linger. However, while they harbored doubts, I was remembered by them. Besides Sun Linger, I was also listed as a key person of interest, and as long as my spiritual power met the standard, I would also have the chance to be invited by them. Soul beast? Impossible. This kid can't possibly have that much money to buy a soul beast. Only Su Chen reacted dramatically. After all, he and I had a bet. If he lost, he would have to kneel down publicly and call me grandpa, and he couldn't afford to lose. Teacher, I report. He can't possibly afford a soul beast. His family can't even afford an exotic beast. He must have cheated. Su Chen quickly raised his hand and shouted loudly. This made the dean of students, who was in charge of the test, frown, but remembering that Su Chen's family had sponsored a lot of resources for the school, he temporarily held back. Quiet. A sharp shout immediately silenced Su Chen. He realized that the person in charge of the grand exam was the dean of students, whom they called the black-faced king of hell, and he dared not speak again immediately. Teacher Lee, is there a problem with the instrument? The dean of students still asked the testing teacher.
If there really was an issue, there was still time to replace the instrument.
No.
The testing teacher immediately shook his head. He was well aware of whether the instrument had problems. My information was correct.
That's good, continue the test.
The dean of students nodded, then gestured for the test to continue, and then gave Su Chen a warning glare, making him swallow the words he was about to say. He dared not go against the black-faced king of hell with anyone, as he was the shadow over all their students.
I continued the test, approaching the spiritual power testing device. Put your hand on it, the teacher kindly reminded me. I nodded and placed my hand on the orb.
Although I hadn't used it before, after watching for so long, I pretty much understood how. Without the teacher's reminder, I directly released my spiritual power. The numbers on the testing device began to skyrocket rapidly, relatively speaking, a little slower than Sunlinger, but only a little. This scene immediately made everyone restless, and the representatives from the academies behind them stood up again.
It wasn't a wasted trip today, is another genius emerging? The representative from Dragon Ascent Academy was filled with pleasant surprise.
Just by the speed of the surge, he could determine that my spiritual power value was definitely no less than 900 points. Although it was still a bit short compared to Sunlinger, I was definitely considered a genius, a target of contention anywhere, only this time my brilliance was overshadowed by Sunlinger. Sunlinger, who was below the stage, also raised an eyebrow at this, looking at me on stage with some surprise. Everyone was surprised, except for one person, whose face was stiff and expression blank: Su Chen.
Su Chen had never imagined that I was hiding so deeply.
The numbers on the screen kept soaring. The reason my spiritual power was so high was entirely due to the previous evolution of the blood mosquito. Because the beast and the beastmaster are inherently bound, one of the beastmaster's tasks, besides advancing their beast, is to cultivate and evolve their beast. And when a beast evolves, it will feed back a portion of its spiritual power to the beastmaster, making them mutually beneficial. If a beastmaster evolves a beast from a common beast all the way to a phantom beast, the spiritual power fed back to them would be enough to advance several levels. The blood mosquito evolving from a common beast to a soul beast, directly skipping 2 ranks, means I don't know how much spiritual power was fed back to me, but I know it's several times more than what I previously possessed. This is also the source of my confidence. Otherwise, even if the exploding blood mosquito reached soul beast level, if my spiritual power wasn't enough, I wouldn't be able to enter Dragon's Ascent Academy. Now, everything has become simple. I watched the screen intently, constantly paying attention to the numbers. I was afraid that it would be too shocking and make me a universally acclaimed genius, which would make it hard to be a sneaky schemer later on. In just a few breaths, the hundreds digit reached 8. Seeing it was about to turn into 9, I quickly stopped outputting spiritual power, and the numbers on the screen instantly froze.
999.
2 large 9s appeared before everyone's eyes. This scene seems familiar, a voice came from the crowd. Everyone immediately remembered Sunlinger's earlier situation, where she also stopped at 999 before jumping to 1000. This time, everyone had experience and didn't rush to react, but quietly waited for a miracle to happen. But this time they were disappointed. No miracle occurred. 999 remained 999, with no change.
It stopped? Even the representative from Dragon's Ascent Academy was a little disbelieving, and even a bit disappointed. I was still a bit overconfident.
I'm disappointed with 999 spiritual power.
The Dragon's Ascent Academy representative suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. He was disappointed with 999 spiritual power. How were others supposed to live?
It was truly because Sunlinger had raised everyone's expectations too high earlier, and now, being just a little short, it indeed left people feeling empty.
Qinji, spiritual power 999.
The test instructor, seeing that I had already withdrawn my hand, immediately announced the test result without hesitation. Only Sunlinger furrowed her brows slightly. Having also reached this number, she understood how difficult it was. After she reached 999, she exerted all her strength to add just one more point, breaking the 1000 mark. While I didn't break through, my expression was unusually relaxed, and I even voluntarily let go of my hand,
which was clearly not normal. "Something's wrong," Sun Linger murmured, staring at me. She believed I had held back and hadn't used my full strength. The truth was indeed as she thought. I hadn't used my full strength, and still had spiritual power remaining, about 20% of it. "I feel like I'm giving it my all." While I might not actually reach 1,200 points, hitting over 1,000 is very likely. Because I suspect that after breaking 1,000, the calculation method for spirit power might double. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so difficult for Sun Linger to break 1,000 before. After I stepped down from the stage, I saw Su Chen's face turn ashen, his head bowed, staring at the floor. I immediately smiled faintly. "Young Master Su, when are you going to honor our bet?" Su Chen's heart trembled when he heard my voice. He looked up at me with a strange expression, a mix of crying and laughing. "You haven't even been admitted to Dragon's Ascent Academy yet." "I haven't lost, so what bet are you talking about?" Su Chen was still being stubborn. Anyone could tell that with my current scores, the 4 major academies would definitely be fighting over me, but Su Chen was playing dumb and stalling for time. "You're right," I said with a slight smile, not continuing to argue with Su Chen. After all, there would be a result soon enough. I returned to my spot and stood still, quietly waiting for the tests to end. After a whole morning of testing, all the senior students from No. 1 middle school finally completed their tests, and their scores were being graded simultaneously. Soon, the scorecards were released. The dean of students held the freshly printed scorecards and scanned them with an indifferent gaze. "The scores are out and will be sent to your phones shortly. We won't announce everyone else's scores, only the top few outstanding students will be announced," the dean of students said calmly. It would take too much time if he announced each score individually, but there were so many academy representatives waiting behind him, so he couldn't let them come for nothing. Therefore, he directly announced the top few talented students so that the academy representatives would have a general idea. First place, Sun Linger, with a comprehensive score of 780 points. First place, as expected, went to Sun Linger. A heaven-defying high score of 780 points. There might not be many geniuses in all of China who could achieve this score. The comprehensive score is obtained by adding the results of 2 types of tests. The Beast Taming test has a perfect score of 300, and the Spirit Power test has a perfect score of 500, making the comprehensive perfect score 800. Sun Linger, as expected, got a perfect score in the Spirit Power test. The only deduction was in the Beast Taming test. The Beast Taming test is graded based on the type and grade of the summoned beast. To get a perfect score, the first summoned beast would need to be of the illusion beast level, but this is almost impossible. Soul beasts are already the limit. Sun Linger's summoned beast is also a top-tier existence among soul beasts, so she scored a high 280 points. Second place, Chenji, with a comprehensive score of 774.5 points. My score was also heaven-defying, only 5.5 points less than Sun Linger's. I felt that my points might have been deducted for my summoned beast. In the eyes of the grading teachers, the explosive blood mosquito might have been considered inferior to the rift-tearing bird, so I was deducted an extra 5 points. As soon as their scores were announced, gasps of cold air immediately arose from the surroundings. Sun Linger, fine, but what's with Chen Ji? Why is he so strong? I've never heard that Chen Ji was a genius before. The surrounding classmates all looked enviously at Chen Ji's position. This old trickster, he actually endured for 3 years, playing dumb to catch a tiger, huh? He's truly a sly fox. Pretended to be useless for 3 years, just for today's grandstand? Is he sick? Poor Su Chen, he became the tiger that got caught, sigh. One of the classmates suddenly looked at Su Chen with a hint of sympathy. Only then did everyone remember the bet between Chen Ji and Su Chen. Student Sun Linger, student Chen Ji, please wait. After the director of studies announced the results and was about to dismiss the crowd, representatives from various major academies walked over and stopped Sun Linger and Chen Ji. I am the admissions representative for Longting Academy. Do you two have an interest in pursuing further studies at Longting Academy? The Longting Academy representative enthusiastically asked Chen Ji and the other. I am the admissions representative for Fengxiang Academy. If you two are willing to come to Fengxiang Academy,
we are willing to waive your tuition fees and offer generous scholarships to both of you," the sole female admissions representative said with a smile. She offered attractive terms. This caused the Longting Academy representative to cast a slightly displeased glance at her. Longting Academy can also waive tuition fees. As for scholarships, as long as you two perform well at the academy, the scholarships will not be meager. Longting Academy also had to make a promise, otherwise, they might genuinely lose the students to Fengxiang Academy. Our Baihu Academy is also willing to cover both of your tuition fees. The same goes for our Qilin Academy. The representatives from the other two academies also expressed their willingness to offer the same conditions. However, they did not engage in internal competition or offer even more favorable terms. Firstly, because they didn't have that authority, and secondly, because they didn't want to fall out. As the four major academies, if they were to fall out over snatching a single student, it would be impossible to communicate in the future. Of course, besides the four major academies, there were also admissions representatives from other academies present. We know we can't compare to the four major academies, but if you two are willing to come to our academy for school, besides being free, we are also willing to provide both of you with a cultivation fund of 100,000 yuan per month. This is unconditionally given and not counted as a scholarship. Would you two consider our Muchuan Academy? Muchuan Academy is a beast-taming academy located in Xiaocheng. It's not even considered a first-tier academy. One could say it's the lowest-tier beast-taming academy. However, the conditions they offered were very attractive. After all, this was their only capital to compete with the four major academies for students. "Sorry, I already have plans." Sun Linger nodded apologetically to the Muchuan Academy representative. Then, her gaze turned towards the Fengxiang Academy representative. "I want to go to Fengxiang Academy." Her goal was precisely Fengxiang Academy. Fengxiang Academy has unique insights in the cultivation of flying beasts, so Sun Linger had already decided to go to Fengxiang Academy from the start. She wasn't short on money, so the conditions offered by Muchuan Academy held no appeal for her. Seeing that Sun Linger intended to come to their academy, the Fengxiang Academy representative immediately broke into an excited smile. "Then, welcome, student Sun Linger. I will have the admission notice sent over immediately." Fengxiang Academy hastily prepared the admission letter, afraid that Sun Linger would be snatched away by someone else. Sun Linger being snatched by Fengxiang Academy left the representatives of other academies looking disappointed. After all, they all came for Sun Linger. But fortunately, there was an unexpected gain this time. Chen Ji hadn't made a statement yet. "Chen Ji, which academy are you planning to go to?" They looked curiously at Chen Ji, who was standing by. Chen Ji, at this moment, was scanning back and forth across the four major academies with a hesitant expression. His gaze landed on the representative of Muchuan Academy, his face filled with struggle. The Longting Academy representative's heart sank instantly at this sight. This kid isn't planning to go to Muchuan Academy, is he? That would be such a waste of his talent. Chen Ji, you must think it through carefully, don't ruin your own future, the Longting Academy representative said with a worried expression. Alas! Chen Ji, however, sighed deeply. My family is not well off, so 100,000 yuan is really important to me, Chen Ji said with a troubled look. These words made the Muchuan Academy representative's face light up with joy. Chen Ji, as long as you're willing to come, we will absolutely keep our word. A 100,000 yuan cultivation fund will be deposited on time every month. Muchuan Academy didn't consider Chen Ji's future at all, he just wanted to snatch a genius. This would enhance the reputation of their academy and make more people aware of Muchuan Academy's existence. Chen Ji looked at the Muchuan Academy representative with a conflicted expression, then at the Longting Academy representative, as if weighing his options between the two. The Longting Academy representative frowned slightly at this. Finally, he gritted his teeth, as if having made a decision. Chen Ji, if you are willing to come to Longting Academy, we will immediately transfer 100,000 yuan to you to help you solve your current difficulties. The Longting Academy representative didn't want to miss this opportunity even if it cost money, he wanted to snatch Chen Ji.
But he couldn't authorize giving Chen Ji 100,000 yuan every month. He could only personally take out 100,000 yuan for Chen Ji and then get reimbursed by the academy later. Deal. Chen Ji nodded without hesitation and shook the Longting Academy representative's hand. His straightforwardness momentarily stunned the Longting Academy representative. Looking at Chen Ji's smug expression, the Longting Academy representative instantly realized he had been tricked. "You sly dog, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" The Longting Academy representative looked at Chen Ji with a puzzled expression. Chen Ji chuckled, remaining silent. Sun Linger, who was standing by, couldn't watch any longer and spoke up to explain. He made a bet with someone that if he couldn't get into Longting Academy, he'd have to bow and call him grandpa. Sun Linger's words directly confirmed the Longting Academy representative's suspicions. "You little rascal, you're something else." The Longting Academy representative was so amused he started laughing. However, he wasn't angry. The fact that Chen Ji could trick him showed that Chen Ji was a talented individual. Far from being angry, he felt like he had found a treasure. "You're perfectly suited for our Longting Academy." The Longting Academy representative chuckled, as if he could already foresee Chen Ji's performance at Longting Academy. "It looks like the freshman competition this year will be quite a show. Your admission letter will be sent to you very soon. Keep an eye on your phone recently, and don't turn it off." Longting Academy left soon after achieving its goal. Seeing that the two prodigies had already been taken, the other academies no longer dwelled on it and shifted their focus to other well-performing students. The grand exam was now officially over. Those who didn't pass could only go home, prepare for regular exams, and in the future, attend an ordinary university and live an ordinary life. Chen Ji turned around and immediately spotted Su Chen, who was trying to slip away quietly. "Where is young Master Su heading in such a hurry?" Chen Ji immediately shouted loudly. Su Chen, who was about to sneak away, shivered and froze on the spot. Chen Ji stepped forward and put his arm around Su Chen's shoulder. He could feel Su Chen's body trembling. "I've been admitted to Longting Academy. Do you have anything to say now?" Chen Ji asked with a light laugh. "Chen Ji, no, brother Chen, we're classmates, 3 years of friendship, why don't we just let it go?" Su Chen said to Chen Ji with a fawning smile. He caved, not just because Chen Ji won the bet, but also because Chen Ji got into Longting Academy, with a future of unlimited potential. As expected, in the future, Chen Ji would be someone beyond his reach, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. If Chen Ji wanted to retaliate against him in the future, he could easily crush him with a mere flick of his hand. "Classmate, if I had lost, would you have said the same thing?" Chen Ji asked nonchalantly. "Yes. Of course, I would," Su Chen quickly declared. As for whether he would have let Chen Ji off the hook, only he himself knew. "Ha!" Chen Ji sneered. "A man of his word, you must honor your bet," Chen Ji said to Su Chen with an indifferent look. Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. Seeing that Chen Ji was serious, his face instantly darkened. But then he thought about all the people watching. If he reneged, he would completely lose face. However, if he knelt before Chen Ji, he would also lose face, perhaps even more shamefully. "Chen Ji, how about we change the bet? I'll give you money, okay?" Su Chen thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Ji with a pleading expression. "That depends on your sincerity." Chen Ji smiled immediately. This was the outcome he wanted. Making Su Chen kneel and kowtow was unrealistic, and pushing Su Chen too hard might make him renege, in which case he'd get nothing. The best outcome was to make Su Chen bleed financially. He didn't have to bring it up, Su Chen himself did. 200,000, I'll give you 200,000, just let me off the hook." Su Chen was indeed a rich second generation, immediately offering 200,000. But Chen Ji remained unmoved, merely looking at Su Chen indifferently, as if the 200,000 was nothing to him. This made Su Chen a little anxious, not knowing what Chen Ji meant. 300,000. How about 300,000? Su Chen gritted his teeth and continued to raise the price. Chen Ji's expression remained unchanged, as he calmly looked at Su Chen. 400,000. Su Chen's teeth were almost shattering as he raised the price to 400,000. 500,000. This is all I have. Please let me off, I'll never go against you again. Su Chen was on the verge of tears, pleading with Chen Ji. Scan the code.
Only then did Chen Ji take out his phone and utter these two simple words. In fact, Chen Ji had been tempted from the start.
200,000.
Longting Academy had only promised him 100,000, but Su Chen offered 200,000 right away.
How could he not be tempted?
But he knew this wasn't Su Chen's bottom line, so he remained silent, letting Su Chen make his own performance, which indeed yielded great returns.
Su Chen reluctantly transferred 500,000 to Chen Ji.
Their bet also ended there. Although Su Chen lost, he didn't lose all his dignity, and Chen Ji received the 500,000 bet, which was a good outcome for both of them. Back home, as soon as Chen Ji opened the door, he saw a pretty young girl sitting in his living room.
Chen Ji's heart instantly trembled.
For some reason, a feeling of fear rose from the bottom of his heart, as if this girl had brought him some terrifying experience before. Then, memories of his original self flooded his mind. All the memories about this girl came back to him. Chen Ji also understood why he was afraid of the girl in front of him.
Who you? Why are you in my house? Chen Ji asked, his eyes wide. Who you? Chen Ji's childhood sweetheart?
They often played together as children, and she frequently came to his house to find him. The reason Chen Ji was so afraid of her was because Hu Yu was a girl with immense strength. She had broken Chen Ji's arm when they were little, leaving an indelible trauma on Chen Ji's young heart. This left a shadow, and every time he saw Hu Yu, it reminded Chen Ji of that incident, making him genuinely afraid.
Chen Ji, you're back. How did you do on your exam?
As soon as Hu Yu saw Chen Ji return, she immediately stood up from the sofa and excitedly pounced on him.
Bang!
Chen Ji was caught off guard and instantly tackled by Hu Yu. His back hit the door directly with a muffled thud.
Ow!
The pain from his back made him cry out involuntarily.
Big sister, don't you know how much you weigh?
Chen Ji looked resentfully at Hu Yu, who was clinging to him like a koala bear. Hu Yu immediately pouted her red lips in displeasure.
You're talking nonsense. I'm not heavy at all.
Hu Yu was very displeased that Chen Ji called her heavy.
I only weigh 120 pounds, how is that heavy? Chen Ji looked down at Hu Yu. 120 pounds, 30 pounds of it must be hanging on her chest, right? All right, get down. Where's my mom?
Chen Ji reluctantly pulled Hu Yu off him.
Auntie went out.
She said we should go to the restaurant downstairs to eat. Hu Yu was as comfortable at Chen Ji's house as if it were her own, not reserved in the least. Chen Ji's mother had never treated Hu Yu as an outsider either.
All right.
He shook his head helplessly, then took Hu Yu downstairs for a meal.
They arrived at Li Ji home cooking downstairs. Boss, we'd like to order.
Then Hu Yu waved her small hand, calling the boss over for a menu.
Looking at the dish names on the menu, Hu Yu was full of doubts. I can understand snow-covered flaming mountain and azure dragon treading snow, but what is this minesweeper?
Upon hearing that name, Chen Ji's expression immediately stiffened.
I advise you not to order it. Chen Ji kindly warned Hu Yu. Why?
Hu Yu looked at Chen Ji with a puzzled expression, asking curiously. Chen Ji didn't know why, but his intuition told him that curiosity kills the cat.
For things you don't understand, either ask or don't touch them. I don't know either, but just don't order it. Let's get some home-style dishes, eat, and then go back. Chen Ji didn't want any trouble. No, I want to see what it is.
Hu Yu completely ignored Chen Ji's dissuasion.
Boss, one minesweeper, please.
Hu Yu added another order of minesweeper. The boss quickly served their dishes, and minesweeper turned out to be a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes.
Boss, why is shredded potatoes called minesweeper?
Hu Yu asked the restaurant owner, puzzled.
You'll know once you taste it. The boss chuckled honestly, without explaining, wiped his hands, and left.
Hu Yu, puzzled, picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes and put it into her mouth. The moment she took the first bite, she realized something was wrong.
Put.
Huyu immediately spat it out, splattering Chenji across the table. Chenji looked speechless, silently picking up a tissue to wipe the shredded potatoes from his face. This, shredded potatoes stir-fried with shredded ginger, which genius thought of this? Huyu said, looking at the plate of shredded potatoes with a horrified expression. Chenji, who had originally intended to try it, silently moved his chopsticks away after hearing Huyu's words. But that name, it really is damn fitting. Eating a meal is like playing Minesweeper. After eating, Huyu stayed at Chenji's place for a while before heading home. Only then did Chenji have time to check his tasks. Task, a resounding success, completed reward, 1 dark element skill stone, 100 spiritual power. Chenji could feel his spiritual power had increased significantly. Additionally, he gained a dark element skill stone. Chenji reached out, and a black stone with runes appeared in his hand. Looking at the ghost-like runes on the stone, Chenji immediately summoned the explosive blood mosquito. Soul Beast, explosive blood mosquito. Juvenile stage, tier 2. Attributes, fire, dark. Innate skill, immortal blood blast. Immortal blood blast, self-detonation produces explosive damage without causing any harm to oneself. This was the evolved blood mosquito, which now had an additional dark attribute and an innate skill. Although he hadn't tested it yet, he knew its power would definitely not be small. Looking at the skill stone in his hand, the dark attribute perfectly matched the blood mosquito's attributes. Little Red, this skill stone is for you. Chenji naturally intended to use the skill stone on the blood mosquito. After all, he only had one beast companion right now, so if not on it, then on whom? However, the skill stone was several times larger than Little Red, and he wasn't sure how to use it. Little Red seemed to understand Chenji's meaning and landed on the dark attribute skill stone. The runes on the skill stone immediately lit up, and then the skill stone transformed into black energy, which Little Red gradually absorbed. Soon, an egg-sized skill stone completely disappeared, fully absorbed by Little Red. And a new skill appeared in Little Red's information. Soul Beast, explosive blood mosquito. Juvenile stage, tier 2. Attributes, fire, dark. Innate skill, immortal blood blast. Immortal blood blast, self-detonation produces explosive damage without causing any harm to oneself. Skill, split. Split, consumes spiritual power to split oneself. The more spiritual power consumed, the more splits occur. Upon seeing this, Chenji's heart immediately stirred. Isn't this a doppelganger? Looking at Little Red's 2 skills, Chenji's eyes suddenly lit up, and he had a bold idea. Split, then self-detonate, isn't this like a mini-bomber? Chenji immediately grew excited at the thought. This was far more powerful than a simple self-detonation, with its power increased by at least several times. Imagine a swarm of dense mosquitoes recklessly charging into the enemy's formation and then exploding. How much damage would that cause? My precious son, I'm home. Just then, a woman's voice came from outside the door. It was Chenji's mother in this world, Chen Dongdong. Chenji came from a single-parent family. He didn't even know what his father looked like. He grew up with his mother and took her surname. Chenji opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. Son, how did you do on the exam? It's okay if you didn't do well, I've already found a school for you. Chen Dongdong's eyes curved into crescent moons as she saw her son, speaking with a gentle expression. Chen Dongdong didn't look like a woman nearing 40 at all. She was very well maintained, with skin so delicate it seemed a touch would break it. No one would doubt it if someone said she was Chenji's sister. I've been admitted to Longting Academy. The admission letter will arrive in a few days. Chenji said proudly. Ha! Chen Dongdong was stunned. Dragon Ascent Academy? He then walked up to Chenji and reached out to touch his forehead. No fever, did he get hit so hard he went stupid? Chen Dongdong muttered to himself, a worried expression on his face. Chenji's expression was a bit speechless when he heard his mother's words. Son, don't scare me. How could you get into Dragon Ascent Academy with that useless mosquito of yours? Chen Dongdong naturally didn't believe it. As a mother who spent every day with Chenji, she naturally knew what his first beast was. A seemingly unthreatening mosquito, a drop of blood could probably kill it. How could he have passed the grand examination? I really got in. My blood mosquito evolved on its own, it evolved into a soul beast. Chenji didn't hide anything from his mother and told her the truth, but he concealed the existence of the Eye of Evolution. This was his trump card, even his closest family couldn't easily be told. Then Chenji released Xiaohong. Look. Chenji let his mother examine it herself. A soul beast. Chen Dongdong was instantly astonished. But she quickly returned to her original state. As expected of my son, I knew my son could do it. Darling son, have you eaten? Mom will make you something delicious. Chen Dongdong quickly accepted the fact that her son had gotten into Dragon Ascent Academy. I've eaten, with who you? Chen Ji nodded. That's good, I've eaten too. Chen Dongdong nodded. She had just said it as a formality and didn't seem to have any intention of cooking for Chen Ji. I'm going to rest, I'm fine. Chen Ji said speechlessly. Then he turned and went back to his bedroom. Chen Dongdong watched Chen Ji enter the bedroom, and the smile on her face immediately vanished. He actually activated the Phoenix bloodline. Who did this? Chen Dongdong muttered to herself with a serious expression. Spontaneous evolution was not that easy without human intervention. The mortality rate was as high as 99%, not to mention an evolution that activated a hidden bloodline. Chen Dongdong guessed that her son must have met some wise master who guided him. However, this was indeed a good thing for Chenji, and Chen Dongdong didn't dwell on it too much. It seems I was overthinking things. Chen Dongdong shook her head self-deprecatingly. Then she took out her phone and dialed a number. You don't need to worry about the special enrollment anymore, my son got in on his own. Chen Dongdong said calmly to the person on the other end of the phone. What do you mean, how is that possible? My son is exceptionally gifted. Getting into Dragon Ascent Academy is just a piece of cake for him. Don't talk nonsense, I'm hanging up. Chen Dongdong said displeased, then decisively hung up the phone. Oh, my son has grown up, and I don't have to worry about him anymore. I can finally get a good night's sleep. Time flew by. Chen Ji received the admission letter from Longting Academy on the third day. And today was the day Chen Ji was to report to Longting Academy. Beast taming academies are not like regular universities, which have a summer vacation after exams. Beast tamers' time is exceptionally precious, so classes start soon after the major exams, leaving no holidays at all. After less than a week of rest, Chen Ji was heading to school. Longting Academy was not in Xiaocheng City but in another place. The outskirts of the city were ravaged by exotic beasts, making it extremely dangerous. To travel to other cities, one could only take the underground steel behemoth called the shuttle. Chen Ji arrived at the station, holding the ticket that came with his admission letter, and walked into a place resembling a subway station. At this time, many student-like individuals were waiting there. These were all admitted students, all heading to report to their respective schools. However, their destination might not be Longting Academy, it could be somewhere else, and they might disembark midway. They merely glanced at each other, not saying much, quietly waiting for the shuttle to arrive. Whoosh! Soon, a dull sound came from afar, growing louder and louder, and quickly, a rumbling sound, accompanied by a steel behemoth, appeared before them. A train completely encased in thick steel stopped in front of everyone. Chen Ji looked at the train before him and finally understood why it was called a steel behemoth. Leaving everything else aside, just the thick steel armor gave a strong sense of security visually. After the shuttle stopped, passengers on the platform boarded the carriages one after another. The interior of the shuttle was no different from an ordinary high-speed train, except there weren't many passengers. After all, it wasn't an era of peace and prosperity. No one would risk going out without a good reason. Attention, passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. The shuttle is about to depart. A friendly attendant came to remind newly boarded passengers to fasten their seatbelts. Chen Ji looked down and indeed found a seatbelt beneath him. It was similar to the lap belt on an airplane. Does a high-speed train also require seatbelts? Chenji looked puzzled, but still listened to the attendant and fastened his seatbelt, just in case. After everyone had fastened their seatbelts, the shuttle quickly started. Chenji's body immediately leaned back, resting against the seat, and a strong feeling of being pushed back instantly hit him. Chenji's eyes widened. Above the front aisle, the shuttle speedometer was displayed. It was astonishingly up to 600 kilometers per hour. Chenji looked terrified. What an astounding speed this was. No wonder it was called the shuttle. It truly was like a steel giant shuttling underground. The centrifugal force caused by the high speed quickly dissipated, and Chenji, along with everyone else, returned to normal. First time on the shuttle, right? You'll get used to it, a middle-aged man next to Chenji said with a smile, seeing Chenji's reaction and knowing it was his first time riding the shuttle. Had. Chenji awkwardly chuckled. Judging by your look, you must be a student, right? The middle-aged man sized up Chenji. So young, and taking the shuttle at this hour, it was easy to guess he was a student who had just been accepted into the Beast Taming Academy. MHM. Chenji nodded. Good for you. You are the future of this world, keep up the good work, the middle-aged man said, looking at Chenji with satisfaction. He was pleased that students like Chenji, these future beast tamers, were the only ones who could secure humanity's place in this world. Chenji didn't say much to him, the future wasn't something he thought about. He just wanted to live well, to live an exciting life, and hadn't considered much beyond that. Just as the two were chatting, the carriage suddenly jolted violently, followed by a loud bang. Boom! The hearts of the passengers present instantly leaped, wondering what had happened. The passengers immediately became restless. What's going on? Dear passengers, please remain calm. The shuttle has been struck by mythical beasts. Please rest assured, the shuttle has not sustained any damage and its operation is unaffected, the flight attendant hurriedly explained the cause of the tremor over the intercom. And mythical beasts? Aren't we canned food then? Some individual passengers were still very worried about their current situation. Chenji looked at the middle-aged man beside him and found him very calm, as if he wasn't at all worried that the shuttle would be damaged. You don't seem worried at all? Chenji asked, looking curiously at the middle-aged man. Worried about what? In recent years, I've taken the shuttle no less than 100 times, and it's been attacked by mythical beasts nearly 20 times. But not once has it posed a threat to the shuttle. Not even the steel outer shell can be breached. What's there to worry about? The middle-aged man's calmness stemmed from his experience. Having ridden the shuttle for years, he knew how strong its defenses were and that there was no need to worry about danger. Upon hearing the other party's explanation, Chenji instantly understood. He thought about it and realized that if the shuttle were so easily breached, it would have stopped operating long ago. It wouldn't have been running for such a long time. Moreover, in all these years, he had never heard of any accidents involving the shuttle. Chenji nodded. Indeed, after that loud bang, it became quiet outside the shuttle, and no further incidents occurred. Until the shuttle stopped. Sunset City has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please do so in an orderly fashion. The broadcast sounded. Chenji glanced at the ticket in his hand. His destination was indeed Sunset City. Uncle, hope to see you again. Chenji immediately waved goodbye to the middle-aged man. Getting off the shuttle, Chenji took out his admission letter, which contained the detailed address of Dragon Rising Academy. Dragon Rising Academy, 10 kilometers north of Sunset City? It's not even inside Sunset City? Chenji looked at the address with some confusion. This address was a bit abstract. 10 kilometers north. What if he went the wrong way, wouldn't he get lost? Chenji had no choice but to ask a local for directions. Outside the station, there was no shortage of people, and the best people to ask for directions were taxi drivers. Master, do you know where Dragon Rising Academy is? Chenji found a taxi, knocked on the window, and asked the driver. The driver glanced at Chenji indifferently. New student? The driver looked at Chenji suspiciously and asked. Yes, here to report. Chenji nodded. Get in.
The driver didn't waste words, directly motioning Chenji to get in. Chenji paused for a moment, seeing that the driver had an extraordinary demeanor and didn't look at all like a taxi driver struggling for a living. He guessed something and then opened the door and got into the taxi. "Master! Wait! Give me a ride!" Just as the driver was about to set off, a fat guy blocked the front of the taxi. "Master, please take me to Dragon Rise Academy, thank you," the fat guy said, panting. The driver didn't say much, seeing that the fat guy looked like a student. He didn't even bother to confirm. "Get in." He directly motioned the fat guy to get in. "Hello, classmate." After the fat guy got in, he saw someone else, and immediately shook Shinji's hand in a friendly manner. "Hold on tight." The driver instructed the two of them, then shifted gears and prepared to depart. Just as he stepped on the accelerator, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed in front of the car. The driver quickly slammed on the brakes. "Are you trying to die?" Dragon Rise Academy, new student. An ice beauty appeared in front of the taxi and said indifferently. The driver was quite helpless. "Didn't I check the almanac today? This is really annoying, can't you all come together?" The driver grumbled indignantly in his heart. "Get in, get in." Then he impatiently motioned for the girl to get in. The girl then opened the car door and squeezed in next to Chenji. However, as soon as she got in, the girl's gaze landed on Chenji, and then she stared at him with a frosty expression. Chenji was somewhat puzzled by her gaze. But the fat guy Fuggier was a bit excited. "Hello, classmate, my name is Fuggier, nice to meet you." Fuggier enthusiastically extended his hand to the girl. However, the girl did not shake Fuggier's hand, but only gave him a faint glance. "Su Miao." The girl coldly introduced her name. He then continued to watch Chenji with cold eyes. "Do we know each other?" Chenji asked Su Miao, quite puzzled. The way the other person looked at him, it was as if they were sworn enemies. There was even murderous intent in Su Miao's eyes. Su Miao didn't speak, but just turned her head away, no longer looking at Chenji. "We're all classmates, and it's fate that we're sitting in the same car today. Let's look out for each other in the future." Fuguier quickly broke the silence, saying excitedly. One was an ice-cold beauty, and the other was thinking about who Su Miao was. Neither of them paid any attention to Fuguier, which made him feel a bit awkward. However, Fuguier was a carefree person and didn't mind it. He chattered away like a garrulous person all the way, which actually brought the three of them closer. The taxi, meanwhile, drove continuously, leaving Sunset City's north gate and heading north, entering a forest. Eventually, even the road disappeared, and the taxi began to bump violently. "Driver, what kind of road is this? It's so bad." Fugui's face jiggled with waves from the bumps, and he asked the driver with a helpless expression. "What road? Where's the road?" The driver replied indifferently. "Good heavens, no road, just driving anyway?" But to be fair, the performance of this taxi was really good. It didn't have a single malfunction despite such severe bumps. After driving 10 kilometers north, the three finally saw buildings. A huge academy, with a bustling commercial street at its entrance, full of people coming and going. It was hard to imagine such a lively street in such a remote place. "We're here." The taxi driver then stopped at the entrance of the academy, signaling that the three could get out. At this point, the three were quite dizzy from the bumps. They got out of the car, almost falling onto the ground, their legs feeling weak. "How much?" When Shinji turned to pay, he suddenly found that the taxi had disappeared, having driven off at some unknown time. He's probably specifically for picking up new students. Su Miao looked back, guessing that the taxi driver was from Dragon Ascent Academy. The three walked together to Dragon Ascent Academy. After presenting their admission notices, they were allowed in. Upon arriving at the registration desk, each person received a dormitory key. "The freshman competition is tomorrow, go back and get some good rest." The teacher at the registration desk reminded the three. "See you another day, I'm going back to pack my luggage first." Fuguier waved goodbye to the other two.
They only parted ways when they reached the vicinity of the dormitories. However, the look in Su Miao's eyes when she left Chenji was not very friendly, which made Chenji very curious. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Chenji found that his room was in an excellent location, near the hallway, a room against the wall, with the stairs right next to it. Besides a dormitory opposite, there were no other dorms on either side, and the lighting was very good. Chenji was very satisfied with this dormitory. Unlike other schools, Dragon Ascent Academy's dormitories weren't as tight. They weren't like other schools where 4 or 5 people squeezed into one dorm. Dragon Ascent Academy provided single rooms. Chenji briefly tidied up his dormitory, then planned to go out to buy some daily necessities. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered a young man walking directly towards him. Chenji didn't pay attention, preparing to go downstairs, but the other person reached out to stop him. The other person was holding a key with 312 written on it. "Let's switch," the other person said to Chenji impolitely, as if giving him an order. Chenji frowned. "Who are you?" Chenji said impatiently. "Xia Wenbiao." The other party said indifferently, as if his name was incredibly famous, looking down at Chenji with disdain. "Are you out of your mind?" Chenji directly pushed away the other party's hand, preparing to leave. "Give me the dorm, and I'll guarantee you a spot in the top 10 tomorrow," Xia Wenbiao said calmly to Chenji. Chenji immediately stopped. "Top 10? And I need you to guarantee it?" Chenji was almost laughing from anger. How can there be all sorts of people like this? It hasn't even started yet, and someone's already showing off. But thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. After all, those who could get into Dragon Ascent Academy were geniuses among geniuses. It was normal for them to be arrogant and look down on others. "If you don't switch, tomorrow I'll make you regret it," Xia Wenbiao warned Chenji. "Oh, I'm so scared." Chenji immediately sneered, pretending to be scared as he patted his chest. "If you can get into the top 10, I'll write Wang backwards," Chenji said with a sneer. "Excellent." Chenji's arrogance made Xia Wenbiao sneer in anger. "Do you dare to tell me your name?" Xia Wenbiao didn't dare to act here, but in tomorrow's freshman competition, Xia Wenbiao sneered inwardly, he would definitely make this guy pay. What's there to be afraid of? A true man doesn't change his name or his surname. "Wang Fugue," Chenji said calmly, directly borrowing the fatty's name. "When out and about, your identity is what you make it." "Alright, Wang Fugue, I remember you. I hope you won't regret it tomorrow." Xia Wenbiao left with a harsh threat, remembering the name Wang Fugue. He had never been rejected in his life. Nonsense. Chenji didn't pay attention, turned around, and went out to buy daily necessities. Time flew by, and it was early morning the next day. Chenji was woken up by the alarm in the dorm. What the hell? Chenji looked up at the ceiling, utterly confused, only to see a speaker in the corner of the ceiling, continuously blaring an alarm. "All freshmen, proceed to the back mountain." Then a voice came from the speaker, instructing the freshmen to head to the academy's back mountain. Chenji reluctantly got up, checked the time, it was only 4 in the morning. 4 in the morning, these guys are really ruthless. They didn't even say we'd gather at 4. I wouldn't have stayed up late if I'd known. Chenji couldn't help but complain. Despite his tough talk, his body honestly got up and washed, then headed straight to the academy's back mountain without delay. By the time he arrived, quite a few people were already there. Among them, Fuguer and Su Miao had also arrived. "Chenji, over here." Fuguer eagerly waved to Chenji, signaling him to come over. The teacher checked the time and, seeing that everyone had arrived, finally spoke. "Today is the most important day since you arrived at Longting Academy, the freshman grand competition. This concerns your educational resources for the next few years. Let me remind you, no matter what methods you use, surviving to the end and achieving excellent results will be beneficial to you." The teacher briefly spoke a few words, mainly reminding them to take the freshman grand competition seriously, as it concerned their future prospects. Behind me is the exotic beast breeding ground, where countless exotic beasts are raised. Their strength is below the growth stage, ranging from 1st to 9th order. Your task is to survive inside until the competition ends. During the survival process, killing a juvenile 1st order exotic beast earns 1 point, a 2nd order 2 points, and so on. Defeating other contestants earns all of their points. Finally, classes will be assigned based on your total points ranking. The teacher explained the rules of the freshman grand competition to everyone. It sounded quite cruel. It was inevitable that they would turn on each other. Next, those whose names are called enter the breeding ground. First up, Chen Ji. The first person called was Chen Ji. Chen Ji paused for a moment, then immediately moved, rushing into the forest ahead. He had understood the rules clearly. Those who entered the breeding ground first had an advantage, whether for ambush or hiding, they held the upper hand. Now that Chen Ji had this advantage, he absolutely couldn't waste it. After entering the forest, Chen Ji quickly moved forward, deeper into the woods, to avoid being caught by those coming from behind. Chen Ji's motto was to develop discreetly and not stick his neck out. It was just the beginning, and fighting other contestants now would bring no benefits. Even if he won, there would be no points gained, just a waste of time. After penetrating deep into the breeding ground, Chen Ji found a place to hide. He planned to conserve his energy and wait a while before taking action. Killing exotic beasts for points was too slow. Even killing a 9th order exotic beast would only yield 9 points. His target was other contestants. As long as he defeated an opponent, all of their points would become his. However, Chen Ji didn't yet know how points were calculated. They didn't have any devices on them, so would they have to count themselves? Thinking of this, Chen Ji decided to try it himself. His gaze swept around, searching for prey. Soon, a wild boar with tusks appeared in his sight. Exotic beast, steel bristle boar. Juvenile stage, 2nd order. Attribute, physical. Skill, boar rush. Evolution path, silverhide boar. Hidden evolution path, golden mane boar. The opponent's information immediately appeared in Chen Ji's eyes, a juvenile 2nd order exotic beast. Physical attribute, defense seemed relatively high. However, Little Red should have no problem dealing with it. After all, Little Red is a soul beast, 1 level higher than a mythical beast's. Little Red, it's all up to you. Chen Ji immediately released Little Red. The tiny Little Red nodded in Chen Ji's hand, then flew towards the steel bristle boar. The steel bristle boar didn't notice anything unusual at all. The minuscule Little Red was like it was invisible, not easily attracting attention. Little Red flew above the steel bristle boar's neck and perched there. Then, it activated its innate skill, indestructible bloodburst. Boom! A loud bang echoed as a violent explosion suddenly occurred on the steel bristle boar's neck. The force of the explosion directly split the boar's neck in half, shattering half of its entire head into a bloody mess. The steel bristle boar was instantly killed by Little Red. And Little Red remained completely unharmed. With its phoenix bloodline, using indestructible bloodburst caused no harm to itself. Such power! Chen Ji hadn't expected the indestructible bloodburst to be so powerful. Alien beasts of the same tier had no resistance whatsoever in front of Little Red. And this was a physical attribute alien beast known for its defense, which shows how terrifying its power is. With this test, Chen Ji basically understood Little Red's power. He immediately turned and left, quickly departing the scene. The explosion just now must have attracted many people. If he didn't leave quickly, he would soon be discovered. Sure enough, not long after Chen Ji left, people arrived at the scene one after another. They only saw the steel bristle boar's corpse, but not the perpetrator. And as people arrived one after another, after encountering each other, they immediately became confrontational and then started fighting. Until finally, only one person was still standing. The others were either heavily injured and fell to the ground, or were killed by their opponents and then rescued by a sudden appearance of a teacher, resulting in elimination. Eventually, a drone suddenly flew over, displaying a number on it. This proved that the last person standing earned 7 points.
Having fought so many people and being heavily wounded, only to gain so few points in the end, made him feel it wasn't worth it. On the other side, Shenji also understood how points were calculated. Drones continuously circling overhead would broadcast the contestants' point status in real time. After learning the point calculation method, Shenji hid himself, waiting for an opportunity. Although he didn't want to encounter other contestants for now, accidents always happened. As Shenji was hiding in a patch of grass, a young man came up to him and unzipped his fly. Honestly, for anything else, he would have endured it. But having someone pee on his head, how could he tolerate that? As soon as the other party released his little brother, Shenji immediately had Little Red fly over and self-detonate right in front of him. Boom! An explosion rang out, and the guy's bird's nest was directly singed away by the blast's aftershock. While it wasn't completely ruined, if he didn't get immediate medical attention, his brother might never be able to hold its head up again for the rest of his life. Ah! The young man immediately fell to the ground, howling in pain. This attack not only blasted his little brother, but exploding right in front of him also left him with significant injuries. Such severe injuries immediately attracted the attention of the safety instructor. Lu Haojia, eliminated. 4 points before elimination. The instructor immediately announced the opponent's elimination, then took them away and sent them to the infirmary for treatment. Shenji's points also increased by 4, reaching 5 points. It seems that Little Red's self-detonation power is something most people can't withstand. Shenji once again clearly understood the power of Little Red's self-detonation. Beastmasters themselves are relatively weak, and Shenji's direct attack on the Beastmaster himself could be considered dishonorable. However, this freshman competition did not state that attacking the Beastmaster was forbidden. One could say Shenji was exploiting a loophole. Or perhaps Longting Academy intended it this way, as a method to train Beastmasters. Time to go. Shenji knew he had to leave quickly, otherwise, many more people would hear the commotion and rush here. Shenji hurriedly took off running. However, he was still a step too late. While escaping, he encountered another contestant approaching from the opposite direction. It was precisely someone who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. Seeing Shenji, the other person was immediately stunned. "It's you!" The person who arrived was Xiaowenbiao, with whom Shenji had met once before. What a coincidence! Shenji also didn't expect such a coincidental encounter. Humph. I'll give you one last chance. Give me the room, and I'll let you live. Xiaowenbiao still hadn't given up on Shenji's room. Mainly, Shenji's room had a better location, much better than his own. His room was at the very end of the corridor, poorly lit, and very far from the stairs, which was very inconvenient. Whose fly is open, letting you out? Aren't you afraid of the strong wind freezing you? Shenji sneered. The other party's attitude genuinely annoyed him. He thought too highly of himself. Hearing Shenji's words, Xiaowenbiao's face instantly turned cold. You're asking for death. Xiaowenbiao rebuked him. He then gestured, and a large white tiger appeared before him. The white tiger was surrounded by white ice, clearly an ice attribute spirit beast. Shenji's eyes narrowed immediately upon seeing the opponent summon a spirit beast. Soul Beast Ice Plane Tiger. Juvenile Second Order. Attribute, Ice. Skill, Ice Blade. The information of the opponent's spirit beast appeared in Shenji's eyes. Indeed, anyone who could enter Longting Academy was not simple. The opponent's spirit beast was also of the Soul Beast grade, and it was an ice attribute spirit beast. Lightning, Ice, Dragon, and Dark are all relatively rare attributes with strong offensive power. At the same level, without attribute counteraction, they cause more damage than other attributes. Kid, you've messed with the wrong person. Xiaowenbiao sneered, as if Shenji had already fallen before him. Holy crap! A soul beast, spare me, great hero. Shenji immediately put on a horrified expression and begged the other party for mercy. This brought a smile to Xiaowenbiao's face, as he greatly enjoyed others' fear of him. Shenji lowered his head, a smile also rising at the corner of his mouth. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Xiaowenbiao was enjoying his superior feeling,
he suddenly heard the sound of a mosquito flying nearby. Xia Wenbiao frowned and waved his hand, trying to shoo away the mosquito in front of him.
A mosquito constantly danced in front of Xia Wenbiao.
It soon landed on Xia Wenbiao's arm.
Only then did Xia Wenbiao see the mosquito's full appearance. Why is this mosquito red? It's not poisonous, is it?
After seeing this strange mosquito, Xia Wenbiao immediately became vigilant. If it was poisonous, it would be troublesome. He immediately raised his hand, intending to swat the mosquito dead. Chen Ji opposite calmly watched the other party's actions, and seeing this, lightly uttered a single word.
Explode!
Under Chen Ji's command, Xiao Hong immediately used the undying blood burst. Meanwhile, the Icefield tiger seemed to sense something and let out a roar at Xia Wenbiao.
Roar!
Hearing the Icefield tiger's roar, Xia Wenbiao immediately realized there was danger and quickly shook off the mosquito on his arm.
However, it was too late.
At such close range, even if he shook it off, at most it would save his arm. Xiao Hong still self-destructed at close range in front of him.
Boom!
The force of the explosion directly sent Xia Wenbiao flying, hitting a large tree behind him with a heavy thud.
Roar!
Feeling its master was hurt, the Icefield tiger roared furiously and immediately pounced towards Chen Ji.
Split! Chen Ji's expression shifted, and he gave the order for Xiao Hong to use the split skill.
A portion of spiritual power was drawn from Chen Ji's body, and Xiao Hong immediately split into two.
One of them rapidly flew towards the Icefield tiger.
It quickly flew to the side of the Icefield tiger's abdomen. And Chen Ji had no time to think much more. The Icefield tiger was already almost upon him.
Explode! He unhesitatingly ordered Xiao Hong to self-destruct. Boom!
The split Xiao Hong exploded again, creating a circular burn on the Icefield tiger's waist and abdomen. All the surrounding fur was burned away, and the skin was scorched black. The Icefield tiger swayed, almost losing its footing. But this did not inflict a fatal wound, and it still had the ability to fight. The Icefield tiger bared its fangs and snarled at Chen Ji, charging at him again.
It leaped up, pouncing and biting at Chen Ji.
Chen Ji's expression changed slightly, and he hastily dodged with an undignified roll.
Although the movement was not very graceful, the result was good. He barely evaded the Icefield tiger's pounce.
This situation made Chen Ji dare not hold back any longer. He immediately expended a large amount of spiritual power to use the split skill. Xiao Hong instantly split into dozens, flying towards Chen Ji under his control. After missing its pounce, the Icefield tiger opposite turned to face Chen Ji again, attacking without hesitation. This time Chen Ji was prepared and directly sent dozens of Xiao Hongs to collide head-on with the Icefield tiger. At this moment, the Icefield tiger seemed to be unaware of how terrifying this unassuming swarm of mosquitoes was, showing no signs of backing down.
Xiao Hong, like miniature missiles, crashed into the Icefield tiger. An explosion immediately occurred. Boom! 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 Boom!
Explosions continuously erupted on the Icefield tiger's body, and soon the massive Icefield tiger was engulfed by the blasts.
Roar!
The Icefield tiger let out a series of mournful roars.
Thud!
Before the explosion smoke could dissipate, Chen Ji heard the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. When the smoke cleared, the Icefield tiger was covered in wounds from the explosions, without a single patch of good flesh left.
It lay on the ground, rolling its eyes.
If not for the rising and falling of its chest, one would have thought it dead. Chen Ji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Xia Wenbiao.
At this moment, Xia Wenbiao leaned back against the big tree, staring blankly ahead.
He somewhat couldn't believe the ice plain tiger was beaten to such a state.
Impossible! Impossible! He refused to believe he had lost. He was the one who got into Dragon Soaring Academy with the top score. Dragon Soaring Academy had actively invited him. He was the protagonist. How could this be the outcome?
Xia Wenbiao felt as if his world had collapsed.
Cough! Cough!
Xia Wenbiao's blood rushed to his head, he coughed twice, and immediately couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood.
Already injured, and now extremely upset, he was so angry that he directly vomited blood. Are you surrendering yourself, or do you want me to make a move? Chen Ji walked up to Xia Wenbiao and said indifferently. I. Xia Wenbiao gritted his teeth, glaring at Chen Ji, his eyes filled with defiance. You're a tough nut to crack. Chen Ji nodded. Just as Xia Wenbiao thought Chen Ji was going to let him go, Chen Ji suddenly reached out and slapped Xia Wenbiao across the face with a 45-degree upward, diagonal motion. Clang! The loud slap instantly echoed through the woods. Xia Wenbiao froze instantly, a visible red palm print appearing on his face, and his right cheek quickly swelled up. Teacher, should I beat him half to death before you come out, or will you take him away now? Chen Ji looked up and said to the void. No sooner had he spoken than a teacher emerged from somewhere unknown. Xia Wenbiao eliminated, 20 points before elimination. The teacher directly announced Xia Wenbiao's elimination. Naturally, he couldn't stand by and watch Chen Ji beat Xia Wenbiao half to death. Xia Wenbiao was in no condition to resist, so the teacher had to step in and take him away. Chen Ji also knew that the teachers watching nearby wouldn't let him kill Xia Wenbiao, so he didn't bother to continue. Xia Wenbiao didn't react until the teacher took him away, still in shock from being slapped by Chen Ji. Wang Fugue. I want you dead. When Xia Wenbiao finally came to his senses, his furious voice echoed from a distance. Chen Ji rubbed his ear and quickly left the scene. Achoo! On the other side, Fugue suddenly sneezed, feeling somewhat bewildered. This guy's pretty good, he actually scored 20 points in such a short time. Chen Ji looked at his own score, which had become 25 points, and said genuinely. Clearly, Xia Wenbiao had defeated many opponents or killed many exotic beasts in a short period. With Chen Ji's current score, he should be fine for a while and definitely rank among the top. Let's find a place to rest. Chen Ji planned to continue hiding. He still didn't know when this would end. It probably wouldn't be over in a day. It was better to conserve his energy and wait until night. When everyone else was resting, that would be his time to shine. Chen Ji hid in a dense tree until nightfall, then he climbed down. Ugh! Sleeping in a tree really isn't comfortable. Chen Ji stretched his numb limbs. Then, under the cover of night, he began searching his surroundings. Soon, he spotted a flicker of firelight in the distance. A smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lighting a fire at night, isn't that just asking for trouble? What an idiot! Chen Ji shook his head with a laugh, wondering which idiot would light a fire. In the dark night, a flame was as obvious as a firefly. Doing so was no different from seeking death. Chen Ji immediately crept carefully towards it. He soon arrived near the firelight, where he found two people. They had set up a bonfire and were leisurely roasting fish. Just follow me, you'll be fine. We'll complete the mission with good food and drink. Could you eat roasted fish by yourself? One of the boys, with a precocious air, patted the other boy on the shoulder. Hunter, come back. Then the boy whistled, and a hawk with a wingspan of 2 or 3 meters flew back, landing on his shoulder. It held a plump, large fish in its beak. How about that? Just eat, you're speechless when you eat. The boy proudly tilted his head towards the other boy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Where did this mosquito come from? Hearing the sound, the boy frowned. However, mosquitoes were normal in this weather, so he didn't think much of it, waved his hand, and dismissed it. Chen Ji, seeing that the other party hadn't noticed, let Little Red land on the back of the youth's neck. He had originally planned to make his move after they fell asleep. But when Little Red landed on the youth's neck, Chen Ji felt a surge of thirst from Little Red. As if telling Chen Ji that it wanted to drink blood. Chen Ji was taken aback. Then he remembered that Little Red was originally a mosquito, and for such a long time, he seemed to have never fed Little Red. I'm so sorry, I forgot you need to eat too. Drink, drink, drink until you're full. Chen Ji immediately apologized to Little Red. With Chen Ji's permission, Little Red no longer hesitated, erected its proboscis, and plunged it into the youth's neck, greedily drawing the other party's energy. The youth didn't notice anything unusual until Little Red had been sucking for a while, Then he felt an itch on his neck and reached out to scratch it. But Little Red had already flown away. After these two youths had eaten their fill, they extinguished the campfire and rested nearby. However, these two weren't completely clueless, they still knew to have their beasts stand guard. But this had no effect on Little Red. After the two fell asleep, it sucked even more vigorously. It didn't stop until it couldn't digest anymore, then it returned to Chenji's side. Chenji hadn't paid much attention, but when he saw the changes in Little Red, he was instantly stunned. Soul Beast, Explosive Blood Mosquito. Juvenile form 3rd order. Attributes, Fire, Dark. Little Red had actually advanced by 1 order. This left Chenji utterly confused. How did it break through? Then he thought of Little Red's blood-sucking. Could it be? Little Red can absorb energy and advance by sucking blood? When he saw Little Red's deflated belly, he instantly realized. What Little Red sucked wasn't blood, it was energy itself. Holy cow! You have this ability too. Chenji immediately got excited. He didn't expect Little Red to have such a hidden ability, this was too overpowered. Doesn't this mean that as long as Little Red sucks enough, it can reach any level it wants? Little Red, keep sucking, it doesn't cost money anyway, no need to feel bad for them. Chenji hastily told Little Red. Then Little Red transmitted a thought to him. You mean, you need some time to digest before you can continue absorbing energy? Chenji said, puzzled. Little Red immediately nodded. Chenji was a bit disappointed. However, this was still quite good. After all, there was no need to worry about Little Red's level as long as Little Red could digest, it would quickly break through. Since Little Red can't suck anymore, then I can only eliminate you too. Chenji looked at the two sleeping figures and said helplessly. Since they had no more value, let them make their final contribution. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions subsequently rang out. Lu Shuguang, Zhang Jinyuan eliminated. Points before elimination, 12 points, 13 points. The two were blasted unconscious in their sleep, not even knowing how they were eliminated. Chenji once again earned 25 points, bringing his total to 50 points. Next one. Chenji smiled faintly and continued to move forward under the cover of night, searching for new prey. Boom! 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 Under the moonlight, loud thuds occasionally echoed through the forest. This made the other contestants too afraid to sleep. They all woke up and vigilantly looked around. Who on earth is that? Who's setting off explosives? The remaining contestants all looked puzzled, not understanding who was making these loud noises. Don't sleep, someone must be stirring up trouble at night. A sharp-eyed young man with thick eyebrows woke up the others. From the beginning, he had teamed up with several experts, acting together for insurance. This kind of joint action and team formation did not violate the rules, so what they were doing was permissible. Of course, this method of teaming up had its pros and cons. The advantage, naturally, was convenience of action, relative safety, and mutual support. The disadvantage, however, was the issue of point distribution. More people meant that every time points were earned, they had to be shared with others, resulting in very few points for each individual. To get more points, they would need to hunt more mythical beasts. Setting off explosives in the middle of the night, how utterly despicable. They must be doing it on purpose. This team consisted of 5 people, and the other 4 complained incessantly after waking up. They wished they could string up and beat the person setting off the explosives. They had teamed up to get more points and were already tired enough during the day. Now they weren't even allowed to rest at night. How could they not be angry? Find him, otherwise we won't have an easy time. The leading young man said in a deep voice. They were working very hard, and if they didn't get enough rest at night, they might have an accident during the day. Damn it, if I catch him, I'll skin him alive. The team immediately scattered, searching for the person setting off the explosives. There were quite a few such teams, and many had found this loophole in teaming up. After being woken by the explosions, they all resented Chenji. One by one, they began searching for Chenji's whereabouts. Chenji, naturally, had no idea that many people resented him and was still constantly searching for prey.
At this moment, Chen Ji's points were almost 100, reaching 93 points. If he could enter triple digits, he would likely be firmly in the top few, so he wouldn't have to worry about being eliminated. Chen Ji quickly spotted another figure. The opponent was huddled in a tree resting, quite cautiously. However, Chen Ji had sharp eyes and noticed the opponent's large backside. "Little Red, go." Chen Ji didn't waste words. He directly told Little Red to go and blast him. Little Red received the order and quickly flew towards the opponent's large backside, ready to blast that backside open. The owner of the large backside in the tree might have been sleeping uncomfortably, so he rolled over, but forgot he was in a tree and immediately fell off. Ouch! The opponent immediately let out a cry of pain. Chen Ji was stunned when he heard this somewhat familiar voice. "Come back." He quickly signaled Little Red not to act and to come back. Chen Ji emerged from the shadows and was naturally discovered by the opponent. "Chen Ji!" The other party gasped in surprise. "Fatty, what are you doing here?" The owner of that big butt was precisely Fatty Fuguei. Chen Ji almost heard one of his own. "Aren't I just resting for a bit? What's wrong with you? Wandering around in the middle of the night?" Fatty was just looking for a place to rest, never expecting to fall from a tree and encounter Chen Ji. "It's a long story. How many points do you have?" Chen Ji asked Fuguei. "Not many, dozens of points." "Want to team up? We can unite and conquer everything," Fuguei said with a modest expression. Chen Ji was speechless. "How many are dozens of points?" 10 points is dozens of points, and 90 points is also dozens of points. That's a huge difference. But looking at Fuguei, he probably had quite a bit, so Chen Ji didn't need to worry. "Hey! You two, have you seen the person who set off the fireworks?" As the two were chatting, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Chen Ji. A young man riding a hunting wolf had arrived behind them at some unknown time. "What fireworks?" Fuguei looked at the other party, confused. He was in a relatively secluded spot here and hadn't heard any explosions before, so he didn't know that many people were now searching for the culprit behind the loud bang. "Never mind if you don't know." Seeing Fuguei's confused expression, the other party immediately concluded that the two were not the ones who set off the fireworks. But he had no intention of letting them go. He directly leaped off his summoned beast. "Release your summoned beasts. I'll take both of your points." The young man looked at them with an arrogant expression, speaking lightly. However, he was quite sportsmanlike, actually letting Chen Ji and the others summon their beasts before fighting. Chen Ji and Fuguei exchanged glances, wondering where the other party's confidence came from, to be so arrogant. "Oomph, I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Chen Ji, don't stop me, I have to teach him a lesson today." Fuguei immediately rolled up his sleeves, intending to compete with the other party. "Never mind, I'll do it." Chen Ji stopped Fuguei. Although the opponent's strength seemed average, he still didn't know Fuguei's actual strength. To avoid any accidents, it was better for him to handle it himself and nip any potential trouble in the bud. Chen Ji extended his hand, immediately summoning Xiaohong. The young man opposite only saw Chen Ji make the gesture to summon a beast, and then there was nothing. The other party waited for a long time, but no movement occurred. He immediately looked puzzled. "Ha? What are you doing? Where's your summoned beast?" The other party looked at the empty surroundings and asked Chen Ji, confused. "It's on him." Chen Ji smiled immediately. He had already ordered Xiaohong to fly near the opponent, and at this moment, it was already perched on the hunting wolf. The opponent looked at his beast strangely, but still didn't notice the presence of Little Red. No one would have thought that someone's beast could be such a tiny mosquito. Only the hunter wolf noticed something was wrong, feeling something land on its body. "Awoo!" It immediately let out a howl, then shook its body, intending to shake off whatever was on it. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Explode!" Chen Ji softly uttered a word. Boom! The hunter wolf's waist instantly exploded. The saying transparent iron bones, tofu waist perfectly describes cannons. Their weakest point is their waist. Being hit by an explosion there, it was instantly severely wounded. A huge bloody hole was blasted into its abdomen, and the hunter wolf lay on the ground, its breath faint. Hunter wolf. The hunter wolf's owner immediately cried out in alarm and hastily recalled his beast to the beast space, otherwise, such injuries would quickly claim the hunter wolf's life. The beast space could temporarily slow down the deterioration of injuries. It's you! At that moment, the young man also realized that Chen Ji was the source of those previous explosions. Chen Ji had little red fly in front of the opponent. Will you admit defeat, or shall I make you? Chen Ji asked, looking at the opponent indifferently. At this point, the opponent also clearly saw what Chen Ji's beast was. A mosquito? He was somewhat incredulous that such an inconspicuous mosquito had injured his hunter wolf. The young man frowned deeply, then put his hand to his mouth. Whoosh! He blew a loud whistle. Chen Ji's expression instantly changed. Boom! Without hesitation, he had little red self-destruct, and the explosion sent the young man flying. The Beastmaster, already weak in defense, was instantly severely injured by such a close-range explosion. The observing teacher immediately appeared and took the opponent away for treatment. Chen Ji also got the opponent's points as he wished, 16 points. Chen Ji's points instantly broke through triple digits, reaching 109 points. Let's go! Without any hesitation, after dealing with the opponent, Chen Ji signaled to Fuguer and intended to leave the place. The whistle the opponent blew just now must have been to notify his companions, and if they didn't leave soon, they might be surrounded by his companions. However, Chen Ji's movements were still a step too slow. The opponent's people were nearby, and after hearing their companion's signal, they immediately rushed over. A young man riding a flying bird blocked the two. Then more people appeared, completely surrounding Chen Ji and Fuguer, sealing off all directions. Chen Ji and Fuguer had nowhere to go and were immediately surrounded. Chen Ji immediately frowned and scanned the area. There were over 10 people surrounding them. These people were not from one team but 3 teams. They had temporarily united to find the person setting off the firecrackers. So it was you two who set off the firecrackers? One of them, with a cold face, stepped forward and asked. Chen Ji didn't say anything. Even if he denied it now, these people probably wouldn't believe him. Why waste words on them? Take care of these two, then let's see if anyone else dares to disturb my rest. The captain of another team snorted coldly, unwilling to waste time, and immediately prepared to act. Chen Ji, how many people have you offended? So many people want to catch you? Fuguer was a little scared. Surrounded by more than a dozen people, how could he not be afraid? After all, these were all geniuses admitted to Longting Academy, with not much difference in strength. Now, facing an encirclement by so many people, he'd be laughing if he could even break out. How would I know when I offended them? It's baffling. Chen Ji didn't know when he had offended so many people. He hadn't let any slip through his net, had he? Even more, he couldn't imagine that merely because the sound of an explosion disturbed their rest, they would bear a grudge against Chen Ji. Talking about this is useless. It seems we need to find a way to break through. Do you have confidence? Chen Ji asked Fuguer with a serious expression. I'll try. Fuguer said with a lack of confidence. Go! As the two were talking, the other party had grown impatient. After one of them gave an order, various powerful spirit beasts were immediately summoned, attacking the two. Chen Ji's expression instantly changed. Being besieged by so many spirit beasts, he found it somewhat difficult to resist. Xiao Han's attack power was definitely among the best, but she had no defensive capabilities. In this situation, she could only dodge. Seeing this, Fuguer immediately reached out and summoned his spirit beast. A fat, white pig appeared in front of Fuguer, its 2 huge ears serving as wings, allowing it to fly. Soul Beast Cannon Pig. Juvenile Second Order. Attribute, Physical. Skill, Mountain Crushing Cannon. The moment the cannon pig appeared, it directly rammed into Chenji and Fuguer, knocking them away and allowing them to dodge the surrounding attacks. Some attacks landed on the cannon pig, causing minor damage to it. The cannon pig's defense was very high. These attacks did not cause fatal injuries. Damn it! Little pig, blast them to death for me. Fuguer crawled up from the ground, looking disheveled. He immediately angrily ordered the cannon pig. Hearing Fuguer's command, the cannon pig immediately lay down on the ground, aiming its rear at the enemies. Crushing. Mountain. Cannon. Chenji's expression instantly changed. He looked at the cannon pig with some anticipation. Given Fuguer's confidence, this skill's power must be extraordinary. The crushing mountain pig's belly gradually inflated, then its rear opened, and with a bang, a loud, stinky feet was released, and a cloud of green smoke sprayed out from the crushing mountain pig's rear, engulfing all the charging spirit beasts. The spirit beasts enveloped in the green mist immediately looked peculiar. Ugh! Many spirit beasts opened their mouths, almost throwing up. What the hell? What is this? It stinks so fucking bad. Soon, the crushing mountain pig's feet floated near the surrounding students, and a foul stench immediately assailed their noses. One by one, they covered their noses and backed away, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Chenji's expression beside him was odd. This is mountain splitting cannon? I thought it was some powerful move, but it's just farting. Damn! But even though the skill was despicable, its effect was outstanding. A single stinky fart instantly opened an exit in the encirclement. Chenji, let's go. Seeing this, Fatty quickly called out to Chenji, grabbed him, and rode the mountain-splitting pig to flee. The mountain-splitting pig flapped its two large ears, directly carrying the two of them out of the siege. By the time those beasts and youths reacted, Chenji and Fuguer had already charged out. Quick, chase them! Don't let them get away! After these guys discovered the two escaping, they quickly called their companions to give chase. Chenji smiled slightly at this. Fatty, you did it. Chenji said with a laugh. Although Fatty's beast taming skill wasn't great, the effect was really good. Hee hee, it's nothing special. No one can stand little pig's farts, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Fuguer said humbly. Oh? Does this move have other variations? Chenji immediately became interested. He had seen it clearly, the mountain-splitting pig only had this one skill. Fatty's words seemed to imply he had another trump card, which made Chenji curious. Did this move have some special use? The mountain-splitting cannon released by Little Pig contains a lot of biogas. It will explode if it encounters an open flame. So, I do have offensive capabilities, and the power is quite impressive, you know. Fatty didn't hide anything from Chenji, because he never intended to hide it in the first place. He had already used this move against many classmates, it was no secret. Chenji's heart stirred upon hearing this, and an idea instantly arose. Biogas plus explosion, wouldn't that equal a super explosion? Thinking of this, Chenji immediately told Fuguer his idea. Fuguer's heart also stirred upon hearing it. Then he glanced at the group of people chasing them from behind. How about we give it a try? Fuguer suggested to Chenji. Chenji, of course, also wanted to try, so he nodded immediately. Then he summoned Little Red. I'm ready. He signaled to Fuguer. Fuguer also nodded solemnly. Little Pig, go back and use mountain-splitting cannon. Fuguer immediately commanded Little Pig. What about the few flying beast tamers? Fuguer saw a few flying beast tamers among the pursuers behind them, which would affect their operations, so he immediately said to Chenji. Leave it to me. Chenji said calmly. They were just two flying beast tamers, not difficult to deal with. Little Red, divide. Chenji directly ordered Little Red to use divide, splitting into several clones, and had Little Red's clones charge directly at the flying beast tamers. The two flying beast tamers' attention was entirely on Chenji and his companion, who had suddenly turned back, and they didn't notice several tiny mosquitoes flying towards them. Chirp! With a long cry, it dove, extending its sharp talons to attack the opponent.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
But then, the flying beast suddenly exploded without warning, its wings directly blown to shreds, losing balance, and falling from the sky. The two flying beast tamers were easily dealt with by Chen-ji.
Now it's your turn to perform,
Chen-ji said to Fuguei.
Just watch me.
Without the threat of aerial units, Fuguei had nothing more to worry about. He immediately had the little pig fly at a low altitude, passing over the heads of the crowd.
Mountain-shattering cannon. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Loud farts erupted one after another, and green mist rained down from above their heads, instantly engulfing them.
Ugh! Holy crap! Ugh! Damn it, no martial ethics! Ugh!
Everyone was hit, clutching their mouths and noses, but they couldn't stop the stench from invading their nostrils. They immediately scrambled to run away, no one wanting to stay in such a foul-smelling place.
Chen-ji, it's your turn,
Fuguei hastily said to Chen-ji. And Chen-ji was already prepared.
Little Red had already flown into the mist below. Explode!
At Chen-ji's command, Little Red directly self-destructed.
Boom!
The flames from the explosion instantly ignited the methane in the mountain-shattering cannon, triggering an even larger explosion.
Boom!
At this time, the contestants below were all in the mist, including their beast companions. Without exception, all were hit and engulfed by the explosion. The immense power of the explosion directly shattered all trees within a radius of dozens of meters below, creating a clearing in the forest.
And all the contestants inside were severely injured by the blast. The observing teacher was shocked to see this.
He had absolutely not expected such a result. Looking at the dozen or so freshmen lying on the ground, he suddenly felt his scalp tingle.
How can this batch of freshmen have such a brilliant mind? The teacher couldn't help but complain.
Who would have thought that these two seemingly unrelated skills, when combined, would have such immense power?
Report, report. Area 17 requests assistance.
There's been a major injury incident here, please, teachers nearby, come and help. He had no choice but to inform other teachers for support. If he were to take these people to the infirmary by himself, someone would likely die due to time constraints. He couldn't shoulder that responsibility, so he had to find people to help. Soon, all the nearby teachers rushed over, and seeing so many freshmen collapsed there, they all felt a bit surprised.
What's going on? Some teachers looked bewildered, wondering who could have caused such a commotion. Don't ask questions, save them quickly.
The teacher from Area 17 didn't have time to explain and urged everyone to quickly take these people to the infirmary. After Chen-ji and Fuguei knocked down those guys, they also received their points. These people indeed had a good number of points. A dozen or so people, averaging 20 points each, meant nearly 300 points just from this one instance.
Chen-ji and Fuguei each received 140 points.
Chen-ji's score reached 249 points, and Fuguei's score also reached 200 points. This showed that Fuguei himself had 60 points before, indicating that Fuguei was not simple either.
Amazing! If this happens a few more times, won't we hit the jackpot?
Fuguei became excited upon seeing so many points obtained at once.
How many such opportunities are there? There aren't many people capable of forming a team.
Chen-ji shook his head. Such opportunities were rare and hard to come by. Moreover, even if such an opportunity arose again, they might not have the chance to use this tactic.
Then let's hide until the big competition ends. Fuguei nodded. With their current points, as long as they weren't eliminated, they would definitely be among the top ranks, so there was no need to worry about points.
Just as they were about to find a hidden spot to hide, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of them.
Su Miao. Fuguei's face immediately lit up with excitement. The figure was indeed Su Miao.
Just as Fuguei was about to rush forward to give Su Miao a warm hug,
Su Miao suddenly summoned her beast, an ice attribute flying beast.
Soul Beast Ice Crystal Bird. She looked at Chen-ji with an unfriendly expression, as if ready for a confrontation. Fuguayer felt the killing intent emanating from Su Miao and immediately stopped in his tracks.
Su Miao, what are you doing? Fuguayer hesitated as he asked Su Miao. Even in the freshman competition, there was no need for infighting, right? The freshman competition didn't seem that cruel yet. Get out of the way, I'm looking for him. Su Miao said coldly to Fuguayer. Fuguayer frowned slightly.
Chen Ji also looked confused.
He still couldn't understand what grievance he had with Su Miao.
In his memory, he didn't know who Su Miao was at all, having no impression of her.
I don't understand.
From our first meeting, I felt hostility from you.
Why? Chen Ji asked Su Miao with a puzzled look. It's good that you don't understand. Today, let me teach you a good lesson. Ice Crystal Bird, go.
Su Miao obviously had no intention of clarifying anything for Chen Ji and immediately sent the ice crystal bird to attack him. Chen Ji's expression turned serious, and he promptly summoned his little red. Using splitting, dozens of mosquitoes appeared before him.
Don't fight. We're all on the same side. Fuguayer looked helpless. He certainly didn't want to see the two of them fight.
From the moment they met yesterday, he had considered them friends, and now they were about to turn on each other, which he found unacceptable. Fuguayer gritted his teeth and immediately made a decision that went against the team's training.
You're forcing my hand, don't blame me,
Fuguayer said in a deep voice. He then summoned the collapsing mountain boar.
Little pig, open fire.
Without another word, he immediately had the collapsing mountain boar use collapsing mountain cannon.
Put.
A long, loud fuck was released, and a dense, green stench spread out. The pure white ice crystal bird flew near the stench, its expression immediately changing.
It stopped in its tracks and quickly retreated.
The pristine ice crystal bird, with its intense obsessive-compulsive disorder, could not tolerate the foul odor at all.
Holy crap! Fatty, you're attacking indiscriminately.
Even Chen Ji was caught in the range of the fuck, hastily covering his nose and mouth, and fleeing backward without hesitation. On the opposite side, Su Miao also frowned, and soon she smelled the nauseating odor. Her smooth brow furrowed immediately, and she quickly retreated.
Su Miao, stop fighting.
Whatever it is, let's talk about it after the freshman grand competition is over.
Fuguayer patiently tried to persuade Su Miao.
He didn't want to see Su Miao and Chen Ji fight each other, at least not now. Su Miao frowned and looked at Fuguayer. Although she really wanted to teach Chen Ji a lesson, the thick green smoke around them made her hesitate, not daring to advance an inch.
I'll get you next time.
Su Miao glared coldly at Chen Ji opposite her, then mounted her ice crystal bird and flew away. This made Fuguayer breathe a sigh of relief.
Chen Ji, what did you do to Su Miao? Why does she hate you so much?
Seeing Su Miao leave, Fuguayer turned his head and asked Chen Ji curiously.
How should I know?
Chen Ji had no idea where he had offended Su Miao. He was just as confused.
Could it be that you led Su Miao on and then abandoned her?
Fuguayer looked at Chen Ji with a resentful expression, as if his goddess had been stolen.
What nonsense are you talking about?
I didn't know her before.
Chen Ji was certain that Su Miao didn't exist in his memories. However, he also suspected whether it was a romantic debt owed by his predecessor.
But without that memory, Chen Ji wasn't entirely sure.
That's good, that means I still have a chance.
Fuguayer immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying thankfully. Chen Ji gave the fatty a speechless look. Fuguayer is 1.8 meters tall, large in stature, and weighs over 200 catties.
And Su Miao, with her goddess-like figure and looks, would be interested in him?
Chen Ji shook his head, casting aside the jumbled thoughts, and hid with the fat man. As time passed, the number of new students gradually decreased, and the points of those remaining continuously grew. However, the freshman competition was announced to be over by noon the next day.
This freshman competition has ended. Remaining personnel, please return to the back mountain.
Teachers, who had been present in various corners of the breeding farm, suddenly stepped out to announce the end of the competition. It wasn't because time was up, but because the elimination rate in this freshman competition was too fast. The number of participants was already very small, and it would be difficult for these people to encounter each other. They could only gain points by hunting exotic beasts, which would be too slow, and the point rankings would no longer change significantly. So there was no need to continue. Chenji and Fuguier, hearing the teachers announce the end of the competition, emerged from their hiding spots. Returning to the academy's back mountain, there were only a dozen or so contestants left who hadn't been eliminated. A teacher stepped forward, took out a list, and looked at the dozen or so people present. Based on your results, you will be assigned to different classes, the teacher said indifferently. Now announcing the results. Zhang Yiqi, 63 points. Li Jiudong, 69 points. Zhao Jia, 188 points. Jialan, 189 points. Leng Jun, 192 points. Wang Fuguier, 200 points. Su Miao, 202 points. Soon, everyone's scores were revealed. The Fat Man and Su Miao were both firmly in the lead. Finally, only Chenji's score had not yet been announced. After seeing Chenji's score, the teacher's expression changed, and he even specifically glanced at Chenji. This made everyone curious about what the final score of this person was. Chenji, 249 points. The teacher calmly announced Chenji's score. Hiss. How much? A gasp immediately erupted from the crowd. If the score was just over 200, everyone could understand, even 210 points would be acceptable. But 249 points? That's more than 40 points higher than the second-place finisher. Everyone tried so hard, how did he manage to pull ahead by more than 40 points? Everyone looked puzzled. Those teachers naturally knew how Chenji had achieved that score. If you could take down over a dozen teamed-up contestants at once, you could also reach the score. Unfortunately, no one had that ability. Quiet. After the teacher announced the scores, he looked at the agitated crowd and immediately yelled, silencing them. Those with scores above 150 points will enter Class A. Those between 100 and 150 points will enter Class B. Everyone else will enter Class C. The main purpose of this freshman competition was to select talent and assign classes. And there were only a dozen or so individuals who scored above 150 points, which were precisely those present now. When everyone heard they could enter Class A, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Class A sounds like a class full of geniuses, where resources and education are absolutely top-notch. Who wouldn't want to get into a good class? Now, each of you, follow your respective mentors to your class. After announcing the results, the teacher handed the scene over to the class mentors. A man who looked to be around 30 years old walked over. Hello everyone, my name is Su Zhengdao, and I am the mentor for Class A. Follow me. Su Zhengdao gave a simple self-introduction, then led everyone to the Class A location. Class A was nothing special, just a simple classroom. Su Zhengdao looked at the students sitting obediently in their seats, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Do you think the freshman competition is over? It's not that easy to stay in Class A. In the future, you might be kicked out, you know. The test has only just begun. Su Zhengdao's words left the freshmen below the stage looking bewildered. Teacher, what do you mean by that? Zhao Jia frowned, stood up, and asked. Su Zhengdao smiled. I appreciate students who ask questions when they don't understand, but next time before asking a question, please ask for permission first. Su Zhengdao said calmly. The meaning is simple, my class might be different from others, and if you're eliminated in my class, then I'm sorry, you're out, go back to Class B, Class A is not for you. Su Zhengdao explained indifferently. And the first lesson I'll teach you is. Su Zhengdao turned around and quickly wrote 2 characters on the blackboard with chalk. Discernment. Discernment? The students below whispered to each other, discussing the meaning of Su Zhengdao's 2 words. Tonight at 10 p.m., gather at the school gate. I'll give you your first Class A lesson. Su Zhengdao didn't care, simply notifying them of the class time. Now, class dismissed. Su Zhengdao then announced the end of class. It was completely different from a typical teaching method. Their seats hadn't even warmed up yet when Su Zhengdao announced class dismissed. He hadn't even gotten to know the freshmen during this time. He probably didn't even know his students' names yet. The students, experiencing this teaching method for the first time, looked at each other, utterly confused. At the same time, they felt a little panicked. The new teaching method meant they were clueless about the future, unsure what awaited them. Discernment, Shinji, what do you think discernment means? What exactly are we doing in the first class? Fuguier asked Shinji curiously. It might be testing our judgment of the strength of a beast, or something like that. Shinji didn't know either, but from the word itself, he figured it had something to do with using their discerning eyes to judge something. Makes sense. Fatty nodded. I'll go back and review more beast taming compendiums, so I don't embarrass myself tonight. Fuguier immediately went back to cramming the relevant knowledge. Everyone else had the same idea, returning to their dorms and burying their heads in books. True to their name as geniuses from all over, they all worked incredibly hard, with no intention of slacking off. That night, at 10 o'clock, the dozen or so students from Class A arrived at the academy gate on time. Su Zhengdao glanced at his watch. Good, very punctual. Seeing that no one was late, Su Zhengdao nodded in satisfaction. I suppose you all did a lot of homework after going back, didn't you? Su Zhengdao said calmly. However, your homework might not be of any use. Su Zhengdao smiled faintly. He naturally guessed that these new students would try to figure out what tonight's lesson would be based on the word discernment. Unfortunately, the classes he taught were not that superficial. Your first lesson at Longting Academy is discernment. The discernment I'm talking about isn't as complicated as you understand it to be. Do you see the market behind me? Su Zhengdao pointed to the night market behind him. The commercial street outside Longting Academy had a night market every evening, similar to the black market Shinji had visited earlier. It had everything imaginable, a vast array of goods. Naturally, there were also treasures for nurturing tamed beasts. Your lesson today is to treasure hunt in this market. Buy the highest value item for the lowest price. Su Zhengdao stated nonchalantly. The students, who had expected the first lesson to test their knowledge of tamed beasts, were momentarily stunned. What does this have to do with beast tamers? Many were puzzled. What did treasure hunting in a market have to do with being a beast tamer? A few students from wealthy backgrounds were even more dismissive. They didn't need to pick up bargains if they needed something, they could just buy it directly. There was no need to waste time to save a little money. Su Zhengdao knew what they were thinking from their expressions. Your thoughts aren't wrong, at least not at this stage. But how much money does your family have? Enough to support you to what realm? High-level beast tamer? Special-level beast tamer? Or a beast taming grandmaster? Su Zhengdao asked them seriously. I can tell you responsibly, being a beast tamer is very expensive, especially in the later stages. Money disappears like water, and you might even buy fakes. Perhaps your parents' life savings could be completely wiped out by one fake item. As an experienced veteran, Su Zhengdao naturally knew how much money beast tamers spent. His first lesson was also to make them deeply realize how cruel reality could be. You might not understand it now, and that's okay. I just want you to remember everything that happens today, so that when you encounter similar situations in the future, you'll be more cautious. Su Zhengdao saw the disdain on the faces of these youths and knew they hadn't taken it to heart. I won't say more. Let's begin. Whoever spends the least money and finds the highest value item will rank higher. The bottom 3 rankings, I'm sorry, but you'll be in Class B tomorrow. Su Zhengdao stopped talking nonsense and immediately announced the start. Su Zhengdao walked to the side and glanced at his watch. You only have 1 hour. Gather here in an hour. Anyone who is late will be eliminated directly. Su Zhengdao said with a cold face. Hearing that there was still a time display, everyone quickly sprang into action and entered the market. Chen Ji followed closely behind. However, Chen Ji wasn't worried. With his eye of evolution, all items had no secrets to him, making it incredibly easy to find valuable goods. Oh no, I was so busy looking at beast taming information, I forgot to check for natural treasures.
Now I'm doomed,"
the fatty said with a bitter expression.
"It's okay, I'm here."
Chen Ji patted the fatty's shoulder. The two could be said to be comrades who had fought together, so Chen Ji naturally wouldn't abandon him.
"Chen Ji, you have research in this area?"
The fatty's eyes immediately lit up, and he asked Chen Ji with a look of expectation.
"No."
Chen Ji shook his head without hesitation.
The smile on the fatty's face instantly disappeared. "Then what the hell are you talking about?"
"We're doomed, now both of us are doomed,"
the fatty said miserably.
Chen Ji, however, shook his head and stopped speaking. Instead, he turned his gaze to the roadside stalls. His eyes scanned item after item, and pieces of information appeared before him.
Sky kite grass. Mortal grade, high quality. Material required for plant-type beast evolution.
Chen Ji quickly found a decent treasure at one of the stalls. A mortal grade, high quality material, suitable for the advancement of young stage beasts.
"Boss, how much for this?" Chen Ji immediately pointed to the sky kite grass and asked the boss.
Sky kite grass, mortal grade, high quality material, fixed price 125,000. The boss quoted Chen Ji calmly. Hearing the boss detail the information about the sky kite grass without any unnecessary words, Chen Ji turned and left. When a boss knows the true value of an item like this, it's almost impossible to find a bargain. It's better to try his luck elsewhere while there's still time.
"Boss, 125,000, I'll take it." Just as Chen Ji was leaving, someone else snatched it up. Chen Ji turned to look, and it was actually a student from Class A. If Chen Ji remembered correctly, this person was named Zhao Jia.
Zhao Jia saw Chen Ji looking at him and smiled, nodding at him.
"Thanks a lot."
Zhao Jia raised the heavenly kite grass in his hand, gesturing to Chen Ji.
"Chen Ji, it seems you're being used by him." Fatty approached Chen Ji, whispering. "I don't need you to remind me." Chen Ji glared at Fatty.
Although Zhao Jia's actions were unethical, they weren't against the rules. Chen Ji didn't pay it much mind. It was just a heavenly kite grass, a great immortal tier item, not considered a treasure to him. He then continued searching forward. With such a large market, there would always be some overlooked items for him to pick up. There was no rush. However, Zhao Jia didn't leave immediately. He actually followed Chen Ji and the other person. Wherever Chen Ji went, he followed. Chen Ji also noticed this situation.
"Boss, how much for this?"
Chen Ji then spotted another good treasure and asked the boss. 9 Dragon Ginseng, Grade C exotic herb, starting at 480,000. The 9 Dragon Ginseng is a ginseng plant named for its appearance, resembling 9 dragons intertwined. Its quality had reached the exotic herb level, making it a decent treasure. The boss was also a connoisseur, directly quoting 480,000, which was arguably 30% higher than the market price. Chen Ji naturally lost interest.
"I'll take it." However, Zhao Jia, who was following behind, once again bought the 9 Dragon Ginseng. Chen Ji's brow instantly furrowed.
Although Zhao Jia didn't snatch anything from him, this behavior made Chen Ji quite displeased. The only reason he hadn't snatched anything from him just now was because the boss's asking price was too high, and Chen Ji wasn't interested. If he were to genuinely find an overlooked item next time, with Zhao Jia causing trouble, the price would likely multiply several times, and he might not even be able to outbid him. However, Chen Ji quickly sneered inwardly. "Let's see how much money you have to spend like this." With a plan in mind, Chen Ji continued walking forward, examining the various goods on both sides. Soon, Chen Ji's eyes lit up again as he looked at an item on a nearby stall.
"Boss, how much for this?" Chen Ji asked the boss, a hint of excitement in his voice.
The bored boss, who had been smoking, saw a customer approaching. He immediately put out his cigarette and smiled warmly. 3 green or grade A exotic or 880,000. The boss smiled and gestured with his hand to form the number 8.
"I'll take it, wrap it up." Chen Ji nodded, saying calmly. The boss's eyes immediately lit up.
He never expected to make such a big sale on his first day of business, and to encounter such a clueless sucker who couldn't tell good from bad. He couldn't even tell that the Ching or was being sold as Sanching or. Don't let the fact that these two ors differ by only one character fool you. Their quality differs by an astronomical amount. Ching or is merely a low-grade common or, while Sanching or is a low-grade exotic or, a whole major grade higher, and its price is several times more. Alright. The boss immediately eagerly moved to wrap it up for Chenji. Wait, 90,000, I'll take it. However, at that moment, Zhao Jie suddenly appeared, interrupting their conversation and adding 20,000 to the original price. This made the boss momentarily stunned. This. He hesitated a bit. Although he didn't know where these two suckers came from, who wouldn't want to earn an extra 20,000? Seriously? The boss asked Zhao Jie for confirmation. Seriously? Zhao Jie nodded. 90,000 was just half of his funds, still affordable. To stay in Class A, he was willing to spend any amount of money. Boss, I was here first. Chenji immediately frowned and said to the boss, feigning displeasure. I'm sorry, little brother. It's a small business, the highest bidder gets it. If you really want it, then, how about adding a little more? The boss showed no apology, instead rubbing his fingers together, indicating that if Chenji wanted it, he should pay more. Chenji frowned. 95,000. Chenji hesitated for a moment, then added another 5,000. This made the boss even more excited. 100,000. But before he could speak, Zhao Jie increased the bid by another 5,000, offering 100,000. The boss suddenly felt a bit dizzy, wondering what day it was to be so lucky. Did his ancestors' graves smoke? He'd have to go burn some joss paper for his ancestors tomorrow. Chenji looked disappointed, glared fiercely at Zhao Jie, then turned and left. Zhao Jie, on the other hand, smiled slightly and transferred 100,000 to the boss. Something he was willing to pay 95,000 for must be more than just a low-grade exotic or, right? Zhao Jie said with certainty. He had decided to stick with Chenji. This classmate, who scored 249 high points, must have something unique about him, which is why Zhao Jie had been watching Chenji from the beginning. Afterward, Chenji looked at a few more shops and found several good items, but each time he made an offer, Zhao Jie would snatch it first, driving the price up. As a result, he hadn't managed to buy anything suitable. Zhao Jie smiled faintly. Time is running out, don't end up not buying anything. Zhao Jie said mockingly from the side. Chenji just smiled indifferently. How much money do you still have? Chenji asked Zhao Jie with a meaningful look. Zhao Jie frowned. But he still glanced at his balance. He didn't know until he looked, and was startled by what he saw. His nearly 3 million yuan in savings had hit rock bottom, with only a little over 1,000 yuan left. Zhao Jie's expression changed instantly. But he immediately relaxed. There's not much money left, but I've already bought suitable treasures. I can definitely stay, but if you can't buy anything, no matter how good your grades are, you'll still be eliminated. Zhao Jie said proudly. However, Chenji smiled. Then I'm relieved. Boss, how much for this? Chenji then ignored Zhao Jie and asked the unassuming stall owner next to him. Which one are you talking about? The owner didn't see Chenji's gesture clearly and asked him confusedly. I want to buy everything you have, at a fixed price. Chenji thought for a moment and said. The owner hesitated immediately. Seeing Chenji being so straightforward, he thought there was some treasure at his stall. 300,000? The owner said hesitantly. 300,000, he was already asking for an exorbitant price. He knew that everything at his stall was sourced from the same place, and none of it was real. The most expensive item was just a low-grade mortal exotic herb, worth only 20 or 30,000. Too expensive. Give me a realistic price. Honestly, only a few of those exotic herbs on your stall are valuable, at most 100,000. Chenji shook his head and said. Upon hearing Chenji's words, the owner's heart immediately settled. What Chenji said was true, but the difference was that some of the exotic herbs were also fakes, not even worth over 100,000.
Fixed price, 200,000.
The owner gritted his teeth and said, looking as if it pained him. Chen Ji pretended to think for a moment, frowning slightly.
All right, if I wasn't in urgent need of these exotic herbs, I really wouldn't buy them. I'll just take the loss.
Chen Ji sighed, then agreed to the deal. Chen Ji had received 500,000 from Su Chun earlier, so spending 200,000 was manageable.
Buddy, aren't you going to compete with me anymore?
Chen Ji quickly finalized the deal with the owner, money for goods, and the entire stall became Chen Ji's.
Chen Ji smiled and asked Zhao Jie.
Zhao Jie's face was slightly cold.
These few things, how many of them are valuable? However, he still sneered and said disdainfully,
they're not worth much, just low-grade soul-level items. Chen Ji took out a crystal-clear stone and said calmly. Zhao Jie's expression changed when he heard Chen Ji's words.
However, he didn't believe Chen Ji's words. Impossible, the boss would sell you a soul-grade treasure?
Zhao Jie couldn't believe there would be a soul-grade treasure at this small stall.
You'll see in a bit. Chen Ji said no more. Chen Ji, is it really a low-grade soul treasure? Fatty asked curiously from the side.
Here, yours. Chen Ji didn't explain, he pulled a small bone section from his cloth pouch and handed it to Fatty.
What's this? Fuguier asked curiously. Enough for you to pass this class. Chen Ji didn't say much.
Anyway, there were plenty of treasures in his pouch, enough for him to pass this discernment test. Fatty looked curiously at the bone section in his hand but couldn't make any sense of it, so he simply put it in his pocket. With the 1-hour deadline approaching, Chen Ji and the other person stopped wandering and headed straight for the exit. They returned to the academy gate just before the time ran out.
Time's up, you're eliminated. Report to Class B tomorrow.
Su Zhangdao pressed pause right on time, looking at the two students who hadn't reached the gate yet. He said with a cold face.
Ha!
The two were stunned.
They were only a few seconds late, and they were already eliminated? Was it really that strict?
In fact, if they had just sped up and run, they definitely would have made it back within the time limit. It was precisely because they hadn't cared, thinking that 1 or 2 seconds weren't worth fighting for.
Who knew Su Zhangdao would be so strict?
Su Zhangdao gave them a cold glance, then ignored them completely and looked at the other students.
I have good news. 2 people have already been eliminated, and now there's only 1 spot left. So, only the last person will be eliminated next. You should thank these 2 students. Su Zhangdao said with a smile to the remaining people.
Su Zhangdao's words made the faces of the 2 eliminated individuals turn ashen.
No more nonsense, bring out your treasures and receipts. Su Zhangdao then continued. Don't look down on this inconspicuous night market, it's very legitimate.
Anything sold comes with a receipt, and they even pay taxes, they are all law-abiding citizens. The remaining people handed over the treasures they had bought to Su Zhangdao, along with their receipts.
Su Zhangdao examined them one by one, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. You all are really so innocently cute. Su Zhangdao shook his head and sighed as he looked.
Among so many items, fewer than 5 could be bought at market price. Let alone finding a bargain, some even lost their shirts. Until Su Zhangdao saw a crystal-clear stone. Su Zhangdao's expression suddenly shifted.
200,000? Whose is this?
Su Zhangdao picked up the stone and asked the crowd.
Chen Ji immediately stepped forward. Mine. Su Zhangdao nodded.
Seeing it was Chen Ji, an impression sparked in his mind the first-place winner of the freshman competition, whose score was far ahead of everyone else. Zhao Jie, seeing Chen Ji's item singled out, immediately wore a gloating expression.
He thought Chen Ji was the sole person to be eliminated.
After all, there was only 1 spot, and now Su Zhangdao was specifically pulling out Chen Ji's item. It was no wonder he thought that.
Do you know what this is? Su Zhangdao asked Chen Ji indifferently.
He wanted to see if Chen Ji knew the value of the item or if he had bought it by accident. Of course he knows, he said this is a soul-level treasure, rare and hard to come by.
Only 200,000, take it home in a package, ha ha ha. Before Chenji could speak, Zhao Jie, standing by, couldn't help but mock him. Chenji shot an annoyed glance at him, then nodded to Su Zhangdao. Su Zhangdao immediately understood. All right. He said nothing further. After examining everyone's items, he already had his elimination candidates in mind. Lang Jun, treasure value 750,000, spent 320,000, not bad. Jalan, treasure value 880,000, spent 480,000, also not bad. Su Miao, treasure value 1 million, spent 450,000. Wang Fuguier, treasure value 1,250,000, spent, how much did you spend? As Su Zhangdao looked, he suddenly realized Wang Fuguier's treasure had no invoice, and he asked Wang Fuguier in confusion. Bought it with Chenji, spent a total of 200,000. The fatty quickly explained. As soon as the fatty spoke, Zhao Jie's heart stirred, and an ominous premonition arose within him. The item Chenji gave to Wang Fuguier alone was worth over 1 million. So what would be the price of the treasure Chenji kept for himself? Hiss. Thinking of this, Zhao Jie gasped, not daring to dwell on it further. But thankfully, his earlier decision to follow Chenji's choice was correct. The better Chenji's eye, the more it proved that the item he had fancied earlier was indeed better, and his money was not wasted. Su Zhangdao nodded and continued calling out names. It wasn't until the very end that it was Zhao Jie's turn. Zhao Jie, item value 30,000, spent 1 million. Su Zhangdao said blandly. All previous items were referred to as treasures when it came to Zhao Jie's, it was simply item. This indicated that in Su Zhangdao's mind, this thing couldn't even be called a treasure. What were you thinking? Buying a green ore for 1 million? Money to burn? Su Zhangdao was somewhat puzzled, wondering what Zhao Jie was thinking. Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like that. No, that's impossible, it should at least be a 3 green ore. Zhao Jie's heart jolted. He couldn't believe this outcome. The difference between a 3 green ore and a green ore is that a 3 green ore has texture, while a green ore does not. You see for yourself, does this one have it? Su Zhangdao handed the green ore back to Zhao Jie, letting him examine it himself. Zhao Jie, disbelieving, flipped the stone in his hand, indeed finding no texture that Su Zhangdao mentioned. Impossible. This is something Chenji took a liking to. There's no way he'd buy a fake, right? Zhao Jie refused to believe the result and immediately retorted. Chenji, however, sneered at this moment. It's something I like, why wouldn't I buy it? And let you have it? Idiot. Chenji said with a light chuckle. Zhao Jie's expression instantly froze. He immediately realized he'd been tricked. You fucking played me. Zhao Jie, like a madman, rushed towards Chenji, intending to teach him a lesson. However, Su Zhangdao was right there. How could he stand by and watch Zhao Jie strike? Su Zhangdao's movements were unfathomable. He flashed, instantly appearing in front of Chenji, and caught Zhao Jie's incoming fist. Student Zhao Jie, you've been eliminated. If you dare to lay a hand on a student from our class A again, don't blame me for being impolite. Su Zhangdao coldly warned Zhao Jie. Given Zhao Jie's loss ratio, his elimination was naturally beyond doubt. Zhao Jie's legs went soft, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He had tried everything to stay in Class A, yet he was still eliminated in the end. This was unacceptable to him. And the culprit behind all this was Chenji. Zhao Jie looked at Chenji with hatred. Chenji. I'll remember you. Don't let me get the chance. Zhao Jie dropped a fierce threat and stormed off in anger. Instructor, what exactly is Chenji's treasure? At this moment, someone asked Su Zhangdao curiously. Everyone now realized that Chenji's treasure was extraordinary, and they all looked at Su Zhangdao with curiosity, hoping he could clarify. Su Zhangdao smiled slightly. Didn't that student just say it? A soul tier, low-grade treasure. The ice plane stone. Su Zhangdao explained with a smile. The ice plane stone has a very good auxiliary effect on ice element beasts. After an ice element beast uses it, its growth rate can be accelerated. Su Zhangdao explained the function of the ice plane stone to everyone.
A treasure that can accelerate growth is a priceless rarity, virtually impossible to find. And Chen Ji had actually found one in this place. He was incredibly lucky.
Wow, this thing is amazing. I wish I could have it. One student, whose beast was ice elemental, said with an envious look.
But he knew that Chen Ji would never willingly part with such a treasure, and even if Chen Ji intended to sell it, he couldn't afford it. He finally understood what the instructor had said earlier: beast masters are too expensive, and no matter how deep one's pockets are, they can't withstand such expenditure.
Su Miao gave Chen Ji a meaningful look. No one knew what she was thinking. Alright, that's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow.
Su Zhangdao immediately announced the end of class and dismissed everyone on the spot. From gathering at 10 o'clock, to an hour of treasure hunting time, and then to individually checking the value of each treasure, it was almost midnight.
Everyone was tired, and after disbanding, they all chose to go back and rest.
Chen Ji was no exception, but he wasn't in a hurry to sleep. After returning to his dorm, he released Little Red.
Little Red, have you digested it? Can you still suck blood? Chen Ji asked Little Red.
Little Red flew a circle around Chen Ji, nodding excitedly.
It conveyed a signal to Chen Ji. Yes. Chen Ji immediately smiled.
If Little Red's blood-sucking growth ability was used well, it could help Little Red grow quickly. It was naturally difficult to do during the day. Only at night, when everyone else was asleep, was their opportunity. Be careful not to get swatted to death. Chen Ji immediately opened the window, letting Little Red fly out to find its own prey. Little Red flew out the window, swayed and wobbled, and then flew to Wang Fugui's window.
Looking at the fatty's plump, pale body, it almost drooled.
But it knew that the fatty and Chen Ji were friends, so it could only forcefully suppress its craving and continue searching for the next target.
Soon, Little Red arrived at a room at the end of the corridor. Xia Wenbiao inside was cultivating.
He continuously absorbed external energy, converting it into spiritual power. His injuries hadn't fully healed yet. Cultivation could accelerate his recovery, and spiritual power could also be used to heal his imperial beast's injuries. Upon seeing its prey, Little Red no longer hesitated, resolutely flying in and landing behind Xia Wenbiao.
It used its proboscis to pierce Xia Wenbiao's skin, slowly drawing out the spiritual power within Xia Wenbiao's body. Because the extraction was quite slow, Xia Wenbiao did not notice it. Day soon broke.
Xia Wenbiao slowly opened his eyes. Then, he frowned.
Why hasn't my spiritual power increased?
Xia Wenbiao muttered to himself with a strange look. After cultivating all night, his spiritual power had not only not increased but had slightly decreased.
Is it because of the injuries?
Xia Wenbiao was very puzzled, but ultimately found a reasonable explanation for himself. He believed that his spiritual power had decreased due to his injuries. Meanwhile, after Chen Ji woke up, he found that Little Red had already returned. Although Little Red's level hadn't increased, Chen Ji could feel that Little Red's spiritual power had grown considerably, and it was not far from reaching rank 4 of the juvenile stage. Oh dear, cultivating all night has left my back aching. Chen Ji stretched, sitting up from the bed.
Thump, thump, thump.
At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Ji looked puzzled, wondering who would be looking for him so early.
Who is it? Chen Ji asked suspiciously towards the door.
Then he got out of bed and walked towards the door. Opening the door, Su Miao stood outside with an icy expression. Seeing that it was Su Miao, Chen Ji was instantly very surprised. Su Miao was full of hostility towards him. They almost fought during the big competition, so why would she come to find him actively?
Why is it you?
Chen Ji looked at Su Miao suspiciously.
The glacier stone, can you sell it to me? Su Miao softly asked Chen Ji.
Chen Ji was slightly stunned and immediately understood why Su Miao had come to him. It turned out to be for the glacier stone. The glacier stone can accelerate the growth of ice-type beast companions, and Su Miao's ice crystal bird is purely ice attributed, so it naturally needs the glacier stone.
Chen Ji immediately became interested.
He sized Su Miao up and down.
Is this how you ask for favors?
Chen Ji said with interest.
Who asks for favors with a long face? Chen Ji shook his head and said discontentedly. Su Miao's expression changed, but she still managed to force a smile. Can you sell me the glacier stone?
You don't need it anyway, and I'll pay a high price. Su Miao said to Chen Ji with a strained smile. Chen Ji looked at the troubled Su Miao and shook his head helplessly.
Never mind, you'd better not smile. You look uglier when you smile than when you cry.
Chen Ji looked helpless as expected, and Ice Beauty looks best when she's cold.
You!
Su Miao was so angered by Chen Ji that she wished she could eat him alive, but to buy the glacier stone from Chen Ji, she held back.
I can sell it to you, but the price won't be cheap.
Chen Ji immediately stated that he would sell it at a high price. The glacier stone was indeed useless in his hands. It would be better to exchange it for money to buy other things useful to him.
Okay. Name your price.
Seeing that Chen Ji intended to sell, Su Miao said, slightly agitated. According to the market price, a glacier stone is worth 3 million, but it's priceless because it's rarely available, so I want 4 million. Chen Ji brazenly inflated the price, adding an extra million above the market value.
No problem, I'll transfer it to you. Give me your card number. Su Miao didn't hesitate at all.
After Chen Ji named his price, she immediately wanted to make the transfer without a second thought. This made Chen Ji suddenly wonder if he had asked for too little. But the words were already out, and there was no taking them back, so he could only helplessly accept Su Miao's transfer.
Su Miao transferred the full amount to Chen Ji before he had even seen the item.
This immediately made Chen Ji feel the terror of money power.
Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and not deliver? Chen Ji asked curiously after the money arrived. If you don't deliver, then I'll have another reason to kill you. Su Miao said indifferently. Chen Ji's expression changed instantly. Should have known better than to sell it to you.
Chen Ji looked speechless.
Wasn't he just asking for trouble? He then handed the item to Su Miao.
After receiving the ice plane stone, Su Miao's face immediately lit up with joy, and she unconsciously revealed a faint smile. Chen Ji was instantly dumbfounded. This was completely different from the forced wry smile just now. So beautiful. For the sake of the ice plane stone, I'll postpone teaching you a lesson.
Su Miao said, very pleased. So I should thank you for that?
Chen Ji looked speechless. After Su Miao left, Chen Ji washed up and headed straight for the A-grade class. Only after all the students had arrived did Su Zhengdao finally make a belated appearance.
Follow me.
Upon entering the classroom, he said nothing more and led them away.
Everyone wondered where Su Zhengdao was taking them. Su Zhengdao led them out of the academy, surprisingly into a secluded forest. Su Zhengdao looked at them with a serious expression. A grade class, second lesson, survival. The crowd exchanged glances, not understanding what Su Zhengdao meant.
Before that, I've brought you something good, pills that can speed up your cultivation.
1 for each person.
Su Zhengdao didn't explain, but instead took out 10 black pills and distributed 1 to each person. Upon hearing that these were pills to accelerate cultivation, the students immediately showed joyful expressions.
Thank you, instructor. Everyone thanked Su Zhengdao one after another, then swallowed the pills without hesitation.
Chen Ji, however, was somewhat wary and used his eye of evolution to examine the pill in his hand.
Forbidden Beast Pill.
After consumption, unable to communicate with the beast taming space and unable to summon your beast for 7 days. Chen Ji's expression changed instantly, and he looked at Su Zhengdao with a wary gaze. The others had already swallowed the pills. It was too late for him to stop them.
Chen Ji, why aren't you eating yours?
Seeing that Chen Ji hadn't taken the pill, Su Zhengdao specifically walked over and asked him.
I want to go back and eat it later. Chen Ji said nervously.
He didn't know Su Zhengdao's purpose, but if Su Zhengdao wanted to harm them, there was no need to go through such trouble or use drugs. He could simply summon his beast and eliminate these fledgling youngsters. Su Zhengdao's expression changed.
It seems you know what this is. Be obedient, eat it, don't make me use force. Su Zhengdao smiled and said meaningfully. Chen Ji looked bitter. But under Su Zhengdao's threat, he had no choice but to comply. He had to consume the forbidden beast pill in his hand. Very good. Su Zhengdao nodded in satisfaction. Try summoning your beast, let me see the effect. Su Zhengdao said plainly to everyone. Hearing Su Zhengdao's words, everyone immediately tried to summon their beasts, but they suddenly and strangely found that they had lost their perception of the beast space and couldn't summon any beasts at all. What's going on? Everyone looked confused, glancing around at others, who all had the same reaction. Not a single person could summon a beast. It seems the effect is good. The pill you just took is called the Forbidden Beast Pill. It severs your connection with the beast space, preventing you from summoning your beast for 7 days. Only then did Su Zhengdao reveal the truth about the Forbidden Beast Pill. What? Everyone was shocked. What is most important for a beast tamer? Of course, it's their beast. Especially in the early stages, without a beast, a tamer has virtually no power to resist. Without their beasts, they were no different from ordinary people. What do you want to do? The students immediately looked at Su Zhengdao warily, believing he intended to harm them. Don't worry, I'm your instructor, of course I wouldn't harm you. Su Zhengdao waved his hand helplessly, calming everyone's emotions. This is the content of the second lesson: survive here for 7 days without relying on your beasts. During these 7 days, if you actively choose to give up, or lose the ability to survive, you will be eliminated. Strive to survive. After Su Zhengdao finished speaking, he smiled and turned to leave. Like a passing breeze, he mercilessly left them in this remote forest. Hey! I didn't bring anything, what am I supposed to eat and drink? A student suddenly shouted loudly at Su Zhengdao's retreating figure. However, Su Zhengdao didn't pause for a moment and quickly disappeared from their sight. The left-behind students suddenly looked crestfallen. What should we do? Several people looked at each other, as if searching for teammates. Let's find food first. As long as we work together, we can definitely get through these 7 days. One of them stepped forward proactively, seemingly trying to take on the role of leader. Chen Ji remembered this person's name was Qian Shijuan. At a time when everyone was uneasy, stepping forward like this naturally gave him the chance to become the backbone in everyone's hearts. Seeing this situation, Chen Ji resolutely broke away from the crowd and left alone. A large group might not necessarily be a good thing, especially when they were now competitors. After all, the more people eliminated, the more opportunities there would be for those remaining. Seeing Chen Ji leave, Fatty naturally followed him. Su Miao watched Chen Ji's back, was silent for a moment, and then followed him as well. Lang Jun and Jia Lan also left independently and did not remain with the group. The remaining 5 silently formed a team. Why did they leave? One of them looked at the departing backs of the others, somewhat puzzled. Don't mind them. We'll divide the work. 3 people will go around to find food and water, and the rest will stay here to set up tents. Let's get moving. Qian Shijuan immediately gave orders, arranging for everyone to cooperate. In such times, cooperation among multiple people has a higher chance of survival than fighting alone. However, Qian Shijuan forgot about human nature. Not everyone will strive for the group, and some might even stab you in the back. Nevertheless, there is indeed strength in numbers. With their concerted efforts, they quickly found water and plenty of wild fruits, and even managed to set up simple tents. But no one dared to eat these fruits. In these deep mountains and old forests, no one knew if these fruits were poisonous. If they ate something problematic, they would be done for. What should we do? Everyone had been busy all day and was hungry. Looking at the tempting fruits in front of them, they were all craving them, but were afraid of getting into trouble by eating them. I picked the fruits, I'll try them first. Sun Yaoran, who was responsible for finding food, stepped forward voluntarily to test the poison himself. Without a word, he grabbed a fruit and bit into it. Soon, he finished one fruit. Sun Yaoran wiped his mouth, a smile on his face. It's fine, I don't feel any discomfort. Sun Yaoran excitedly told the others.
Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated, swarming forward and snatching all the remaining fruits. Sun Yaoran smiled slightly at this, subtly tucking the fruit in his hand into his pocket. He had eaten an apple he brought that morning, not a wild fruit at all. He used this method to entice others to eat the fruits and test if they were poisonous. If they were poisonous, he would conveniently eliminate these competitors. If they weren't, he knew where the fruit trees were, and the remaining fruits would be enough for him to survive for 7 days. No matter the outcome, it would be beneficial to him. Soon, everyone finished the wild fruits, barely filling their stomachs. Fortunately, these wild fruits were not poisonous. Although they escaped this ordeal, with Sun Yaoran stirring up trouble, it was still unknown how many days they could survive. On the other side, Shenji and the fatty were wandering aimlessly in the forest like headless chickens. "Shenji, where are we going?" the fatty curiously asked Shenji. Shenji looked around, information about the surrounding plants appearing before his eyes one by one. He glanced at Su Miao behind him. His biggest concern was Su Miao. "Big sister, why are you following us?" Shenji finally couldn't help but decide to send Su Miao away. Although having a beauty like Su Miao follow them was pleasing to the eye, he hadn't forgotten Su Miao's hostility towards him. What if she seized the opportunity to attack him? Without a beast. Wait. Why would I be afraid of her without a beast? Shenji suddenly realized that with everyone's beasts gone, why would 2 men be afraid of 1 woman? Who said I was following you? Can I walk this way? This place isn't yours. Su Miao said stubbornly. Shenji shook his head helplessly, deciding to ignore her. He continued to follow the tracks forward, and finally, through his persistence, found his target. Splash! The sound of falling water came from ahead. A small waterfall descended from a cliff, plunging into a pool below the cliff. The water in the pool was incredibly clear, cleaner than mountain spring water. Holy cow! Water! The fatty yelled excitedly, rushing to the edge of the pool and lying down to take a long drink. Shenji, however, looked around uneasily, noticing animal footprints near the pool, and frowned slightly. "Fill up some water and let's get out of here." Shenji knew that where there was a water source, there were bound to be living creatures. This was an immutable truth. So, the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Su Miao, behind him, swallowed as she saw the water source within reach. She had been thirsty for a long time after walking so far, but she didn't want Shenji to find a reason to mock her. Shenji filled every container he had with water. Only then did he look at Su Miao behind him. "Hey, aren't you going to have a drink?" Shenji asked Su Miao with a smile. Su Miao hesitated for a moment, but finally broke through her reserve and rushed to the pool, drinking without any regard for her image. "Ah, refreshing." Su Miao took a satisfying drink and wiped her mouth. "Let's go, we can't stay here long." Seeing that both of them had drunk their fill, Shenji quickly pulled them, ready to leave. Just as they were about to leave, a wild boar approached them from the side. This immediately put the 3 on alert. However, the wild boar did not attack them. Instead, it walked straight to the pond, lay down, and drank water. Shenji's heart, which had been in his throat, immediately settled. He remembered a rule in the animal kingdom. Near a water source, unless they are very hungry, even natural predators rarely hunt near the water's edge. So sometimes, animals that are natural enemies can be seen drinking from the same water source. Clearly, this wild boar was not hungry now and had no intention of hunting. "Let's go," Shenji quietly told the 2, signaling them to hurry. If they waited until the wild boar had drunk its fill and quenched its thirst, it might then start thinking about food. The 3 quickly left the area while the wild boar was drinking. After solving the water problem, it was natural to address the food problem. "You 2 set up the tent here, I'll go look for food. Remember to stay off the ground," Shenji instructed the 2. In such a place, there must be many poisonous insects on the ground. They absolutely couldn't set up tents on the ground, or else being bitten by poisonous insects at night could be life-threatening. Using his evolution eye, Shenji found many edible wild fruits, wild vegetables, and other foods. He returned and, with the fatty, resolved their hunger. Everything was going smoothly for Chenji. If nothing unexpected happened, they could comfortably spend the 7 days. But the team on the other side wasn't so lucky. The next morning. Everyone up, time to look for food. Qian Shijuan had already woken everyone up early and was giving them orders. This made everyone a little unhappy. Getting up so early? Why don't you go find food yourself? The only one without complaints was Sun Yaoran. I'll go look for food. Sun Yaoran had no objections and calmly left the group. This surprised Qian Shijuan and also sparked a hint of suspicion. Sun Yaoran's obedience was naturally because he intended to monopolize the wild fruits on that fruit tree. Those wild fruits would be enough for him for 7 days, so he wouldn't have to worry about food. Sun Yaoran approached the fruit tree, cautiously looking around to make sure no one was following him. Only then did he turn and walk towards the fruit tree. Soon, a fruit tree as thick as an arm appeared in his sight. It was laden with bright red fruits, dozens by his count. Sun Yaoran's face lit up with joy. He stepped forward, quickly climbed the fruit tree, reached out, and picked a wild fruit, putting it in his mouth to taste. Yesterday, he hadn't had time to taste the fruit, fearing it might be poisonous. Now that someone had tested it for him, he no longer had to worry and could eat it with peace of mind. These idiots don't even realize they're being used. They deserve to starve to death. Sun Yaoran said smugly. Sun Yaoran. You found this fruit tree a long time ago. Just as Sun Yaoran was enjoying his meal, a sharp shout startled him so much that the fruit in his hand dropped to the ground. Following the sound, Qian Shijuan, who had arrived at some unknown time, was looking at him with a face full of anger. You, why are you here? Sun Yaoran asked with a hint of guilt. If I hadn't followed, I wouldn't have known you'd hidden so many fruits. Qian Shijuan's face was stern. Clearly, Sun Yaoran's actions had made him very angry. Sun Yaoran's brow furrowed, and he immediately felt that the fruits behind him were no longer safe. Given Qian Shijuan's attitude, he would definitely share these fruits with everyone. And he would also be ostracized by the others. So, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Sun Yaoran's eyes. He couldn't let Qian Shijuan go back. Listen to my explanation. I know I was wrong. I just wanted to eat my fill and then take all the fruits back today. I didn't intend to keep them all to myself. Sun Yaoran hurriedly shook his head in denial and walked towards Qian Shijuan. Qian Shijuan didn't notice Sun Yaoran's ulterior motive and continued to scold him for his wrongdoing. Do you think I believe you? Take the stuff back, and I'll settle the score with you later. Qian Shijuan snorted coldly and immediately ordered Sun Yaoran to take the fruits back. Yes, yes, yes. Sun Yaoran nodded while walking in front of Qian Shijuan. What are you waiting for? Get to it. Qian Shijuan, seeing Sun Yaoran unmoving, said impatiently. I'll get to it right now. Sun Yaoran looked at Qian Shijuan, who was close by, and immediately sneered. His right hand, hidden behind his back, instantly struck out. At some unknown moment, he had pulled out a dagger and plunged it directly into Qian Shijuan's chest. Qian Shijuan had never expected Sun Yaoran to carry a weapon, and completely unprepared, he was directly stabbed by the dagger. Blood spurted out along the dagger. Qian Shijuan looked down at the dagger in his chest, his face filled with disbelief. You dare to kill. Qian Shijuan could never have imagined that Sun Yaoran would dare to kill someone in class. Why wouldn't I dare? The name of this class is survival, so danger doesn't just come from the surrounding environment, it can also come from companions beside you. Sun Yaoran sneered. Since the start of the freshman competition, he had felt the cruelty of Dragon Ascent Academy, so he always carried a dagger, just in case. Who knew it would be used here? You. Thud. Before Qian Shijuan could finish speaking, his legs gave way, and he fell heavily to the ground. Want to be a leader? You're too naive. Sun Yaoran sneered at Qian Shijuan's corpse. Then he left directly, returning to the camp. And after Sun Yaoran left, Su Zhengdao's figure suddenly appeared here. Looking at Qian Shijuan lying on the ground, he casually waved his hand, and a grass leaf sprite appeared beside him.
Save him. Su Zhengdao said faintly, looking at Qian Shijuan on the ground.
The leaf sprite, receiving Su Zhengdao's command, immediately cast a green light upon Qian Shijuan.
The wound on Qian Shijuan's chest healed rapidly at a visible speed, soon disappearing completely. After Qian Shijuan's wounds were fully healed, Su Zhengdao directly picked him up and vanished into the forest. Sun Yaoran, upon returning to the camp, messed up his clothes.
He rushed into the camp looking disheveled.
It's bad. Qian Shijuan was attacked by a fierce beast. What's wrong?
Sun Yaoran's words startled everyone, and they hastily asked him what had happened.
Qian Shijuan and I went to look for food, and on the way, we encountered a fierce beast.
Qian Shijuan was careless and was struck by it, and now he might already be dead.
Sun Yaoran said with a mournful expression. What? There's a fierce beast here?
Everyone wasn't saddened by Qian Shijuan's death. Instead, they were worried about the presence of a fierce beast. After all, they were completely defenseless now, unable to summon their beast companions. They were just ordinary people, and encountering a fierce beast meant certain death.
What should we do?
The fierce beast is so close to here, it might very well find us.
Everyone immediately became worried, fearing the beast would find them. How about we run?
As long as the Green Mountains are there, there's no fear of running out of firewood.
Someone suggested. Yes, run. I don't want to become beast digestibles.
Some worried individuals immediately sprang into action, turning to run without a second thought, not hesitating at all. And once someone took the lead, the others no longer held back, grabbing their belongings and leaving the place. Only Sun Yaoran remained. Looking at the readily available makeshift tent in the camp, he had no intention of leaving. Now he wasn't short on food, had shelter from the wind and rain, and the fruits themselves contained water. As long as he persevered here for 7 days, he could pass this class.
The others weren't so lucky. As time went on,
after leaving the camp, the other 3 began to suffer from hunger.
On the 3rd day, someone couldn't endure the hunger any longer and tried unknown wild fruits.
But unfortunately, the wild fruits they found this time were poisonous, and one of them was immediately poisoned.
Su Zhengdao appeared and took this person away.
Seeing this, the remaining people dared not eat any more wild fruits indiscriminately. They continued to endure hunger. On the 4th day, in addition to hunger, they gradually became dehydrated and started to feel weak.
I can't hold on anymore, I give up, I want to go home.
On the 4th day, among the 2 remaining people, one finally couldn't endure it and chose to give up. After only one person was left, he felt somewhat numb, but the physical weakness still made him feel powerless. But he believed he could still hold on. After hiking for a while, he actually found a water source.
Water! Water!
The moment he saw the water, he plunged into the pool like a madman, frantically guzzling the spring water. After rehydrating, he felt much better. He was even more confident he could make it through the 7th day. However, things didn't go as planned. A wild boar arrived at the pond. When he saw the wild boar, a jolt of fear went through him. Unlike Chen Ji and his companions, this time he wasn't lucky enough to encounter a well-fed boar. The wild boar was staring intently at him, completely fixated as if eyeing prey. Upon seeing the wild boar, the man frantically scrambled out of the pond and ran away swiftly. He knew how fierce wild boars were without a beast protector. He was utterly defenseless. As the saying goes, first a boar, second a bear, third a tiger. This shows that the wild boar's lethality ranks above that of a tiger. Why wouldn't he run? Was he waiting to die? However, being already weak, how could he possibly outrun a wild boar? The wild boar lowered its head, pawed at the mud with its front hooves, and charged at the man. Its sharp tusks gleamed with a cold light. This collision would surely leave him dead or severely injured. Bang! The wild boar slammed hard into the man. Under the boar's impact, the man was sent flying into the air, soaring high before crashing heavily to the ground, completely losing consciousness. The wild boar approached, nudging the man's body with its snout. Just then, a figure appeared nearby. Su Zhengdao kicked the wild boar away, then picked up the man from the ground and vanished instantly. Not long after Su Zhengdao disappeared, Shinji and Fatty came to fetch water.
Ha! Is that wild boar? It looks like it's sleeping.
Fatty was the first to spot the wild boar. But unlike before, this time the wild boar was lying on the ground motionless.
Shenji frowned, activating his evolution eye.
Information about the wild boar appeared before him.
Common beast wild boar. Dying.
Shenji was stunned for a moment.
Dead?
Shenji was somewhat incredulous, but the evolution eye wouldn't lie to him.
But how could a perfectly fine wild boar suddenly die?
Then, Shenji picked up a large rock nearby and walked towards the wild boar.
What are you doing? Fatty was startled by Shenji's action.
He didn't know the wild boar was close to death.
If Shenji went up so rashly, wouldn't he be offering himself as a meal to the boar? It's fine. Strike while the iron is hot. Shenji didn't offer much explanation. Killing the wild boar had many benefits. First, this water source would no longer be dangerous. Second, wild boar meat could be eaten, improving their lives.
Shenji approached the wild boar, raised the large rock in his hand, and smashed it down on the boar's head with all his might.
Oink!
The wild boar let out a tragic cry and was killed instantly by Shenji's blow. After confirming the wild boar was dead, Shenji finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Take it back, we're eating pork tonight, Shenji said to the fatty with a smile. Fatty was stunned. He didn't expect Shenji to be so bold.
All right. But when it succeeded, he also felt happy. After all, there would be meat for dinner. That day, Shenji and the others had a meal of roasted wild boar, and although it wasn't particularly delicious, they hadn't seen any fatty food for days, so they ate it with great relish. On the 5th and 6th days, the remaining few had gradually begun to get used to this kind of life. On the 7th day, Shinji and the others suddenly felt their beast taming space again, as the effects of the forbidden beast pill wore off.
Su Zhengdao suddenly appeared before them. Survival class is over, follow me, Su Zhengdao said indifferently to the three.
Then, following Su Zhengdao, they arrived back at the previous gathering place. At this point, Long Jun, Jelun, and Sun Yaoran had already arrived.
Su Zhengdao looked at the 6 people before him with a cold expression.
The final list for Class A has been confirmed, a total of 5 people. Su Zhengdao said indifferently. The 6 people exchanged glances. There were 6 of them, but only 5 slots for Class A, meaning one person would be kicked out. The 6 looked each other over, each thinking it wouldn't be themselves, believing their own performance was excellent.
Su Zhengdao naturally knew what they were thinking. Shinji, Su Miao, Long Jun, Jelun, Wang Fugui. Su Zhengdao didn't keep them in suspense and directly announced the 5 names.
You all stay, and officially become students of Class A.
Su Zhengdao looked at the 5 with a satisfied smile and said.
Only Sun Yaoran's name was not called, which made him quite perplexed and somewhat angry.
What about me? Sun Yaoran questioned loudly, dissatisfied. Su Zhengdao glanced coldly at Sun Yaoran. Hiding a sharp weapon and backstabbing your teammates, do you think I didn't see it? Su Zhengdao said to Sun Yaoran with a cold look. Sun Yaoran was instantly speechless. This class was about survival, and I survived. What's wrong with that?
Sun Yaoran didn't feel he had done anything wrong and showed no sign of reflection. You're not wrong, the rule was indeed survival, but I'm sorry, the final interpretation right belongs to me, and I don't like you, Su Zhengdao said coldly. Sun Yaoran's face turned ashen, but he could do nothing.
I'm going to report you to the principal. Sun Yaoran left in a huff, returning to the academy to complain about Su Zhengdao to the principal. Su Zhengdao shrugged indifferently. Remember to state clearly, Class A instructor, Su Zhengdao. Don't complain about the wrong person. Su Zhengdao didn't forget to remind Sun Yaoran of his name. As an instructor for Class A, could Su Zhengdao be so simple?
Not to mention one student complaining about him. Even if all the teachers combined to complain, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him.
Would Su Zhengdao be afraid of him?
You are now official members of Class A. Build good relationships with each other, go back and rest.
In a couple of days, I'll inform you of your new mission,
Su Zhangdao said indifferently to them. Su Zhangdao's teaching style was different. He didn't focus on theory, only on practice. He believed in gaining experience through practical application, and that was his teaching method. Being kind, he even gave Chenji and the others 2 days to rest.
Is he even human? 2 days of rest and then another mission?
I've lost over 10 pounds in these 7 days, that hateful guy.
The fat guy glared resentfully at Su Zhangdao's retreating back. 2 days of rest is already good enough.
Chenji shook his head, feeling that Su Zhangdao probably hadn't even intended to give them any rest initially. Su Miao felt her beast taming space, then hurried back to the academy in a panic. The others also returned to the academy one after another. Chenji returned to his dorm, summoned Little Red, and sent him out to absorb spiritual power again.
Striving to break through a day earlier,
Little Red flew out of the window, swaying, and once again arrived outside Xia Wenbiao's dorm window. Familiar with the route, he squeezed through the gap.
Then he lay down on Xia Wenbiao's back.
It was still the same spot, still the same bag. He stabbed in and slowly began to absorb the other party's spiritual power. After 7 days of recuperation, Xia Wenbiao's injuries had basically recovered, but his cultivation had been significantly delayed. At this moment, he was concentrating all his efforts on breaking through, striving to become a junior beast tamer as soon as possible. After a night of cultivation, Xia Wenbiao slowly opened his eyes.
Then he frowned. My spiritual power? Xia Wenbiao looked utterly bewildered.
After cultivating all night, not only did his spiritual power not increase by an iota, but it had decreased significantly, which was very strange. Before, the decrease in spiritual power could be attributed to his injuries, but now that his injuries had healed, why was it still decreasing?
I haven't gone astray in my cultivation, have I? Xia Wenbiao looked worried.
Afraid he had taken the wrong path. But he checked for a long time and couldn't find the reason.
How strange. Xia Wenbiao decided not to overthink it. He got up and left his dorm.
As he reached the staircase, he suddenly saw that Chenji's dorm light was on.
Xia Wenbiao was immediately taken aback.
To get his revenge, he had looked for Chenji many times, but each time Chenji wasn't there, and the dorm was empty. Now the light was on, which meant Chenji was back.
Xia Wenbiao's face instantly turned cold.
He walked straight to Chenji's door and pounded heavily on Chenji's dorm door.
Wang Fugue! Come out! Xia Wenbiao shouted angrily. Xia Wenbiao didn't know Chenji's real name.
Last time Chenji fobbed him off with the fat guy's name, so he actually thought Chenji was named Wang Fugue.
Chenji in the room frowned.
It's early in the morning, if you're looking for Fatty, go to his dorm, why come to me?
Chenji grumbled as he opened the door, immediately recognizing Xia Wenbiao. What are you doing?
Chenji looked at Xia Wenbiao with a puzzled expression and asked.
Do you dare to fight me on stage?
Xia Wenbiao looked at Chenji, pointing at his nose as he asked. In the Beast Tamer Academy, all grievances can be resolved through combat. This is the safest and most effective way to solve problems. Using tamed beasts to fight, the loser apologizes unconditionally to the winner, with no excuses, regardless of right or wrong.
Although it seems somewhat unreasonable, this is the rule of the Beast Tamer Academy. Are there any benefits? Chenji curiously asked Xia Wenbiao. What benefits? Just tell me if you dare or not. If you're a coward, then hide. Xia Wenbiao snorted, not intending to make a bet with Chenji. Chenji's expression changed. All right. Chenji nodded immediately.
He might not gamble, but he couldn't be called a coward. This time, he would make Xia Wenbiao remember not to bother him again.
The two arrived at the fighting arena of Longting Academy.
It was much livelier here, with over a dozen fighting arenas, almost all occupied. After all, Longting Academy didn't just have freshmen, there were also older students from higher grades, and quite a number of them, all elites. Each one was arrogant, and even a slight disagreement would lead them to resolve it in the fighting arena.
Thus, the arena was perpetually crowded, and you had to queue even to fight. What a waste of time.
Chen Ji shook his head helplessly. He could absorb a lot of spiritual energy in this amount of time. However, luckily, not long after they arrived, one fighting arena finished, and it was their turn.
Humph. Get on stage. Xia Wenbiao sneered and said to Chen Ji. The two went onto the stage, standing at opposite sides, facing each other from a distance. I know what your tamed beast is, a mosquito. Although I don't know its grade, I know your skill, isn't it just explosion? This time, I won't be easily ambushed by you. Xia Wenbiao sneered.
Having learned from last time, Xia Wenbiao was full of confidence this time and had already prepared countermeasures. Chen Ji smiled coldly and shook his head.
Is that so?
That's great.
Chen Ji clapped for the other party, saying nonchalantly. Arrogant.
Ice Plains Tiger. Seeing Chen Ji's arrogant demeanor, Xia Wenbiao immediately snorted and summoned his Ice Plains Tiger.
Chen Ji also summoned Little Red. However, it wasn't just one, but a swarm.
At this time, Little Red's strength had reached the 4th stage of its juvenile form, its spiritual energy had greatly increased, and it had more clones. There were a full 100 of them, dense and no longer so concealed, clearly visible to everyone. Xia Wenbiao was slightly stunned when he saw a mass of red mist in front of Chen Ji.
What's that?
Even with Xia Wenbiao's preparations, he was still startled. He instantly realized that Chen Ji's beast was not one mosquito, but a swarm of mosquitoes.
There's a beast like this?
Xia Wenbiao grew more puzzled. He had never heard of a beast tamer being able to directly contract a whole group.
What if there are many of them? In the end, they're still just mosquitoes.
Icefield Tiger, attack.
Xia Wenbiao snorted disdainfully and immediately signaled the Icefield Tiger to attack. Little Red, scatter. Chen Ji said calmly.
Immediately, Little Red quickly broke formation, forming a large net that divided the arena in half, isolating the Icefield Tiger. The Icefield Tiger charged forward, and after realizing its path was completely blocked, it slammed on the brakes. Having learned its lesson from last time, the Icefield Tiger still had a lingering fear of the exploding blood mosquitoes and dared not face them easily. However, Chen Ji didn't give the Icefield Tiger time to think, gently waving his hand.
Go!
At Chen Ji's signal, the large net formed by Little Red's clone slowly moved towards the Icefield Tiger, forcing it to retreat. As Little Red advanced a step, the Icefield Tiger instinctively retreated a step.
Xia Wenbiao, watching from behind, frowned. Icefield Tiger. What are you doing? Attack!
Xia Wenbiao felt that the Icefield Tiger was making him lose face and commanded furiously. Under Xia Wenbiao's command, the Icefield Tiger couldn't resist and could only charge forward unwillingly. Opening its mouth, streams of ice blades spewed out, striking the large net formed by Little Red.
Bang bang bang!
Little Red's clones hit by the ice blades exploded, with Little Red directly choosing to self-destruct to neutralize the ice blade attacks. However, these ice blades were like a drop in the ocean against hundreds of Little Red clones, having no real impact. Moreover, self-destruction did not make the clones disappear. Little Red's indestructible blood explosion caused no harm to itself. While neutralizing the ice blades, Little Red's clones on both sides were also rapidly closing in from the middle. Like a massive net, they surrounded the Icefield Tiger from all directions. Although the Icefield Tiger sensed the impending danger, its masters made it unable to resist, only to advance.
Boom!
The Icefield Tiger crashed into the large net formed by Little Red's clones, and the clones immediately self-destructed, causing violent explosions. Then, all the other clones swarmed around.
Boom, boom, boom. 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 Boom.
One by one, Little Red's clones struck the Icefield Tiger, continuously self-destructing, and the dense explosions quickly left the Icefield Tiger severely wounded.
And Xia Wenbiao naturally felt it. A trace of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Impossible. Impossible. This is impossible. Xia Wenbiao adamantly refused to accept this outcome. He couldn't believe there was such a huge gap between himself and Chen Ji. Stop. Stop. Stop it now.
Then he felt the ice-field tiger enter a near-death state. He immediately and excitedly shouted for Chenji to stop. Chenji also didn't want to cause any fatalities, so he immediately made Little Red stop. Mainly, causing a fatality at school would be very troublesome for him. After Xiaohong stopped, the icefield tiger was already severely battered and bruised, with not a single good patch of skin left on its body, and its snowy white fur had long turned to charcoal.
Icefield tiger.
Xia Wenbia rushed forward excitedly, his face filled with distress as he looked at the severely injured icefield tiger. He hastily recalled the icefield tiger to his beast taming space.
You lost. Apologize. Chenji calmly looked at Xia Wenbiao and said. Xia Wenbiao glared furiously at Chenji.
However, the rules of the Beast Tamer Academy were such that if he lost, he had to apologize unconditionally to Chenji, otherwise, the school authorities would intervene.
At that point, he would either be expelled or have to apologize. Wang Fugue, I'm sorry. Xia Wenbiao bowed in humiliation, kowtowing to Chenji to apologize.
Only, the name he shouted was Wang Fugue. This made Chenji look puzzled.
Good heavens, the boomerang he threw hit himself, damn it. I don't accept it. Chenji proudly raised his head and walked straight past Xia Wenbiao. You can apologize if you want, but I won't accept it. What are you gonna do about it? Xia Wenbiao lowered his head, his face gloomy.
The icefield tiger suffered such severe injuries that it wouldn't recover for at least half a month, and might even be left with hidden injuries that could affect it in the future.
How could he possibly let go of this grudge?
Wang Fugue, just you wait.
I can't beat you, but that doesn't mean no one can.
Xia Wenbiao said with a frosty expression.
After Chenji returned, he continued to cultivate.
He could feel the spiritual energy within him growing, as if he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Currently, none of them were truly official beast tamers, they were merely hovering between beast tamers and ordinary people. The grand examination tested the initial spiritual energy before becoming a junior beast tamer. And Chenji had no idea what his initial spiritual energy was.
Chenji quickly opened his eyes.
He felt that his spiritual energy had reached its limit, the final state of initial spiritual energy. Now, he needed external assistance to break through and become a junior beast tamer.
The academy should have an instrument to test spiritual energy, right?
Chenji still wanted to know how much initial spiritual energy he had. Last time, he stopped halfway because he didn't want to expose his spiritual energy value, so the previous test wasn't accurate.
Thinking this, Chenji immediately left his dormitory and asked an older student.
He learned that there was indeed a spiritual energy testing device in the medical examination room.
Chenji went straight to the medical examination room.
There weren't many people in the medical examination room, just a teacher lying on a chair reading a book.
Teacher, I'd like to use the spiritual energy testing device.
Chenji said to the teacher.
Student ID. The teacher didn't even look up, simply reaching out a hand to ask Chenji for his student ID.
Chenji took out his student ID and handed it to the other person.
The third room ahead.
The teacher took the student ID card, casually placed it on the desk, and pointed towards the corridor ahead.
Chenji nodded and walked towards the corridor. He arrived at the third room, pushed the door open, and entered.
The room was divided into small cubicles, each just big enough for one person, similar to old-fashioned photo booths, offering considerable privacy.
Chenji picked one and stepped inside.
He placed his hand on the instrument's sphere, releasing his spiritual power. As his spiritual power was released, the screen on the instrument began to display numbers, which rapidly soared. It quickly broke into 4 digits and was still climbing.
1100. 1200. 1300. Chenji's expression showed a hint of excitement.
When he saw it reach 1500 and still not stop, a look of shock appeared on his face. It was known that the world record was only 1000 points, and now he had surpassed the record by 500 points, yet it still hadn't stopped.
Could the machine be broken?
Although Chenji felt that his spiritual power was definitely not low, he never expected it to be so high. Finally, the number on the screen stopped.
1999. A number that shocked Chen Ji. That high? Chen Ji could barely believe it. With nearly 2,000 initial spiritual points, wouldn't he have at least twice as much spiritual power as others after breaking through? Chen Ji was very excited. This was great news. Next up was breaking the limit and becoming a beginner beast master. Becoming a beginner beast master was easy as long as one's spiritual power reached its limit. Even a dog could break through, so to speak. Because it didn't require any special talent, one just needed to use elixirs. This was the best method discovered by humanity over 500 years of collective exploration. Of course, this method only worked for beginner beast masters. Future breakthroughs would not be so easy. Just as Chen Ji finished his spiritual power test, the teacher responsible for overseeing the examination room outside noticed something. A red light suddenly flashed under his desk. This made the teacher, who was leisurely reading, freeze for a moment. He then put down his book and looked at the red light, which represented the spiritual power testing instrument, with a bewildered expression. What's going on? Is the instrument broken? The red light only illuminated under one condition: abnormal data. The teacher was still wondering when Chen Ji walked out of the spiritual power testing room. Teacher, I'm done. Please return my student ID. Chen Ji said to the teacher. The teacher stared at Chen Ji blankly. Were you in there just now? He asked Chen Ji curiously. MHM. Chen Ji nodded. Is there something wrong with the instrument? The teacher asked Chen Ji with a puzzled expression. No. Chen Ji shook his head. But he quickly realized. There might be a problem. It's a bit inaccurate, and I'm in a hurry. Goodbye. Chen Ji hurriedly picked up his student ID and left the medical examination room. He didn't want to attract attention, and it was best not to expose his spiritual power value. Watching Chen Ji leave in a hurry, the teacher looked bewildered. He immediately got up and went to the spiritual power testing device room. He found the testing device that had just been used, and after some operations, he opened the historical records. All the most recent usage records were displayed there. At the very top was the newest entry. When he saw the number on it, he was instantly stunned. 1999. The teacher was somewhat disbelieving. A new student? He remembered Chen Ji's unfamiliar face, and his expression shifted. If he was a new student, the spiritual power value would be terrifying. Even for someone who had already become a junior beast tamer, it was an extremely frightening figure. The teacher thought for a moment, then operated the spiritual power testing device and deleted Chen Ji's record. No matter what, if this news were known to outsiders, it would likely bring trouble to this new student. It was best not to expose him before this kid grew up. After leaving the medical examination room, Chen Ji went to the academy store. The academy store wasn't a place that sold snacks. Everything sold here was for beast tamers. All the basic necessities for beast tamers could be bought here, but rare items were hard to come by. Those things could only be found by chance. Hello, I'd like one initiation pill. The initiation pill was a necessary elixir for becoming a junior beast tamer. One pill could completely transform a person. Of course, the prerequisite was that one's spiritual power had reached its limit. Otherwise, it would greatly diminish the user's spiritual power. Please present your student ID. The staff member said to Chen Ji. This was Longting Academy's store, and items were only sold to Longting Academy students, so a student ID was a must. A freshman? Are you sure your spiritual power has reached its limit? The staff member was surprised to see that he was a freshman this year and repeatedly confirmed with Chen Ji if he had really reached the limit. Yes. Only after Chen Ji confirmed it did they bring him the beast taming pellet. 200,000, card or cash? The staff member asked Chen Ji. Card. Chen Ji said decisively. Although it pained him to spend the money, he had no choice. A single pill to become a junior beast tamer cost 200,000, showing how expensive beast taming was. This was already the discounted price at the academy store outside. The price would be even higher. After Chen Ji swiped his card and paid, his funds dwindled again. If it weren't for the 1 million that Su Miao transferred, Shinji's funds would have been almost depleted by now. After getting the beast taming pellet, Shinji returned to his dorm and swallowed it in one gulp. The spiritual power within his body was like a wine bottle full of wine. After taking the beast taming pellet, the cork on the bottle popped open with a sound. The wine inside instantly overflowed, breaking free from the bottle's confines and entering the large wine vat outside. However, the small amount of wine only covered the bottom of the vat, a thin layer, which, compared to the entire vat, was less than a drop in the ocean. Is it that hard to break through to intermediate beast tamer? Shinji was immediately puzzled after feeling the spiritual power capacity of a junior beast tamer. Little did he know, it was because Shinji's initial spiritual power value was too high. After this breakthrough, it would correspondingly be even harder for him to break through next time. However, becoming a junior beast tamer came with a new benefit. That is, his spiritual power now had a use. His beast would no longer only consume its own spiritual power to use skills, it could borrow the beast tamer's spiritual power. In other words, where Little Red used to be able to split into 100 clones, now it might be able to split into 200. Chenji, let's go eat. Just as Chenji finished cultivating, Fatty came looking for him. After spending 7 days in the deep mountains and old forests, he naturally had to eat something good these 2 days. Oh. Chenji nodded, just as he was about to go out to eat with Fatty. Another figure appeared outside the door. Who is Wang Fugue? The newcomer was tall and well-built, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Especially since Chenji had never seen this person, it meant this person was not a freshman. Other than freshmen, the only people who could enter Longting Academy were older students. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Fatty asked the other person with a strange expression. You're Wang Fugue? The other person looked at Fatty with cold eyes and asked. That's right, who are you? The Fatty didn't know what was going on. He didn't recognize the person at the door at all. Hey, my name's Xia Wenyu. You dared to hit my brother, do you have the guts to face me in the arena? Xia Wenyu sneered. Shinji, who was behind him, registered what was happening and immediately understood. Xia Wenbiao probably hadn't taken his defeat lightly and had sent someone to cause trouble for him. It was just that Xia Wenbiao thought Chenji's name was Wang Fugue, leading to this misunderstanding. What's this all about? I'm in a hurry to eat, don't block the way. The Fatty looked confused and said impatiently. Arrogant. If you don't dare to go to the arena, then I'll teach you a lesson myself. Xia Wenyu snorted, directly swinging a fist at Wang Fugue's face. Wait! Chenji quickly shouted for him to stop, interrupting Xia Wenyu's action. Who are you? Xia Wenyu looked at Chenji and asked doubtfully. I'm nobody, just passing by. You guys carry on, I won't disturb you. Goodbye. Chenji grabbed the bedsheet from the bed, nodded and bowed, and circumvented them to leave the dormitory. Chenji, you coward, you just ran away? Even the Fatty couldn't help but curse when he saw Chenji's actions. I misjudged you. The Fatty's face turned red with anger. Oomph, it seems your friend is much more sensible than you. Seeing this, Xia Wenyu sneered and said mockingly to Wang Fugue. The academy doesn't allow private fights. Do you dare to strike here? Wang Fugue said with a frown. The school doesn't allow private beast battles, but it never said beastmasters couldn't fight. Small skirmishes between students are not regulated by the academy. Xia Wenyu, who had been at Longting Academy for a year, understood the school rules better than the Fatty. Of course, he knew about this loophole. Wang Fugue's expression suddenly changed. He thought to himself that it seemed he couldn't escape this ordeal today. Oh, crap. Looks like this fight is inevitable today. Wang Fugue said resignedly. Today I'll let you know that people surnamed Xia are not to be messed with. Xia Wenyu raised his fist again, about to smash it into Wang Fugue's face. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Xia Wenyu. A dark shadow flashed, and Xia Wenyu was immediately covered by something, obscuring his vision. What are you standing around for? Fight!
Chen Ji hurriedly yelled at the still stunned fatty. The sudden figure was Chen Ji, who had used the bedsheet he took to directly cover Xia Wenyu's head. Ow! The fatty reacted, quickly stepped forward, and delivered a barrage of punches and kicks to Xia Wenyu under the bedsheet. Knowing that fighting wouldn't be punished, the fatty showed no mercy in his strikes. Fighting? When I was fighting, you didn't even know where you were playing in the mud. The fatty sneered as he beat Xia Wenyu. Before the big exam, fatty wasn't exactly a soft touch either. In the past, fighting was commonplace for him. He had rich combat experience, and his height and build suggested he had never been defeated. Xia Wenyu screamed repeatedly as the two beat him. Although he was already an intermediate beast master, he couldn't use beast taming skills until he reached the special grade, so his individual combat power was still very limited. He was utterly defenseless against the two's assault. Bastards! Xia Wenyu became enraged by the beating. When had he ever been beaten like this before? Longhorn beetle warrior! Xia Wenyu roared. A 2-meter-tall black beetle appeared in the dormitory. It looked exactly like a longhorn beetle, magnified countless times. In his anger, Xia Wenyu directly summoned his beast, completely forgetting the consequences of doing so. Holy crap! Run! Chen Ji and Fatty were shocked to see this and took off running. Bastards! Don't run if you've got guts. Xia Wenyu crawled out from under the covers, looking at their fleeing backs, and shouted angrily. Longhorn beetle warrior! Get them! Xia Wenyu was so angry he completely forgot the school rules, directly ordering his beast to attack the two. The longhorn beetle warrior, already in its adult form, moved incredibly fast. Its wings unfurled behind it, and with a flap, it caught up to the two in the blink of an eye. Chen Ji and Fatty's faces changed slightly. At this point, they had only just reached downstairs. Facing an adult form beast, they were completely helpless. Teacher! Save us quickly! However, Chen Ji spotted a passing teacher ahead and immediately yelled out, hoping the person could save them. Zhao Shiji was about to go prepare for class when he suddenly heard someone call teacher. He looked back and saw two students running desperately towards him, with a huge insect-type beast chasing behind them. Zhao Shiji's face instantly changed. With a flash, he appeared behind Chen Ji and the other student. He waved his hand, and a surge of energy struck the longhorn beetle warrior directly. The beetle's shell immediately cracked, and green blood flowed from beneath it. How dare you act recklessly in Longting Academy? You're asking for death. Zhao Shiji thought it was an exotic beast that had broken in from outside and immediately snorted coldly. But soon, Xia Wenyu caught up, and seeing his beast injured, his face showed immediate distress. You! Just as he was about to accuse Chen Ji and the other, he suddenly saw Zhao Shiji, and the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Xia Wenyu? Is this your beast? Zhao Shiji wasn't stupid and quickly understood what was happening. And no, Teacher Zhao, please let me explain. Xia Wenyu looked distraught. He hadn't managed to get revenge for his brother, and now he had been caught by his own mentor. Explain what? Do you think I'm blind? I don't care if you fight in private, but how dare you use your pets? Get back with me! Zhao Shiji's face hardened, and he reprimanded Xia Wenyu with a frosty expression. Reprimanded by Zhao Shiji, Xia Wenyu immediately became as obedient as a baby, not daring to contradict him. I'm sorry, students, my student has caused you trouble. Zhao Shiji apologized to Chen Ji and the other person. It's nothing, teacher. You absolutely mustn't go easy on him just because he's your student. You must punish him severely. Chen Ji said nonchalantly. Zhao Shiji's mouth twitched instantly. This is nothing? Exactly, teacher. We were scared to death. He definitely has to pay for our emotional distress. We don't need anything else, just 100 or 200,000 should be enough. Fatty also nodded in agreement. Zhao Shiji's mouth twitched. Looking at these two freshmen, he immediately felt that they were not simple and would probably cause a lot of trouble in the future. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation.
Who is your mentor? I'll arrange a handover with them. Zhao Shiji had no choice.
After all, Xia Wenyu had violated school rules first. This matter could be considered big or small, as Chen Ji and the others were not actually injured. But if the two of them really pressed the issue, Xia Wenyu might actually be expelled because of it.
Our mentor is Su Zhengdao, Chen Ji said calmly. Zhao Shiji was stunned when he heard Su Zhengdao's name. You're from the A class?
Zhao Shiji naturally knew that Su Zhengdao led the A class, and he was slightly surprised.
I understand. I will contact Su Zhengdao.
Zhao Shiji shook his head. Upon learning that he had to deal with Su Zhengdao, he immediately felt a headache coming on. A difficult teacher with difficult students. It seemed Xia Wenyu was in for a major loss this time.
Useless trash. Why aren't you leaving yet? Zhao Shiji scolded Xia Wenyu, expressing his disappointment.
Xia Wenyu lowered his head and could only follow Zhao Shiji away. Chen Ji and Fatty immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Ji, I really thought you had run off earlier. I cursed you 800 times in my heart.
Fatty said helplessly to Chen Ji. Am I that kind of person? Knowing I couldn't win, I had to outsmart them, right? Chen Ji said speechlessly. Enough talk, let's go eat.
I desperately need food to fill my excited heart right now.
Fatty waved his hand, not pursuing the matter further. Should we call Su Miao? Chen Ji suddenly asked Fatty. She doesn't have time. She's cultivating in the dorm.
It seems her pet is about to break through.
Fatty said indifferently. Huh? Chen Ji was stunned.
He felt that his own cultivation speed was already fast enough, becoming a novice beast master within a few days, and Little Red going from first to fourth stage in just over half a month.
Su Miao is already preparing for her beast to break through? Right? I also feel like she's a bit abnormal.
Does she really need to push herself that hard?
Fatty didn't even need to think to know what Chen Ji was pondering, and he echoed, agreeing. Forget it, maybe he's a genius.
Chen Ji shook his head. Although he felt Su Miao was a bit too abnormal, there was nothing he could do. This wasn't something he could catch up to with just a day or two of cultivation. All he could do was let Little Red absorb others' spiritual energy faster, accelerate his cultivation speed, and try to catch up with Su Miao. After dinner that evening, Chen Ji continued to summon Little Red, planning to let Little Red absorb spiritual energy. At Little Red's current absorption speed, even if it absorbed day and night, it still wouldn't catch up to Su Miao in a short time.
Chen Ji thought, feeling a bit troubled.
But soon, his expression shifted, and he thought of a method.
Can Little Red's clones absorb spiritual energy?
Chen Ji suddenly remembered that Little Red also had the ability to split.
He wondered if the clones could absorb spiritual energy?
Thinking of this, Chen Ji immediately decided to give it a try. He had Little Red use splitting, and instantly, 100 Little Reds appeared before him.
He opened the window and let the Little Reds fly out.
Under the cover of night, they floated through the air like red ghosts.
I hope they don't scare anyone.
Chen Ji watched the red ghosts under the night sky, muttering to himself with some worry. Chen Ji first had Little Red use its clones to suck blood, to test if the clones could absorb spiritual energy. Little Red took its clones to the outside of the girls' dormitory, and one of the clones slowly flew through a crack in the window. Inside the dormitory, a girl was cultivating with her eyes closed.
She didn't even notice a mosquito landing on her.
Little Red's clone took a bite and began to absorb the other party's spiritual energy. Chen Ji, in his dormitory, immediately felt Little Red's spiritual energy slowly increasing. However, the speed was 10 times slower than before. But this still made Chen Ji show an excited expression. Even if the speed wasn't as fast as the main body, only 1/10 of it, 100 clones meant 10 times the previous speed.
This was not slow at all. Excellent, Little Red, begin. Chen Ji excitedly sent instructions to Little Red.
The 100 Little Reds immediately dispersed, heading to different dormitories, perching behind the necks of various girls, and beginning to absorb spiritual energy. Actually, Chen Ji could use his own spiritual energy to split into even more little reds, but unfortunately, there were too few students at Dragon Ascendant Academy, so 100 was enough. He dared not provoke the older students, fearing exposure. He would just lie low with these 100 little reds for now. What's going on? Why has my spiritual energy increased so little? Much less than before. Mine has also decreased a lot. Is there too little energy in the air recently? Don't even mention it. Your spiritual energy still increased, but mine decreased. What the heck? A student who had been visited by Little Red's main body had a bitter expression. What exactly is happening? Something isn't right. Someone noticed that the situation was off. There must be a reason for these sudden strange occurrences. Last night, half asleep, I think I saw a red shadow outside the window. Could it be haunted? A girl suddenly said, a little scared. I saw it too. A small red, I don't know what it was. Me too. I saw it too. As everyone discussed, many people said they saw a red shadow last night, but they didn't see any suspicious person. This made them feel even more eerie. The school haunting instantly became a hot topic on campus. There was even a post titled Red Ghost on the campus website. Someone wove the incident into a story, making it sound mysterious and supernatural. They said that a student had died tragically at the school before, and their soul turned into a ghost, feeding specifically on spiritual energy. When encountering such a ghost, the best way was to pretend not to see it. Once the red ghost discovered it had been seen, it would kill to silence, devouring the discoverer. Chen Ji looked at the post, a mix of emotions in his heart. Sure enough, too much action will cause trouble. Chen Ji shook his head helplessly. But he also gained a lot. Little Red's spiritual energy directly grew from Tier 4 to Tier 6. However, similarly, Little Red was once again in a state of satiety and could no longer absorb spiritual energy for a short period. He could only wait for it to digest. Chen Ji also took this opportunity to lie low for a while, to avoid attracting trouble. 2 days of rest flew by in a flash. The 5 members of Class A once again came to the Class A classroom. Only this time, compared to before, the classroom seemed unusually empty. In the vast classroom, there were only the 5 of them. I presume you all have become junior beast masters these past 2 days. Su Zhangdao said indifferently, looking at the 5 below him. Students participating in the big exam generally reach the upper limit of their initial spiritual energy. After relaxing, they naturally buy a spirit entering pill to become junior beast masters. What's more, they were all geniuses. Breakthroughs were a matter of minutes. I had already planned your mission, but an unexpected situation arose. Su Miao's beast is about to break through, reaching Tier 9 of its juvenile form, and is about to evolve into its growth form. So, your next mission is to help student Su Miao acquire the materials needed for evolution. Su Zhangdao looked at everyone and said slowly. Su Zhangdao's words, however, made everyone look at Su Miao with some surprise. They were all originally at similar realms. How did Su Miao suddenly surpass them so much? Only Chen Ji thought of the Icefield stone he had sold to Su Miao earlier. Is that stuff really that powerful? Chen Ji suddenly felt a bit regretful, wondering if he had sold it too cheaply. To think it made Su Miao's beast grow so fast. I don't need anyone's help. Su Miao said indifferently to Su Zhangdao. Anyone who could get into Dragon Ascent Academy was a chosen one, full of pride and arrogance. How could Su Miao condescend to accept help from others? This is a class mission you are not permitted to refuse. Su Zhangdao said coldly. He naturally had his reasons for doing so. Su Miao wanted to say something more, but she opened her mouth and then closed it again. Next, you'll listen to Su Miao and help her get the evolution materials. Class dismissed. Su Zhangdao said calmly, then announced the end of class. Lang Jun and the others exchanged glances, clearly disdainful of Su Zhangdao's words. They were used to working alone and found it hard to accept teaming up with others, let alone taking orders from someone else. Su Miao, what are your evolution materials? If we help you, is it for Chen Ji? However, Fatty didn't seem to mind, approaching Su Miao with a grin. No need. But she was met with Su Miao's decisive refusal.
Oh, right. Just then, Su Zhengdao suddenly returned. This mission concerns your academic credits. If you don't participate, it might affect your graduation, you know. Su Zhengdao said to everyone with a faint smile, then left again. Chen Ji and the others were stunned. What materials? I'll help you get them. The taciturn Lang Jun walked over and asked Su Miao. Sister Su Miao, I can help too.
Jia Lan also came over, enthusiastically hugging Su Miao's arm and tucking her forearm tightly into her embrace, as if they were inseparable best friends.
Su Miao frowned immediately. I really don't need help. Su Miao said somewhat helplessly. Whether you need it or not, we have to participate. You have to understand.
Chen Ji said, looking at Su Miao calmly. After all, this concerned their future graduation, so they couldn't be careless. Regardless of whether Su Miao agreed or not, they had to follow her.
Fine, just don't cause trouble.
Su Miao could only agree helplessly, letting them tag along.
Su Miao's aloofness made Lang Jun and the others somewhat dissatisfied. But they didn't say anything. That day, under Su Miao's lead, they headed to Sunset Forest. Sunset Forest was a forbidden zone teeming with exotic beasts.
The area where Dragon Ascent Academy was located was merely the edge of Sunset Forest, with relatively fewer exotic beasts. However, the depths of Sunset Forest were full of various dangers, with exotic beasts above the growth stage potentially appearing at any moment. And Su Miao's evolution materials were located within Sunset Forest. Su Miao's ice crystal bird was an ice attribute beast, and the core materials it needed were also ice attribute, just like the dark magic crystal for the blood mosquito's evolution previously. The place I'm going is called the Frigid Pond.
It's very dangerous. It's not too late for you to go back now.
Halfway there, Su Miao sincerely reminded everyone. It wasn't arrogance on her part, but genuine concern for them. After all, this was her business, and Chen Ji and the others didn't need to risk their lives for it. If something were to happen to Chen Ji and the others because of this, she would feel guilty. No need to worry about us, we can take care of ourselves.
Jia Lan snorted. Su Miao's arrogance displeased her slightly.
Su Miao shook her head helplessly.
Unable to convince them, she could only continue forward.
Soon after, Su Miao and her companions arrived near a pond. However, as they approached the pond, the surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted, as if a midsummer heatwave had been hit by a sudden blizzard, with the temperature dropping by more than 10 degrees.
Holy crap! It's so damn cold. What kind of hellish place is this?
The fatty hugged his shoulders, complaining with a shiver.
Even the fatty felt cold, let alone the others. Everyone felt a shiver.
Su Miao frowned, looking at the icy pond. What she needed was inside this icy pond. Su Miao picked up a stone from the ground and threw it forcefully into the pond.
Thud!
The stone fell into the pond, creating ripples. The water surface was quiet for a moment, then with a splash, a monstrous beast emerged.
A slender water snake, entirely white. Beast Ice Phantom Serpent. Juvenile 9th tier. Attribute, Ice.
As soon as the Ice Phantom Serpent appeared, it noticed the people near the pond.
Hiss. It opened its mouth, flicked its forked tongue, and let out a hiss. Everyone immediately became vigilant.
They all summoned their beast companions.
No need to interfere. I can handle it myself.
However, Su Miao decisively refused their help, stepping forward alone to confront it. Hearing Su Miao's words, the others didn't insist, standing aside to watch the spectacle. The ice crystal bird flew forward, flapping its wings, and several ice spikes immediately shot towards the Ice Phantom Serpent.
Hiss!
Seeing the attack, the Ice Phantom Serpent hissed, flicked its tail, splashing water that instantly turned into ice armor upon contact with its body.
Bang bang bang! The ice spikes struck the Ice Phantom Serpent, all blocked by the ice armor.
However, the Ice Phantom Serpent's ice armor shattered directly. Although it blocked most of the attacks, the ice armor on its body completely broke.
Su Miao's expression changed.
Seizing the moment the Ice Phantom Serpent's ice armor shattered, she consumed a large amount of her own spiritual power again to cast a skill. The ice crystal bird flapped its wings once more, and even more ice spikes appeared than before. There were at least 3 times more ice spikes than before. This, of course, could not be achieved by the ice crystal bird alone. It was Su Miao consuming her own spiritual power to cast it. Dense ice spikes instantly surged towards the Ice Phantom Serpent. The Ice Phantom Serpent hastily flicked its tail, attempting to conjure ice armor for defense again. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before the splash could reach it, the ice shards were already upon it. Put! 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 Ice shards pierced into the Ice Phantom Serpent's body, turning it into a pincushion almost in the blink of an eye. Thud! With a muffled thud, the Ice Phantom Serpent collapsed directly onto the bank, its forked tongue extended, eyes rolled back, its life breath already gone. Su Miao's face lit up with joy. She hurried forward, took out a sharp blade, and cut open the Ice Phantom Serpent's 7-inch mark, extracting a blue ice serpent gall from within. This was the core material needed for the ice crystal bird's evolution, the Ice Phantom Serpent gall. As soon as Su Miao put away the gall, a sudden shadow engulfed her. The people behind her were momentarily stunned. Run! Chen Ji urgently shouted at Su Miao. Su Miao frowned and looked up. An incredibly massive snake head appeared in her field of vision. His Sha! The snake head opened its huge mouth and let out a furious roar. The cold air enveloped Su Miao. Before she could react, a snake tail whipped out from the pond, striking her chest with a single blow. Su Miao was immediately sent flying backwards. Put! As she flew backward, she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then she fell to the ground, unconscious. The 4 looked in horror at the enormous creature that had suddenly appeared. Only Chen Ji clearly saw its information. Beast Ice Phantom Serpent. Mature stage First Order. Attribute, Ice. Skills, Water to Armor, Ice Breath. It was clearly the parent of that young Ice Phantom Serpent. The Ice Phantom Serpent looked at the young Ice Phantom Serpent lying by the pond, a human-like trace of anger appearing on its face, then glared furiously at the unconscious Su Miao. Seeing this, Chen Ji immediately realized something was wrong. Together! Save Su Miao! Chen Ji shouted, addressing the others. Lang Jun and the others also realized that this Ice Phantom Serpent was going to harm Su Miao. No longer watching idly, they immediately summoned their companion beasts, positioning them in front of Su Miao to jointly face the mature Ice Phantom Serpent. Fatty! Combination attack! Chen Ji called out to Wang Fuguier. Wang Fuguier nodded immediately, instantly understanding Chen Ji's intention. He wanted Cannon Mountain Hog to fly near the Ice Phantom Serpent and unleash its crushing cannon, spreading methane gas around the serpent. However, the Ice Phantom Serpent would never allow Cannon Mountain Hog to get close. As soon as Cannon Mountain Hog flew near it, it was swatted away by a tail. Chen Ji, we can't get close. Fatty said, a little anxious. If it weren't for Cannon Mountain Hog's high defense, it might have been incapacitated after being swatted by the opponent's tail. Even so, Cannon Mountain Hog had sustained considerable injuries. Can you two hold it off? Chen Ji asked Lung Jun in Jialan. Facing a mature beast now, they had to cooperate, otherwise, there was no way they could defeat it. Leave it to us. Lang Jun nodded immediately. He wasn't confident in taking down the mature stage exotic beast, but he was confident in being able to hold it off. Lang Jun's familiar was a WYRM. A creature with draconic features, its overall appearance resembled a dinosaur, though much smaller, only about 2 meters tall, with 2 strands of purple whiskers beneath its mouth. Soul Beast Purple Whisker WYRM. Juvenile Stage Tier 5. Attribute, Dragon. Skill, Dragon Roar. Dragon Roar emits a roar imbued with dragon might, intimidating the target and causing it to fall into a daze. And Jialan's familiar was a ghost. Soul Beast Kamaitashi Spectre. Juvenile Stage Tier 5. Attribute, Dark. Skill, Lingering Phantoms. Lingering phantoms releases phantoms to encircle the opponent, disrupting the target's vision. Phantom explosions can cause damage. It was precisely after seeing the information about their familiars that Chenji asked Ling Jun. Ling Jun and Jialan immediately ordered their familiars to attack the ice nether serpent. Ling Jun's purple whiskered WIRM immediately stepped forward, opened its large mouth, and let out a deafening roar. The ice nether serpent, as the target, suddenly felt its head being struck by a giant hammer, but it quickly recovered. After all, it was a mature stage exotic beast, a whole major tier higher than them in level. However, Jialan seized this opportunity to have the Kamaitachi Spectre release phantoms. Phantoms swirled and rotated around the ice nether serpent's eyes, completely obscuring its vision. Fatty! Now's your chance, go! Chen Ji called out to Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue immediately had the cannon mountain boar fly near the ice nether serpent and unleash mountain collapse cannon. Clusters of green smoke carrying marsh gas completely enveloped the ice nether serpent. The ice nether serpent seemed to have smelled a foul odor, becoming even more agitated. It opened its mouth, and a chilling breath spewed out, indiscriminately attacking everything around it. Seeing this, Fatty quickly called the cannon mountain boar back. The cannon mountain boar was already injured. If it were hit by the icy breath again, something serious might happen. Chenji, the cannon mountain boar can't handle holding it off for long, Fatty said to Chenji with some apology. That's enough. Chenji waved his hand. This situation was already sufficient. The marsh gas obscured their vision. That's right, Chenji's purpose in having Fatty unleash mountain collapse cannon was not for a combination skill. Although their combination skill was powerful, the level gap for the cannon mountain boar was too great to cause fatal damage to the ice nether serpent. Chenji's goal was to obscure everyone's vision, providing cover for Xiaohong. Xiaohong! Go! Chenji immediately released Xiaohong, sending it flying towards the ice nether serpent. Xiaohong plunged headfirst into the thick green mist. Boom! Then it self-destructed directly, the explosion igniting the biogas in the mist, which then triggered an even more violent explosion. The explosion completely engulfed the ice ghost serpent. Split! A thought flashed through Chenji's mind, and he immediately expended his spiritual power to make Xiaohong undergo extreme fission. At the center of the explosion, Xiaohong split like a cell, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, countless Xiaohongs filled the entire explosion area. There were so many that it was hard to count. Chenji felt there were at least 500 of them. Even more than he had initially estimated. Boom! The simultaneous explosion of 500 bursting blood mosquitoes generated an immense force that expanded the explosion's range even further. The ice ghost serpent was instantly submerged within it, completely out of sight. Holy moly! Is the combined power of you two really that great? Jialan was seeing Chenji and Fatty's combined attack for the first time and was utterly astonished. Fatty was also dumbfounded. Really? Well, it's alright, I guess. Fatty was a bit bewildered too. He remembered the last time it wasn't this powerful, so why was it completely different now? As the smoke cleared amidst Fatty's stunned expression, the ice ghost serpent inside was directly blasted into pieces, with no intact flesh, blood and gore flying everywhere, exposing bones. It had lost all signs of life. Seeing this, Chenji finally let go of the last trace of apprehension in his heart. It seemed he now possessed the strength to deal with a mature soul beast. Su Miao. After resolving the immediate crisis, Chenji rushed to the unconscious Su Miao's side. However, Su Miao was severely injured at this time, already in a coma, and could not be woken up. We should quickly send her back to school, Fatty said from the side. At this moment, Su Miao's condition was not optimistic. She was unconscious, and the severity of her injuries was uncertain. Chenji then carried Su Miao on his back, and everyone worked together to bring Su Miao back to the academy. Nonsense! After Su Miao was sent to the infirmary, Su Zhongdao, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, gave the four of them a stern lecture. I asked you all to help Su Miao obtain advanced materials together so you could get to know each other and cooperate fully. But what did you do? You let her venture out alone? After learning the full story,
Su Zhengdao lectured the four of them without hesitation. Su Miao's injury is your undeniable responsibility, and of course, I also bear some responsibility. Su Zhengdao looked at the four with a serious expression. If she doesn't wake up, have you thought about how you would explain it to her family? Ha? Su Zhengdao questioned the four. This left the four, including Qinji, speechless for a moment. They had gone out with Su Miao, and now that Su Miao's life was unknown, they felt deeply guilty. I'm telling you, no matter the reason, as long as your teammates acting together, you are responsible for your teammates' lives. Understand? Su Zhengdao scolded the four. Understood. The four nodded, understanding for the first time what responsibility truly meant. No matter why a team was formed, once they became teammates, they had to be responsible for their teammates' lives. Next time this happens, get out of Class A. Su Zhengdao said, his face full of anger. Then he flicked his hand and left. It was clear that Su Zhengdao was truly angry this time. Chen Ji watched Su Zhengdao's receding figure with a solemn expression at that moment. He seemed to understand what responsibility meant. When they left the infirmary, the four of them walked along the road in silence. Even Wang Fuguier, who was usually more excitable, was quiet. If we had cooperated from the beginning, perhaps Su Miao wouldn't have been injured. Lang Jun, who had been silent throughout the journey, suddenly spoke. Yes, even if I had been closer to Su Miao, I might have been able to save her. Jia Lan also nodded, saying solemnly. Exactly, if I had been closer and let Little Pig block that attack for Su Miao, she wouldn't be in this state now. Wang Fuguier nodded. If he had been able to let Little Pig block the ice nether snake's tail whip attack, Su Miao wouldn't be in her current condition. What you all said is true, but the problem is, we were all too arrogant. No one thought Su Miao would get into trouble, and no one expected a situation we couldn't handle. Chen Ji said, frowning. This statement immediately struck a chord with everyone. This was indeed where their problem lay. As proud prodigies, none of them were anything but extremely arrogant, and they had never considered such a situation arising. The mentor asked us to help Su Miao get advanced materials. I think he wanted us to get to know each other and cooperate. Chen Ji said, looking at the three of them with a serious expression. Chen Ji's words left everyone in silence. With only 5 of them in the entire Class A, Su Zhengdao's purpose was self-evident. But they hadn't understood it before. Even now, they might not be able to cast aside their arrogance and obey others' commands. With Su Miao injured, there probably won't be any other missions for a short time. Go back and think it over carefully. Chen Ji said in a deep voice. He also needed to use this time to significantly improve his own strength. Su Miao's beast companions had already grown to their adult forms. He couldn't fall behind. However, due to his actions last time, the Red Phantom incident had not yet died down within the academy. If he continued to absorb spiritual energy, he might be discovered. Therefore, for Qinji to quickly raise the level of his beast companions, he could only risk venturing out. Absorbing the spiritual energy of exotic beasts wasn't a solution either. What if he provoked an existence he couldn't handle, and Little Red died as a result? The best method was to leave Dragon Ascent Academy and go to the night market to absorb the spiritual energy of the night market customers and owners. Thinking this, Qinji went outside Dragon Ascent Academy that very night. Of course, careful selection was still needed outside. Firstly, the target group couldn't be too young. People who were too young were, 9 times out of 10, students of Dragon Ascent Academy. Any Dragon Ascent Academy student unfamiliar to Qinji would definitely be an older student, and older students at Dragon Ascent Academy were absolutely not to be trifled with. Secondly, older people were also excluded. After all, those who came here usually had some connections, and the older they were, the stronger they might be. So, Qinji's target demographic emerged, young people under 30 with unfamiliar faces. As long as it was this group, Qinji felt there would be no problems. At 30 years old, if they were students, they should have already graduated. If not students, and still coming here, they couldn't be particularly strong. Qinji's choice of this group was made after careful consideration. Qinji arrived near the night market and directly summoned Little Red. This time, Shenji held nothing back, summoning all 500 little reds without reservation. The night market had a large crowd, so there was no need to worry about a lack of targets. The 500 little reds dispersed, infiltrating the night market. This immediately led to a significant increase in mosquitoes in the night market. Even in the scorching heat, no one noticed anything unusual. Shenji instructed Little Red to each pick a target and begin their operation. To be safe, Shenji did not let Little Red's main body act. If anything went wrong, he could abandon the clones and escape directly. 500 mosquitoes, scattered throughout the night market, each zeroed in on people around 30 years old, stinging them without hesitation and beginning to absorb their spiritual energy. One young man suddenly felt a sharp sting on his neck, and instinctively swatted at it. Clang! Bang! Little Red's clone exploded on the spot. Although Little Red did not self-destruct, its physical characteristics caused it to undergo a slight explosion when attacked. The person stared at his hand covered in blood, utterly bewildered. Holy crap! How big was that mosquito? So much blood! His companion beside him immediately gasped. What the heck, mosquito? That's my blood. The person who got exploded on said helplessly. Who the hell did I offend? What just exploded on me? Who threw a firecracker? He thought some mischievous kid had thrown a firecracker, and he just happened to swat it into his hand. However, the surrounding crowd merely gave him a strange look. No one paid him any mind. This matter could only be left unresolved, and he had to go to the hospital himself to get his neck and hand bandaged. What the hell, seriously bad luck. He was still complaining on the way to the hospital. Shenji watched the person whose blood was gushing from the explosion, not daring to make a sound. Fortunately, this was the only anomaly. Everyone else noticed nothing unusual. After absorbing for most of the night, Little Red's spiritual energy grew rapidly, leveling up from rank 6 to rank 7 in less than one night. At this rate, he could get Little Red to rank 9 in a few days, satisfying the advancement requirements. Shenji's eyes narrowed, and Little Red's information immediately appeared before him. Soul Beast, Explosive Blood Mosquito. Juvenile form rank 7. Attributes, Fire, Dark. Skills, Indestructible Blood Burst, Splitting. Evolution Path, Explosive Dragon Mosquito. Hidden Evolution Path, Illusion Dragon Mosquito, Illusion Mosquito Queen. Little Red's evolution paths reappeared. However, this time there were two hidden evolution paths. Shenji's expression shifted, and detailed descriptions of the Illusion Dragon Mosquito and Illusion Mosquito Queen immediately appeared before him. Illusion Dragon Mosquito absorbs dragon-type magic crystals, evolves into a sub-dragon, body size increases, gradually sheds mosquito characteristics. Illusory Extinction Mosquito Queen, enhanced splitting ability, regeneration ability, mother of mosquitoes, queen of insects, commands millions of mosquito swarms. Shenji's expression immediately changed. Clearly, this was an extreme evolution. The Illusory Extinction Dragon Mosquito enhanced its own strength, evolving towards a dragon-type beast, and might eventually completely shed its mosquito species. However, the Illusory Extinction Mosquito Queen was entirely different. From its description, it focused on enhancing its splitting ability, winning by numbers. Shenji's face was solemn, unable to decide for a moment. But soon, Shenji made up his mind. Little Red's current advantage was its small size and inconspicuousness, which was also why he could make Little Red grow so quickly. By being tiny and hard to detect, it had the opportunity to absorb others' spiritual energy unnoticed, accelerating its growth. If its body grew larger, this advantage would be gone. Therefore, Shenji immediately dismissed the Illusory Extinction Dragon Mosquito evolution path out of fear. That left only one evolution path, the Illusory Extinction Mosquito Queen. Shenji immediately glanced at the evolution conditions. Illusory Extinction Mosquito Queen evolution conditions: 1 fierce dragon egg, 1 rebirth flower, various auxiliary medicinal herbs. Only 2 materials were crucial for evolution: the fierce dragon egg and the rebirth flower. The rebirth flower was a type of exotic herb, considered quite rare even among exotic herbs, and finding it would require a bit of luck. As for the fierce dragon egg, There was a clue. There were traces of fierce dragons in the depths of Sunset Forest.
By checking information at the academy, perhaps he could find a fierce dragon's nest. Chen Ji searched around the night market but couldn't find any trace of the rebirth flower, so he had no choice but to return. The next morning, he headed to the mission hall. This was a welfare facility set up by Dragon Ascent Academy for its students.
Students could earn money by taking on missions, buy various information, or pay to post missions here. Sometimes, you didn't even need to leave, and others would bring you what you needed.
Unfortunately, Shinji was broke, so he could only come here to see if he could find a mission related to fierce dragons, thereby getting information about them for free. Chen Ji arrived at the mission hall. It was packed with people. Despite Dragon Ascent Academy not having many students, as they were all elites, the mission hall alone accounted for nearly half of them. Students of all grades waited there for suitable missions. Some were there for experience, while others came from poor families and were there to earn money. Chen Ji watched the various missions scroll across the screen above the hall for a while. As long as one connected to the mission hall's internal network, a phone would also display the same information in real time, allowing missions to be accepted via phone. Chen Ji immediately registered a real name account, opened the mission categories, and reviewed them one by one. Soon, his eyes lit up. The words fierce dragon stood out to him. Then, without hesitation, he pressed the accept button. Ding! Acceptance successful. Extermination mission, fierce dragon. Mission objective, kill the fierce dragon, retrieve its reverse scale. Mission reward, 660,000. Mission failure incurs a deduction of 40,000 funds. Only then did Chen Ji clearly see the mission details. There's a penalty for mission failure? Chen Ji didn't expect that failing a task would result in a fine. But luckily, the fine wasn't too much, just 40,000, which he could still afford. Fierce dragons were soul beasts, and he couldn't defeat even a growing one, so he never intended to confront one head-on. His goal was just the dragon egg. As long as he found the fierce dragon's nest, he could stealthily steal the egg without alarming the dragon. Chen Ji opened the task details, which contained information about the fierce dragon, including its habitat, nest location, and so on. This information was published by the task issuer, so presumably, exploration tasks had been issued before. Just as Chen Ji was about to leave the task hall, he ran into an acquaintance right at the entrance. It was Xia Wenyu, who had previously come to his door looking for trouble. Xia Wenyu was stunned when he saw Chen Ji appear here. His expression immediately turned cold. Last time, because of Chen Ji, he was severely reprimanded by his mentor, given a major demerit, and even had to pay a large sum of money to avoid being expelled. At this moment, meeting his enemy naturally made his eyes red with anger. Wang Fugu er. Xia Wenyu gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words. This almost made Chen Ji burst out laughing. It had been so long, and the Xia brothers still hadn't realized his name was fake. Oh, isn't this old Xie? You weren't expelled? Chen Ji said mockingly. Humph. Sooner or later I'll make you pay. Don't get cocky. Xia Wenyu knew he had been wronged by Chen Ji and didn't want to say more to him. Then I'll wait, but as a senior student, bullying a freshman, you're really shameless. Chen Ji deliberately raised his voice and said loudly. There were so many people in the task hall, most of them senior students, so it was inevitable that some would know Xia Wenyu. Some even had a grudge against Xia Wenyu. Upon hearing Chen Ji's words, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity to disgust Xia Wenyu. Xia Wenyu, when did you fall so low? Bullying a newcomer? Don't you have any shame? Ha 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 ha. The student who was at odds with Xia Wenyu immediately scoffed and said. Xia Wenyu frowned, immediately realizing that if he continued to talk with Chen Ji, he would only be the one losing face. If others found out that he had bullied a freshman and gained nothing from it, he would be even more unable to hold his head high. Humph. Xia Wenyu immediately threw his hands up and left. Junior, making Xia Wenyu suffer in silence, good job, I like your style. My name is Dai Renjie. If Xia Wenyu causes you trouble, come find me anytime.
Anyone who opposes Xia Wenyu is a friend of Dai Renjie. Dai Renjie said to Chen Ji with a smile. Hello, senior, my name is Chen Ji. Chen Ji nodded, politely acknowledging the other party. Let's chat sometime. Dai Renjie nodded, then continued to check the task list.
To him, Chen Ji was just a small interlude. If they were fated, they would cross paths again in the future, otherwise, they were just strangers. Leaving the task hall, Chen Ji walked straight out of the school gate, heading towards the Sunset Forest. The path through the Sunset Forest was thorny and difficult. However, with his previous 7 days of survival experience, this was truly no difficulty for Chen Ji. Chen Ji also understood Su Zhengdao's painstaking efforts for the first time. Every decision Su Zhengdao made in the early stages was to lay the foundation for their future. Without those 7 days of survival experience, perhaps Chen Ji would be suffering a lot now. At the very least, he wouldn't be as at ease as he was currently. After half a day's journey, Chen Ji checked the map and finally arrived within the activity range of the Fierce Dragon. Upon arriving here, Chen Ji immediately became alert. At this point, it was already considered deep within the Sunset Forest, and a terrifying exotic beast could emerge at any moment, so he couldn't be careless. Chen Ji cautiously approached the Fierce Dragon's lair, surveying his surroundings, wary of the Fierce Dragon appearing suddenly. However, he didn't encounter the Fierce Dragon. Instead, he first met a bovine exotic beast. Exotic Beast Forest Flame Ox. Adult First Tier. Attribute, Fire. An adult exotic beast, Chen Ji's expression immediately turned serious. After all, it was an adult exotic beast. Although Chen Ji had killed an adult exotic beast before, that was achieved with the combined efforts of several people. Fighting alone, he might not even have a chance to kill it. Before being discovered by the opponent, Chen Ji quickly hid, wondering if he could bypass it. Moo! The forest flame ox, which was grazing, suddenly raised its head, showing a puzzled expression. The grass it was chewing no longer seemed appetizing, as if it sensed some danger. The forest flame ox looked solemn. Whoosh! 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 The sound of strong winds rustling leaves came from a distance, which made the forest flame ox even more terrified. It immediately turned and ran. Chen Ji was a bit puzzled. Soon, a huge shadow flew over from a distance, making him understand why the forest flame ox had run. A black-bodied flying dragon, dozens of meters long, with a mouth full of jagged fangs, flew in from a distance. Its 2 massive wings flapped, creating a gale that rustled the branches below. Soul Beast Fierce Dragon. Growth Stage Tier 6. Attributes, Dragon, Dark. Skills, Tearing Dragon Claw, Gloomy Breath. Chen Ji's face immediately contorted in horror at the sight. He knew the fierce dragon's strength wouldn't be weak, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. A Tier 6 growth stage soul beast. This was incomparable to the ice phantom serpent from before. They were completely different concepts. Chen Ji absolutely had no chance of fighting it. Chen Ji hurriedly buried his head in the grass, lest he be discovered by the fierce dragon. The fierce dragon's target was the flame-horned cattle, and it paid no attention to Chen Ji hiding nearby. With a flap of its wings, the fierce dragon swiftly swooped down towards the flame-horned cattle. The 2 dragon claws beneath its body glowed with a gloomy black light. Catching up to the flame-horned cattle, a gentle grab from the dragon claw split the cattle directly in half. Then it snatched the corpse of the flame-horned cattle, flung it forcefully into the air, opened its large mouth to catch it, and swallowed it in a few quick gulps. A several-meter-tall flame-horned cattle was devoured by the fierce dragon in just a few bites. The growth stage flame-horned cattle had no resistance whatsoever against the fierce dragon. Chen Ji once again recognized the fierce dragon's power. But Chen Ji wouldn't give up just yet. No matter what, since he had already come this far, giving up halfway was not an option. He had to at least try. After all, he didn't need to confront the fierce dragon head-on. As long as he wasn't discovered, he'd be fine. Having eaten its fill, the fierce dragon flapped its wings again, soared high into the sky, and flew off into the distance. Chen Ji quickly followed it from below. This fierce dragon was probably heading back to its nest, so by following it, Chen Ji wouldn't waste time searching. Wherever the fierce dragon passed, no other exotic beasts dared to approach, and Chen Ji encountered no accidents below. The fierce dragon would never have imagined that a human would fearlessly follow behind it. Chen Ji followed the fierce dragon all the way to a cliff edge. And on the cliff edge was a huge nest, which was precisely the fierce dragon's lair. After returning to its nest, the fierce dragon coiled up within it and fell into a deep slumber. Beneath the fierce dragon's body were several pure white dragon eggs. Exactly what Chen Ji needed. Chen Ji was somewhat surprised, but he dared not approach easily. If he woke the fierce dragon, he would almost certainly die. Chen Ji could only hide there and wait for an opportunity. When the fierce dragon went out to forage next, that would be his moment to act. Chen Ji hid in the grass, waiting until nightfall, but the fierce dragon showed no signs of movement. Chen Ji was almost falling asleep. Looking at the sleeping fierce dragon, an idea sparked in Chen Ji's mind. A bold thought emerged in his head. Little Red can drain human spiritual energy, but can it drain the spiritual energy of exotic beasts? Chen Ji suddenly wondered. When Chen Ji thought of this, he himself was startled. This idea was indeed worth a try, but testing it on someone else's exotic beast was one thing, testing it on a fierce dragon? Wasn't that a bit suicidal? However, once the idea appeared, it seemed to possess a magical power, urging Chen Ji and making his heart itch. How about I send a clone to try? Chen Ji still couldn't resist the temptation and decided to send a clone to try. If it didn't work, he would simply abandon the clone, which seemed safer. Thinking about it, he tried it. Chen Ji summoned Xiao Hong. As soon as Xiao Hong was summoned, the eyelids of the sleeping fierce dragon twitched. This scared Chen Ji so much that he didn't dare to breathe, holding his breath and staring intently at the fierce dragon. However, Chen Ji was overthinking it. The fierce dragon merely twitched, and there was no follow-up. Seeing this, Chen Ji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He then had Xiao Hong split off a clone, which flew towards the fierce dragon. The tiny Xiao Hong was insignificant in front of the fierce dragon. It flew all the way onto the dragon without startling it. The Xiao Hong clone found a weak spot in the dragon's scales and bit down. Chen Ji watched nervously, but the fierce dragon showed no reaction. Given the fierce dragon's size, Xiao Hong's bite caused it no sensation whatsoever, so it naturally didn't notice anything. Chen Ji again breathed a sigh of relief. This also made Chen Ji bolder. Should I add a few more? Thinking of this, Chen Ji once again had Xiao Hong split off dozens of clones, which flew onto the fierce dragon. The fierce dragon still showed no reaction. This made Chen Ji even bolder. He had Xiao Hong use all its strength, nearly 200 clones, to spread around the fierce dragon's body and begin absorbing its spiritual energy. To Chen Ji's surprise, he found that Xiao Hong's spiritual energy growth rate was even faster than before. Could it be, before, it absorbed human spiritual energy, and now it's absorbing exotic beast spiritual energy, which is more compatible with the beast tamer's body? Chen Ji speculated. Chen Ji wasn't entirely sure, but absorbing the fierce dragon's spiritual energy was indeed much faster than absorbing others. In just one night, with nearly 200 clones, Xiao Hong had risen from rank 7 to rank 8, moving one step closer to rank 9. As dawn broke, the fierce dragon finally woke up. The fierce dragon slowly opened its eyes, felt a slight itch on its body, and immediately shook itself. The Xiao Hong clones on its body were instantly shaken off. This action made Chen Ji's breathing stop, fearing that the fierce dragon would discover him. However, the fierce dragon did not detect anything unusual. Xiao Hong was too tiny for the fierce dragon to even notice. It lowered its head to look at the dragon eggs beneath it, confirmed there were still 5, then flapped its wings and flew into the distance to forage. Chen Ji watched the fierce dragon leave before finally sighing in relief. At the same time, he knew his opportunity had arrived. After watching the fierce dragon's figure disappear into the sky, he quickly emerged from his hiding place and ran to the fierce dragon's nest. Clutching the dragon's nest made of dry branches, he peered inside, where 5 pristine white dragon eggs were neatly arranged. How could such a dark and ugly fierce dragon lay such white eggs? Are they even its own? Chen Ji asked with a suspicious look.
He was just complaining. A quick glance with his eye of evolution told him it was true. Just as Chen Ji climbed into the dragon's nest, reached out, and picked up a dragon egg, preparing to take it away,
a small dinosaur suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbing the dragon egg in Chen Ji's hand with its two short forelimbs.
Hiss ha! And let out a warning roar at Chen Ji.
Chen Ji was stunned for a moment. The small dinosaur in front of him was only about a meter tall, and its build wasn't strong. It looked malnourished.
Exotic beast oviraptor. Juvenile tier 4. Attribute, dragon. Skill, acceleration.
Chen Ji was slightly taken aback after seeing the other party's information.
Damn! So, it's a colleague,
Chen Ji said with some surprise. He never expected to find a creature with the same goal as him in these deep mountains.
There are so many eggs here, why compete with me for one? Take another one.
Chen Ji chided the oviraptor with dissatisfaction. There were 5 dragon eggs, and Chen Ji only needed 1.
This oviraptor ignored the other 4 eggs and insisted on snatching his. What for?
The oviraptor clearly had no intention of fighting Chen Ji, perhaps realizing there were more dragon eggs here. It simply let go of the dragon egg in Chen Ji's hand, bent down to pick up another, and then prepared to jump out of the dragon's nest and flee.
Roar!
However, at that moment, an angry dragon's roar suddenly came. The fierce dragon, for some unknown reason, had returned, and seeing Chen Ji and the oviraptor going after its eggs, immediately became furious.
Chen Ji's expression changed.
He quickly tucked the dragon egg into his arms, tumbled out of the dragon's nest, and desperately fled forward. Fighting the fierce dragon offered almost no chance of winning. Only by escaping was there a glimmer of hope.
And that oviraptor, like Chen Ji, also fled desperately after discovering the fierce dragon's return. However, how could Chen Ji's speed compare to that of the fierce dragon? In the blink of an eye, the distance closed, and it was about to catch up to him. Chen Ji's expression was grave as he quickly pondered a countermeasure.
At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he died under the fierce dragon's claws.
The tragic death of the forest flaming ox yesterday was still vivid in his memory.
Chen Ji's gaze scanned around and quickly landed on the oviraptor nearby. The oviraptor had an acceleration skill and was quite familiar with the environment here. The fact that it dared to steal the fierce dragon's eggs indicated that this fellow possessed a considerable ability to protect itself. Thinking this, Chen Ji decisively grabbed the oviraptor by the neck, flipped over, and mounted its back. The oviraptor was almost thrown off balance and fell by Chen Ji's actions. It wanted to resist, but feeling the fierce dragon constantly approaching from behind, it could only temporarily abandon questioning the human on its back and buried its head, fleeing. The fierce dragon was almost upon them. The oviraptor activated its acceleration skill, and its speed instantly increased. The fierce dragon swooped down from behind, missed with a claw, and the oviraptor dodged it. And the oviraptor clearly knew where its advantage lay, specifically running into areas with complex terrain. This left the ferocious dragon with nowhere to strike from the sky, only able to chase without finding an opportunity to attack. Chen Ji rode on the oviraptor's back, hugging its neck, pressing his body tightly against it, trying to avoid being scratched by the surrounding branches. The oviraptor zigzagged and finally darted into a mountain gorge that could only accommodate one person. Roar! The ferocious dragon, with its massive size, couldn't enter and roared furiously outside in anger. After shaking off the ferocious dragon, the oviraptor gave a forceful flick, directly throwing Chen Ji off its back. Then, it walked towards Chen Ji with an angry expression. It looked as if it wanted to settle a score with Chen Ji. The oviraptor raised its sharp claws and lunged at Chen Ji. Chen Ji was already prepared. If he couldn't defeat the ferocious dragon, could he not defeat an oviraptor? With a wave of his hand, he summoned Little Red. Boom! Just as the oviraptor was about to attack Chen Ji, Little Red charged at it and self-destructed in front of it. The oviraptor was directly blasted away. It landed not far away, and the dragon egg it had painstakingly stolen fell to the ground and shattered. Seeing the shattered dragon egg, the oviraptor lay on the ground, heartbroken, licking it, unwilling to waste even a bit. It hadn't taken many bites of one dragon egg before it was gone. Then, it greedily turned its head to look at the dragon egg in Chen Ji's arms.
Chen Ji immediately held the dragon egg tightly, on guard. Dare to covet my possession? Be careful or I'll eliminate you.
Chen Ji had originally not intended to kill the oviraptor, considering it had saved him, but if the oviraptor was courting death, then there was nothing he could do. Hearing Chen Ji's warning, the oviraptor seemed to recall the pain of being blasted just now, and a hint of fear appeared on its face. The greedy expression instantly receded. Chen Ji was a bit surprised, not expecting this oviraptor to be quite intelligent.
Let's part ways here.
I won't kill you, and you don't covet my dragon egg.
How about it?
Chen Ji said to the oviraptor. After speaking, he realized that a beast wouldn't understand human language, and then he shook his head self-mockingly.
Anyway, we'll meet again if fate allows. Bye-bye.
Chen Ji waved his hand at the oviraptor, bidding it farewell. The oviraptor also knew that Chen Ji was not to be trifled with. Although not as threatening as the ferocious dragon, he definitely had the strength to kill it. So, it offered no resistance, allowing Chen Ji to leave.
Chen Ji left the mountain gorge, and after determining his direction, quickly rushed back to the academy.
After most of the day, encountering many beast obstacles along the way, he finally returned near the academy. Now, Chen Ji only needed to find the rebirth flower to upgrade Little Red to rank 9, allowing it to evolve again. However, the rebirth flower was hard to find, and Chen Ji hadn't found any clues even in the night market. As for the academy store, it was even rarer to find. Hoping to find it in the store was basically hopeless.
Chen Ji, where have you been these past 2 days? The instructor is looking for you. Fatty said anxiously after seeing Chen Ji. What's wrong? Chen Ji asked Fatty with a puzzled expression.
The B-class students have teamed up to challenge you, and the instructor agreed.
He's looking for you everywhere. What? Su Zhengdao has gone mad. Chen Ji was baffled. Why would Su Zhengdao agree to the B-class challenge on his behalf? Who knows? Go ask them.
Fatty was also very puzzled.
The guys in the B-class obviously outnumbered them, and even if it was a series of one-on-one battles, Chen Ji's stamina wouldn't hold up.
I'll go check it out.
Chen Ji frowned and headed to Su Zhengdao's office. The entire office was empty. Su Zhengdao was leisurely lying on a recliner, basking in the sun. Knock, knock, knock.
Chen Ji knocked on the door, and seeing the relaxed Su Zhengdao immediately annoyed him. He had just returned and Su Zhengdao had inexplicably accepted a challenge on his behalf.
This was too dismissive of him. How could he make decisions for him? Mentor, why did you accept someone else's challenge for me? Did you even ask for my opinion? Chen Ji confronted Su Zhengdao as soon as he entered.
Su Zhengdao opened his eyes, glanced at Chen Ji, then pulled open a drawer and threw a thick stack of cash onto the table.
100,000 per match.
Su Zhengdao said calmly.
Chen Ji, who was about to erupt, instantly swallowed his anger.
Please, give me more of these challenges.
Chen Ji immediately said to Su Zhengdao with a grin. Su Zhengdao scoffed. You little rascal, still think I can't handle you? Xia Wenyu's compensation has arrived.
You and Wang Fugue get 300,000 each. Then Su Zhengdao pulled out another thick stack of cash, a full 300,000.
Only 300,000?
Chen Ji picked up the money, saying with a hint of disappointment.
You ungrateful brat, you didn't do anything, didn't get beaten, and even beat someone up, and you're complaining about 300,000 being too little? If you think it's too little, give it back to me.
Su Zhengdao said, looking at Chen Ji speechlessly.
Haha, no, it's plenty. How could Chen Ji let a duck that was already in his mouth fly away? He quickly pocketed the money. What's with this challenge money? Chen Ji asked curiously, holding the other stack of 100,000. Those kids in B class don't like you and want to teach you a lesson.
I told each of them to put up 100,000 challenge fees.
If you don't want it, I'll return it.
Su Zhengdao said indifferently. He did this for Chen Ji's own good. He had seen Chen Ji's family background, a single-parent family, not particularly wealthy, at least not for a beast tamer, unlike those other rich second-generation kids who didn't have to worry about money. So, with this opportunity, he arranged this way for Chenji to earn some extra cash. Of course, whether Chenji could earn this money depended on his own abilities.
They resent me that much?
Chenji looked puzzled.
Who told you to be so high profile?
You and Wang Fugue eliminated nearly a third of the people. Most of B class are grumbling about you guys, and knowing you're the main culprit, who else would they pick on? Now you're a public enemy in both B class and C class. Those with strength want to step on you to get ahead, and even those without strength will join in and curse you. Su Zhengdao naturally knew why Chenji was so popular. Most of the people in B class and C class were eliminated by Chenji. Who else would they come after?
But that's not my fault. Who told your academy to set up such rules?
Chenji looked innocent.
Enough with the nonsense. If you're free this afternoon, head to the arena. Those kids can't wait to beat you up. Su Zhengdao said to Chenji. No time.
I'm busy looking for a rebirth flower right now, and I have no leads.
Tell them another time.
Chenji waved his hand.
How could he have time for a fight now?
He had no idea where to find the rebirth flower.
Rebirth flower?
What do you need it for?
Su Zhengdao frowned.
He felt that Chenji was getting sidetracked.
Shouldn't Chenji be focusing on training and saving money to prepare for his beast's future advancement?
My beast will need a rebirth flower for its evolution later.
Chenji didn't hide it. As a mentor, Su Zhengdao might know where to find one. Su Zhengdao sized Chenji up and then nodded knowingly.
Su Miao has already surprised me enough, and I didn't expect you to follow so closely.
I actually know who has a rebirth flower, and you absolutely must participate in today's fight. Su Zhengdao smiled faintly, looking at Chenji. What do I mean? Chenji looked confused, not understanding what Su Zhengdao meant. The person you're fighting today is named Zhao Jia. Familiar? Su Zhengdao asked Chenji with a smile.
Chenji was startled. During the eyesight test, Zhao Jia had tried to take advantage of Chenji, but Chenji outsmarted him, leading to Zhao Jia's elimination and missing out on Class A.
Zhao Jia's family is in the exotic herb business. They definitely have a rebirth flower. Su Zhengdao said nonchalantly to Chenji. You mean? You want me to wager with him?
Chenji immediately understood Su Zhengdao's intention. Clearly, Su Zhengdao meant for him to propose a wager to Zhao Jia during the fight to obtain the rebirth flower from him.
You said that yourself.
I didn't teach you I'm a good mentor, I wouldn't teach students such things. Su Zhengdao quickly waved his hands, distancing himself. Chenji was quite speechless. If Su Zhengdao was a good mentor, then everyone in the world would be good people.
Thank you, mentor. I understand.
I'll definitely be there this afternoon, I appreciate your help.
Although Chenji was complaining internally, he still expressed his gratitude to Su Zhengdao sincerely.
In the afternoon, Chenji arrived at the arena on time. By this time, most of Class B had gathered there. Most of Class B had been kicked out of Class A, and many held grudges against Class A for this reason. If they had a chance to severely defeat a Class A student, it would be their opportunity to prove themselves, to prove that those left in Class A were nothing special, and to prove that Su Zhengdao's judgment was flawed. This is why they all wanted to challenge Chenji. First, Chenji had the highest score in the freshman competition, essentially making him number one. So, defeating Chenji would naturally prove that Class A wasn't all that.
You really came.
Zhao Jie saw Chenji arrive as promised, and a sneer immediately appeared on his face.
Someone's offering me money, how can I not come? Chenji smiled, saying nonchalantly. Enough talk. Get on stage.
Zhao Jie didn't want to waste words with Chenji and leaped directly onto the battle stage, eager to teach Chenji a lesson.
What's the rush? What's the point of just fighting? I came all this way, shouldn't we spice it up with a wager? Chenji calmly spoke to Zhao Jie. Are you crazy for money? Haven't I already given you 100,000?
Zhao Jie said angrily, feeling as if he had been played.
He had to pay to challenge others, and now the opponent still thought the money was too little? Is there even such a person? What's 100,000 enough for?
Chen Ji unhurriedly pulled out a large stack of cash from his pocket, at least 1,000,000 yuan's worth.
Are you almost out of money? Want to bet? If you win, you take it all.
Chen Ji said to Zhao Jie indifferently. Zhao Jie's heart suddenly stirred.
Chen Ji's words really hit home.
After being scammed by Chen Ji last time, his money had run out.
Now his pockets were cleaner than his face.
Seeing the bright red cash now, he was tempted.
Really? Zhao Jie asked Chen Ji uncertainly.
Of course, really. But if you lose, you have to give me a rebirth flower.
Chen Ji nodded, saying with certainty.
Zhao Jie saw Chen Ji nod, and his face immediately lit up with joy.
As for losing? He never even considered the possibility.
Last time he lost to Chen Ji due to his eyesight, but this time it was a real fight, a test of strength. Moreover, his beast had recently advanced to the 5th tier.
How could he possibly lose? He hadn't even clearly heard what wager Chen Ji mentioned, because he simply didn't think he would lose. Get on stage.
Zhao Jie looked at Chen Ji with a sneer. Chen Ji slowly ascended the battle stage, facing Zhao Jie.
Green vine beast.
Zhao Jie waved his hand, summoning a green, tree trunk-like creature. It looked like entangled roots twisted together, but this root had facial features and was a living being. Chen Ji's mind moved, and the information about the opponent's beast appeared before his eyes.
Soul beast green vine beast. Juvenile stage 5th tier. Attribute, grass. Skill, earth net.
Under Chen Ji's eye of evolution, the opponent's beast companion held no secrets from him.
Grass-type beast companion?
Chen Ji shook his head helplessly. Fire counters grass, and Little Red itself already counters the opponent.
Moreover, its strength is also above the opponent's. There's no need to use the split skill at all. A single immortal blood explosion would be enough to take down the opponent.
Chen Ji waved his hand casually, and Little Red appeared before him. The minuscule Little Red left the surrounding spectators bewildered, many not even noticing Little Red's existence. However, Zhao Jie had learned about Chen Ji beforehand, knowing that Chen Ji's beast companion was a mosquito. So, he spotted it instantly and was not careless.
Green vine beast. Go!
Zhao Jie immediately sent his beast companion forward to meet the challenge, not giving Chen Ji a chance to play dirty tricks. He had consulted with people who had fought Chen Ji, and many times, they were ambushed because they didn't notice the mosquito's presence. As long as he guarded against Chen Ji and didn't give him an opportunity for a sneak attack, he was confident of winning this battle.
Little Red, take him down, don't hold back. Chen Ji's expression turned cold as he sternly instructed Little Red.
Little Red flew out directly, moving as fast as an arrow shot from a bow. With the increase in its strength, Little Red's attributes in all aspects had improved, and its speed had naturally increased significantly. The green vine beast, with only 5th order strength, naturally couldn't compare to the 8th order Little Red. Little Red charged onto the green vine beast in the blink of an eye, crashing headfirst into its face.
Then, following Chen Ji's instructions, it used immortal blood explosion without hesitation. Boom! An explosion instantly erupted on the green vine beast's face.
The explosion's force directly ignited the green vine beast, and the vines on its face were blasted apart, its facial features half obliterated, with only half a mouth and one eye relatively intact. The green vine beast immediately slumped to the ground, critically wounded by the explosion.
Flames were even still burning on it. If left unattended, it would surely die. Green vine beast.
As its master, Zhao Jie immediately sensed the green vine beast's condition.
The green vine beast's life essence was rapidly dissipating.
Zhao Jie rushed forward, heartbroken, and retrieved the green vine beast into his beast companion space to prevent further serious injury.
You!
Then Zhao Jie glared angrily at Chen Ji.
You lost. Chen Ji said calmly, looking at Zhao Jie.
Zhao Jie was stunned. Then he reacted, they were in a battle, and he had lost.
According to the wager, 1 rebirth flower, handed over. Chenji extended his hand towards Zhao Jie and said.
Zhao Jie looked at Chenji with a furious expression.
Rebirth flower? Only then did he understand what Chenji was talking about. You want a rebirth flower? How is that possible?
Zhao Jie exclaimed in shock after realizing what Chenji's bet was. It's important to know that the value of a rebirth flower is no less than 1 million, and it's rare, quite precious, so its price would be even higher.
Chenji actually bet with him on this? What's wrong? You want to renege? Everyone heard it just now.
Chenji knew that the other party might not admit defeat, so he announced the bet loudly in front of everyone just in case. With so many people as witnesses, Zhao Jie wouldn't dare not to admit it, unless he didn't plan to stay at Dragon Ascent Academy anymore.
Exactly. Not admitting defeat after losing, can you play or not? Is that all the magnanimity your B class has?
The fatty who came with Chenji said mockingly.
This immediately made the B class students dissatisfied. But what the fatty said was not wrong, they couldn't even refute it. Zhao Jie, a bet is a bet. Don't disgrace our B class.
Qian Shijuan said to Zhao Jie with a cold face. Qian Shijuan had woken up at some point, and now, like a leader, he looked at Zhao Jie with dissatisfaction and spoke. The other students from B class were also somewhat displeased with Zhao Jie's attempt to renege. Zhao Jie knew that he had to give up this rebirth flower today, no matter what, otherwise there would be no place for him in the entire Dragon Ascent Academy.
Wait. I'll give it.
Zhao Jie had no choice but to walk aside and call his family. After his family learned what had happened, they chewed Zhao Jie out over the phone.
Useless trash. I'll have someone deliver the item in a moment, but listen to me, no matter what you do, you must get this back for me. My Zhao family cannot be humiliated like this. Otherwise, don't come back. Zhao Qingyuan reprimanded Zhao Jie over the phone. Yes, Dad. Zhao Jie could only bite the bullet and nod. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Jie walked back, looking coldly at Chenji. The item will be delivered shortly, just wait.
Zhao Jie said coldly.
I'll wait. Chenji nodded.
With the most difficult rebirth flower taken care of, the next step was to quickly improve Little Red's strength, so that it could reach rank 9 and meet the advancement requirements.
Chenji, do you dare accept my challenge? At this moment, Qian Shijuan from B class stepped forward and asked Chenji.
Chenji remembered this Qian Shijuan, the guy who voluntarily stepped up to lead everyone during the 7-day survival challenge. Later, he was never seen again, apparently eliminated during the process of leading the group. We don't have any grudges, do we? Chenji was a bit curious. He had no dealings with Qian Shijuan, so why would Qian Shijuan want to challenge him? I just can't stand you bullying our classmates. As class monitor, it's my duty to seek justice for my classmates. Qian Shijuan said coldly. In truth, Qian Shijuan merely wanted to step on Chenji to establish his authority.
Many B-class students were unhappy with Chenji.
If he could defeat Chenji, his prestige in B-class would greatly increase, laying a solid foundation for his position as class monitor.
Class monitor, huh? Alright, let's go by the rules.
100,000 per match, hand over the money.
Chenji nodded. Money that came knocking shouldn't be refused. He extended his hand and said nonchalantly. This made Qian Shijuan frown. Why are you so obsessed with money? You want money to challenge you? Qian Shijuan looked perplexed.
Su Zhengdao was not the one who challenged Chenji before, so he didn't know the rules Su Zhengdao had set. If you don't have money, go cool off somewhere else and make room for the rich students. Chenji impatiently waved his hand, shooing away Qian Shijuan as if he were swatting flies.
Classmate, do you have money? Do you want to beat me up? For just 100,000 yuan, you'll get a chance. Want to give it a try?
Then Chenji looked at another student from Class B and asked kindly.
The student immediately took a step back.
His strength was average, he didn't even last until the end of the grand competition. Since Zhao Jie had lost to Chenji, how could he dare challenge Chenji?
He was afraid his beast companion would be severely injured like Zhao Jie's, which would cost a lot to treat. Qian Shijuan frowned immediately when Chen Ji ignored him. Then he decisively pulled out his phone from his pocket. "Here's the money, I'm challenging you." Qian Shijuan no longer hesitated. To solidify his status, he was willing to spend 100,000 yuan to teach Chen Ji a lesson. He wasn't worried about Chen Ji's beast companion's self-destructibility. His beast companion's attribute was lightning, not countered by fire, and its strength was higher than Zhao Jie's. As long as he was careful, there was still a chance to defeat Chen Ji. Chen Ji smiled slightly, looking at the 100,000 yuan transferred by Qian Shijuan, his heart overflowing with joy. 50,000 yuan in his account in a single day, where else could he find such a business? "Come on." Chen Ji stopped the nonsense and said indifferently to Qian Shijuan. Chen Ji didn't recall his little red, but Qian Shijuan, after stepping onto the stage, directly summoned a magnificent unicorn. Soul Beast, Thunderhorn Steed. Juvenile Form, Tier 6. Attribute, Lightning. Skill, Electric Spark. Streaks of electric light emanated from its horn, making it incredibly majestic. Even Chen Ji looked on with some envy. "Little Red, oh Little Red, when will you evolve into something so handsome?" Chen Ji looked at Little Red with a hint of melancholy and said. Little Red seemed to sense Chen Ji's thoughts and swayed indignantly in front of Chen Ji. And sent a message to Chen Ji. "I have the phoenix bloodline. Sooner or later, I will be reborn from the ashes." Sensing Little Red's displeasure, Chen Ji quickly soothed Little Red's emotions. All right, I was just joking. Little Red is the most handsome," Chen Ji said softly to Little Red. Only then did Little Red quiet down. "Are you ready yet?" Qian Shijuan saw Chen Ji talking to himself across the way and asked impatiently. "All right, what's the rush? You're so eager to lose. Isn't it a waste of 100,000 yuan?" Chen Ji said speechlessly. "I'm letting you hold on for a bit longer, why are you still unwilling? Big talk. Little horse, go, electric spark." Qian Shijuan snorted coldly and immediately ordered the Thunderhorn steed to engage. Instead of letting the beast companion charge at Chen Ji, it directly used his skill. The Thunderhorn steed tossed its head back, shooting 3 lightning balls from its horn in a fan shape towards Chen Ji's position. "Xiao Hong!" Chen Ji called out to Xiao Hong to engage the enemy, then he rolled on the spot, dodging the incoming attack. The lightning ball passed by him, and the subtle current it emitted made the hairs on his body stand on end. Chen Ji frowned. The opponent was clearly not just attacking Xiao Hong, he was also within the attack range. Just as Chen Ji dodged the opponent's attack, the opposite Thunderhorn horse raised its head again and shot 3 more lightning balls at him. Xiao Hong. Split. Chen Ji's expression changed. Relying solely on his dodging was too risky, he might get hit if he was not careful. So he immediately told Xiao Hong to use splitting. In an instant, dozens of Xiao Hong split from the main body. Seeing the incoming lightning balls, the clones charged forward without hesitation. Boom! Then an explosion occurred, and the lightning balls were offset by the clones. Qian Shijuan, on the opposite side, frowned slightly when he saw Chen Ji use this method to neutralize his attack. "Let's see how many clones you have left." Electric spark. Qian Shijuan snorted coldly and again ordered the Thunderhorn horse to attack. Lightning balls rained down on Chen Ji's position as if they were free, their target no longer the beast, but clearly Chen Ji himself. This is not allowed in normal sparring matches. Although there are no rules prohibiting attacking the Beastmaster, everyone tacitly understands that since it's a spar, it's naturally not meant to be a fight to the death. However, Qian Shijuan had clearly disregarded this unspoken rule, choosing to directly attack the Beastmaster. Chen Ji could only make Xiao Hong split out clones to neutralize the incoming lightning balls one by one, which temporarily restricted Xiao Hong's speed in approaching the Thunderhorn horse. Xiao Hong. Send clones to attack the Thunderhorn horse. Chen Ji frowned as he gave the command. Xiao Hong's main body had to continuously create clones to neutralize the opponent's incoming lightning balls, making it unable to break free to attack the opponent.
but its clones could leave. Chen Ji's mind immediately stirred, and the number of Xiao Hong's clones increased again, reaching over 100. About a dozen of them bypassed the opponent's attack range and charged towards the Thunderhorn horse. The entire arena was in chaos, with the sound of lightning balls and clones self-destructing echoing incessantly. The dozen or so Xiaohong clones were very inconspicuous in the arena and went unnoticed by Qian Shijuan. Qian Shijuan kept ordering the Thunderhorn horse to attack, intending to break through Xiaohong's defense and hit Chen Ji. Continuously releasing electric sparks made Qian Shijuan frown slightly. He could feel that the Thunderhorn horse's spiritual power was already half depleted, and at this rate, it would soon be exhausted. Yet Chen Ji, on the other side, was still defending flawlessly, seemingly under no pressure. This made him feel a little troubled. Chen Ji saw Qian Shijuan's expression on the opposite side, and his heart stirred. He guessed Qian Shijuan's thoughts. If Qian Shijuan changed his strategy at this moment, he might very well discover the dozen or so Xiaohong clones that went to sneak attack, and then unforeseen changes might occur. Chen Ji could not let the other party discover his intention. So he simply opened the door of hope for Qian Shijuan, letting him continue to persevere. Chen Ji immediately ordered Xiaohong to stop splitting, using the remaining clones to block the lightning spheres, and reducing the number of clones. Due to the reduction in clones, the defense was no longer as watertight, and some lightning spheres pierced through the defense, passing through Xiaohong's self-detonation defensive net. A lightning sphere struck towards Chen Ji.